Chapter 1208. Afternoon. The warm sun shone on the earth, but no one could feel the slightest bit of warmth. No one knew who cut the thin leaves, but the spring breeze in February was like scissors. If the spring breeze in February was like this, what about the spring breeze at the end of January? When it scraped against the face, it was still like a knife cutting. On the sports field of Jianghu College, more than 600 students from 16 classes stood neatly on the grass, waiting for Li Zishuan to speak. The students didn't have to wait for long. At 3 in the afternoon, Li Zishuan, dressed as a scholar, walked up to the rostrum with steady steps. When the students below saw Li Zishuan on the stage, they couldn't help but stand up straighter. Clearly, after spending the entire winter break together, Li Zishuan's reputation among the students had become even more resounding. At the beginning of the new year, first of all, in the name of the Yamacho of Jianghu College, I wish all the students and teachers of the college a happy new year. Every time he saw these youthful faces, Li Zishuan felt that what he was doing was so meaningful. He was changing a group of young people, and in turn, changing the entire Tang dynasty. In a few years, these children were bound to spread the seeds of engineering across every inch of Tang dynasty. Clap, clap, clap. The students and teachers below the stage couldn't help but applaud. Li Zishuan pressed his hands down. When silence was restored, he spoke again. Last year was the first year of Jianghu College's establishment. You are the first batch of students of the college, and you are also very outstanding students. In last year's final exam, out of 500 points, 402 students scored 400 points and above, and 95 students scored 450 points and above. I am very satisfied and gratified that you were able to achieve such results in such a rushed preparation. Especially those students who ranked in the top 10 of the grade. You are very outstanding, but please don't be arrogant, because that is only your past glory. The road ahead is still very long. For those students who did not perform well, don't be discouraged. No matter how good the road is, there will be times when it isn't smooth. No matter how smooth life is, there will be moments when it isn't as you wish. You must firmly believe that you can face difficulties head-on. You must establish the belief that you will win. Setbacks and hardships were only stepping stones for the strong. For capable people, they were wealth. For the weak, they were a bottomless abyss. Whether you are strong, capable, or weak, it all depends on your own choice. But as your Yamacho, I hope that all of you will be strong. Are you willing to become experts? Li Zishuan's voice was very low, and his voice was also very moving. Although there were no flowery words in his words, nor were there any heroic words, when he said it, all the students in the audience, whether they were previously complacent or dejected, now had solemn and resolute expressions, as if they had been given a new lease of life. This was especially true for those students who did not do well in their exams. At this moment, their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. They could not wait to go into battle and take another exam. Yes. As soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, a tsunami of cheers erupted from the crowd. Li Gang and the others looked at each other and sighed in relief. This was because in the morning, they were still thinking about how to cheer up those students who did not do well. Now, after Li Zishuan's speech, the students were revived. There was no need for them to worry about anything. Li Zishuan smiled slightly and said with satisfaction, "Good. Next, I will personally give out awards and scholarships to the top 10 students of last year's final exam." Scholarships? What scholarships? Most of the students knew about awards because they had worked at the Warm Tang Foundation last year. Every time a citizen donated a sum of money, they would be presented with a certificate. The students guessed that an award should be similar to a certificate, but this was the first time they had heard of something new. Li Zishuan smiled and explained, as the name suggests, these scholarships are specially set up for students with excellent academic performance. From today onwards, the top 10 students of each semester's final exam will receive the Yamacho Scholarship. The first place will receive 500 strings of cash, the second place will receive 400 strings of cash, the third place will receive 300 strings of cash, and the 4th to 10th place will receive 100 strings of cash each. The Yamacho Scholarship will be funded by me personally, and it will be evaluated every semester. I hope that everyone will continue to work hard and win this scholarship. Wow! Knowledge could change one's fate. This was what it meant to change one's fate. Just by passing an exam, they could receive 100 strings of cash and completely change the fate of a poor family. This was even faster than the imperial examination. Sure enough, as soon as Li Zixuan finished speaking, the audience immediately went into an uproar. Although there were corresponding rewards for the previous monthly exams, they were given out in the form of footballs and copper coins, so the audience did not feel much about it. However, this time, Li Zixuan directly and crudely used copper coins as the prizes. The shock it gave was on a completely different level. Quiet, quiet. Next, the students whose names are called, please come up in order. Li Zixuan suppressed the noise of discussion and read, last year's final exams. First place, Jia Jian. Second place, Li Ku. Third place, Li Tai. After the names of the top 10 students were read out, Jia Jian and the others hurriedly went up to the rostrum and stood in order. Li Zixuan started from the first place and gave out the certificates. Speaking of which, although this certificate was similar to the charity certificate issued by the Nguyen Tang Foundation, the production was much better than the charity certificate. The words Certificate of Honor were embossed in gold on the cover, and there was also Li Zixuan's personal signature and personal seal. It was not only classy, but it was also a great symbol of honor. The moment they received the certificates, Jia Jian, Li Ku, and Li Tai were all shocked. Obviously, they did not expect Li Zixuan to make such a beautiful certificate. If they had also transmigrated from the modern world, they would have only said the words high-end, classy, and classy at this moment. Your scholarships will be collected from Mr. Yen later with the certificates. If anyone wants to send the money home, the academy can also send someone to escort them. After giving out the certificates, Li Zixuan said again. After all, a few hundred strings of cash could be considered a huge sum of money. If there was no escort, it could easily attract the attention of bandits. Thank you, Yamacho. Other than Li Tai and Li Ku, the two second-generation rich people who treated money like dirt, the rest of the students bowed to Li Zixuan and thanked him sincerely. Okay. You can all go down first. Next, we will officially award the 6 new professors for Yanhuang College. Chapter 1209. After the commendation ceremony and the appointment ceremony of the 6 professors, Li Zixuan let the students go back to the classroom to start the New Year's course. The course this semester was not easy. In addition to cultural courses, Li Zixuan also planned to let the students do some other projects. Yamacho, the king of Jianghu, is waiting outside the college with the Wa envoy, Brother Shanbei. After the students and teachers on the playground dispersed, Li Zixuan was about to go to his office when Mo Zhong came to report. The king of Jianghu? The Wa envoy? Li Zixuan frowned and muttered to himself. Then he seemed to think of something. At the end of last year, the stronghold of the Chui family in Chang and was destroyed overnight because of Li Zixuan's incitement of public anger. Chui Shanfu, the former minister of Honglu Temple, who was on duty in the shipping department of Guangdong, was also affected. Because the cavalry department found out that when the envoys of the Nanyang countries came to the court, the prime minister of the Jiega dynasty had colluded with Chui Shanfu. Li Er was furious when he heard the news. He directly dismissed Chui Shanfu from all his official positions and put him in prison. Therefore, the vacant position of minister of Honglu Temple was given to Li Daozong, the king of Jiangxia. That was why there was a strange combination of Li Daozong and the Wa envoy, Brother Shanbei. What is the Wa envoy doing here? Li Zixuan walked toward the gate of the college and asked Mo Zhong. Yamacho, the king of Jiangxia, said that the Wa envoy wants to visit the college and has asked for a decree from His Majesty. Mo Zhong saluted with his fists and replied. Visit the college? Li Zixuan heard this and his eyes turned cold. He did not have a good impression of the Wa people, either in his previous life or in this life. Yanhuang College was the most precious treasure left by Li Zixuan to the Tang Empire. Of course, he was unhappy that the Wa people wanted to visit it. Besides the king of Jiangxia, who else came with him? Li Zixuan asked again. Let's return to Yamacho. Chancellor Kong of the Imperial College is also here. It's said that the Wa envoy visited the Imperial College first and then came to Yanhuang College. Humph. Let's meet this guy today. Li Zishuan thought to himself. Haha. Marquis Yong, and you finally came out. This prince didn't delay your teaching, did he? When they arrived at the entrance of the academy, Li Daozong was the first to greet them. Greetings, Marquis Yong, and. Seeing Li Zishuan coming over, the big brother king on the mountain back cupped his hands and bowed to Li Zishuan. Perhaps it was because he wasn't familiar with it, but his actions were rather comical. Li Zishuan just nodded, then he looked at Li Daozong and smiled. Your Highness is too polite. Please come in. Li Daozong smiled. He glanced at the luxurious high-rise buildings in Yanhuang College and sighed, speaking of which, this is the first time this prince has visited Yanhuang College so closely, right? Marquis Yong, and you have to tell this prince about it later. Li Zishuan nodded, of course. Seeing that Li Zishuan seemed to be in a good mood, the big brother king on the mountain back interrupted. This is also the first time I've seen such a spectacular academy. I hope Marquis Yong and can let me in to have a good look. Li Zishuan secretly rolled his eyes and said lightly, you have His Majesty's decree, so of course you can go in to have a look. But let me say this first. There are some places you can go in the academy, but there are some places you can't go even if you have an imperial decree. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. Hearing Li Zishuan's unfriendly tone, the Wa warriors who came with the big brother king on the mountain back changed their expressions. They couldn't help but touch the Wa swords at their waists. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and looked at them coldly. Suddenly, the warriors' backs were covered in cold sweat. At that moment, they felt as if they were being targeted by a cheetah. They couldn't run even if they wanted to. Stop. Although the big brother king on the mountain back's face changed a few times, he still had a trace of rationality in his mind. He pressed his hands together and quickly cupped his hands to Li Zishuan. Marquis Yong, and is right. I will definitely not go to the places I shouldn't go in later. In the depths of Li Zishuan's eyes, a trace of undetectable cold light flashed. This big brother king on the mountain back was flexible and smart. He had heard that he was now the heir of the Wu nation without any suspense. This made Li Zishuan feel that it was a little tricky. He wasn't afraid of those who liked to jump and court death on purpose. He was afraid of this kind of person who could endure silently and make you unable to find any weakness to attack. Once this kind of person became strong, he would definitely strike back without mercy. That better be the case. Li Zishuan snorted mercilessly, turned around, and walked inside with Li Daozong. Kong Yingda, who was behind them, frowned. Although all the officials of the Tang Empire didn't have a good impression of the Wu nation's envoy because of the imperial court's fleet being ambushed in Wu nation last year, Kong Yingda thought that since Wu nation was willing to hand over the head of the bandits and send their heir to apologize with such generous compensation, as a citizen of the Celestial Empire, they should forgive Wu nation. However, Li Zishuan's actions now showed that he didn't take the Wu nation's envoy seriously at all. This made Kong Yingda feel that Li Zishuan had lost the dignity and grace of the Celestial Empire. However, although he thought so, Kong Yingda didn't say it out loud, because he knew Li Zishuan's nature. Even if he said it out loud, Li Zishuan wouldn't change his mind. Li Zishuan first took the group to visit the Guanghua building of Yanhuang College. The bold architectural style, the hard and flat cement walls, the cement floor, and the smooth and transparent glass windows shocked the Wu nation's people, Li Daozong, and Kong Yingda. The Celestial Palace. The Celestial Palace. This college is magnificent, just like the Celestial Palace. Even if the Wu nation had the power of the whole country, they wouldn't be able to build such a college. The eldest brother on the mountain back stared blankly at the Guanghua building for a long time before he came back to his senses and murmured. Marquis Yong, and may I ask what material the road and walls are made of? Why are they as smooth as a mirror and as hard as a rock? As the group continued to walk forward, the eldest brother on the mountain back asked again. Li Zishuan squinted at him and said, I'm sorry, I can't tell you. This is a secret of the Tang Empire. Anyone who divulges it will be investigated and killed without mercy. Marquis Yong, and, no matter how good-tempered the eldest brother on the mountain back was, he couldn't help but feel a little angry at this moment. However, the situation was beyond his control, and he knew that there was a big gap between the Tang Empire and the Wen nation. Even if he was angry, he couldn't do anything about it. Chapter 12:10. Marquis Yong, and, may I go in and listen to the lectures of Yanhuang College's teachers? In front of Guanghua Tower, the mountain back's big brother king was still unwilling to give up. Li Zishuan did not even think about it and directly refused, no. Guanghua Tower is an important place for learning. Outsiders are not allowed to enter so as to not affect the students' studies. I'm just going to take a look from outside the building and not make a sound. How can I affect the students' studies? Li Zishuan did not want to give in and rejected him again. That won't do either. The courses taught in the academy are also classified secrets of the Tang Empire. Outsiders are not allowed to look at them. What a joke. How could the Japanese see or hear the advanced mathematics, physics, and chemistry courses in the academy? Li Zishuan would not even allow them to look from outside the building. This was his academy. It was also his work. Huff, huff. The mountain back's big brother king took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Otherwise, he felt that he would not be able to hold it in. I heard that there's a magical thing called an astronomical telescope in this building. May I know if Marquis Yong and can show it to me? After suppressing the anger in his chest, the mountain back's big brother king requested again. What astronomical telescope? You must have heard wrongly, right? The academy has never had such a thing. Li Zishuan's expression changed slightly as he replied. He thought to himself, looks like this mountain back's big brother king did his homework before coming here. He even knows about the astronomical telescope. But so what if he knows? He was determined not to see it anyway. This was an absolute military secret of the Tang Empire. Marquis Yong, then. The mountain back's big brother king's expression was very ugly at this moment. He pulled out an imperial edict from his sleeve and said, the emperor of the Tang Empire has already allowed me to visit the academy, but you have repeatedly stopped me. Are you not going to listen to the words of the emperor of the Tang Empire? Li Zishuan said expressionlessly, His Majesty has already said that Yunshan is my fief. Everyone in Yanhuang College must listen to my orders. Anyone who comes to Yanhuang College must also abide by my rules. His Majesty asked me to show you around the academy. That's fine, and we're touring the academy now. But you have to follow the academy's rules when you're touring the academy. Please take note of your status, or you will be expelled from the academy. After hearing these words, the big brother king on the mountain back was immediately rendered speechless. After that, under the lead of Li Zishuan, the group of people looked at all the places in the academy. However, most of the time, they only looked at the outside of the building. It was rare for them to enter the building. Therefore, after more than 2 hours, the only building that the big brother king on the mountain back had entered was the Yanhuang College's cafeteria. After more than 2 hours of touring, how could the word miserable describe it? However, although it looked miserable, the big brother king on the mountain back still saw many new things during the tour. For example, the big globe in front of Guanghua building, and the supermarket in the academy, and so on. Since the tour is over, I'll take my leave. Thank you for your hospitality today, Marquis. At dusk, the big brother king on the mountain back finished touring the academy and said goodbye to Li Zishuan. However, he placed extra emphasis on the word hospitality in this sentence. Li Zishuan pretended not to understand the other party's meaning. He laughed and said, "You're welcome at any time." The big brother king on the mountain back looked deeply at Li Zishuan and said nothing. Then, he left with Kong Yingda. Suddenly, only Li Zishuan and Li Daozong were left on the road. Marquis Yongmen? You seem to have a big prejudice against the Wen nation's envoy? Li Daozong smiled and looked at Li Zishuan with his hands behind his back. Li Zishuan was startled and replied, "Last September, the imperial court's fleet was ambushed by the Wen nation in the Southeast Sea. Dozens of Navy soldiers and many innocent people were killed. Now that the Wen nation's envoy has come to Chang'an, do you expect me to be polite to them?" I've already restrained myself by not drawing my sword directly. Li Daozong shook his head disapprovingly and said, last year, the imperial court's fleet was ambushed by the Wu nation in the Southeast Sea. But now, the Wu nation's crown prince has personally sent the head of the bandits to the Tang Empire and compensated the imperial court with a large amount of brass and silver. I think this is already very sincere, right? Why does Marquis Yong and still want to pressure the big brother on the mountain back? In Li Daozong's mind, the Wu nation was just a small place. Although they had accidentally offended the Tang Empire, this little brother had already come over and sincerely admitted his mistake. He even gave compensation. The Tang Empire, the most powerful country in the world, naturally had to show its magnanimity and forgive him. Li Daozong felt that Li Zishuan was a little narrow-minded by not letting go and persistently forcing the Tang Empire's crown prince. Your Highness, the Wu nation's people are like young tigers. Although they look harmless and docile on the surface, when they learn the advanced production technology of the Tang Empire and grow their teeth, they will hurt people. At that time, the young tiger will become a big tiger. If you want to make them obedient, you can only use strong force. Li Zishuan said faintly. The Wu nation's people were very good at humbly learning the advantages of other countries. But under the surface of humility and modesty, they were extremely arrogant and proud of their own culture. Therefore, once the Wu nation's people surpassed their teachers, they would mock and belittle their teachers, and even beat them up. Li Zishuan's words were not groundless. They were all based on evidence. In modern times, after the Meiji Restoration, Wu nation had learned from Western culture, introduced advanced Western technology, and borrowed scientific and technological achievements to quickly become the second most powerful country. They were constantly learning and innovating to surpass others. But at the same time, they also brought great harm to their Asian neighbors, such as China. This was the main reason why Li Zishuan hated the Wu nation. Yes, he was a nationalistic youth. Back then, he could not do anything in the era of peace. Now that he had transmigrated to the Tang Empire and was in a high position, he would feel sorry for himself if he did not do something to the Wu nation. Young tiger. Marquis Yong and the Wu nation is just a small place. Even if they can really grow up, what do we have to fear? A tiger is still as small as a grain of sand in the vast sea in front of the colossus that is the Tang Empire. A mayfly trying to shake a tree is like a moth flying into a flame. Only death awaits. Although Li Zishuan's words sounded reasonable, Li Daozong had followed Li Er to the north and south in the first half of his life. How could he, who was arrogant, take a small Wu nation seriously? Chapter 12:11. Li Shaogong didn't think much of the Wu people, but Li Zishuan wouldn't let his guard down. He felt that the Wu people were more threatening than the Turks in the north. Therefore, even if Li Er blamed him for what he did today, he wouldn't regret it. But the good thing was that Li Er didn't have a good impression of the Wu people because of the loss of dozens of Tang navy in the Wu last year. Naturally, he wouldn't blame him for it. The fact was that Li Er allowed the mountain-back elder brother to visit Yanhuang College because he wanted to maintain the demeanor of a great country and not be criticized by Confucian apologists for being stingy. He wasn't worried that the mountain-back elder brother would be wronged in Yanhuang College. He was worried that the mountain-back elder brother would see some secrets of Yanhuang College, such as the telescope and the college's laboratory. Li Zishuan's actions today could only be said to be exactly what Li Er wanted. Your Highness, the Marquis of Yong, and seems to be very unfriendly to us. Chang and City, in a room of Honglu Temple. Yoko Ono bowed slightly and whispered to the mountain-back elder brother. Back when Li Shaogong led the army to exterminate the Suo family in Feiniao, there was no longer any dispute over the next ruler of Wu. Although the ancient empress hadn't officially appointed the mountain-back elder brother as the crown prince, his subordinates had already begun to call him the crown prince. At first, the mountain-back elder brother would correct them, but after a long time, he was too lazy to do so. Or rather, he was used to it. I can see that too. But since I came to Chang and City, the number of times I've seen the Marquis of Yong and can be counted on one hand. It's even more impossible to offend him. I don't know where his hostility towards me comes from. The mountain-back elder brother looked out of the window with a gloomy expression. A few days ago, He had applied to stay in Chang, and for a while with the purpose of learning the culture of Tang Empire. When he returned to Wu, he would be able to carry out reforms. He was also an ambitious person. He hoped that he could become a ruler of resurgence in the future. But the great Tang's imperial court didn't seem very friendly to him. Li Erdu hadn't given him a residence, which meant that he had to live in the Chamberlain of Dependencies. Wasn't this the same as living in an inn every day? Compared to Feng Jidai's son, Feng Jidai's treatment as a messenger. After all, not only did Jidai have a residence in the capital, but he also was often by the side of the emperor. Your Highness, the problem might be that you rarely meet the Marquis of Yong and you. Yoko Ono's eyes flashed as she cupped her hands. Back when Su was sent people to assassinate Li Shaogong in Feiniao City, Yoko Ono almost had a large piece of his scalp cut off during the chaotic battle. Although he had already recovered from his injuries, the center of his head was bald and no longer had any hair, making him look somewhat comical. How? The big brother king looked at Yoko Ono. He held back his urge to laugh and asked. This subordinate has heard that the Han officials are very particular about reciprocity. If an ordinary person wants to invite a high-ranking official to do something, it is impossible for them to not send some generous gifts. Therefore, in this subordinate's humble opinion, Your Highness should prepare some gifts for the Marquis of Yong, and to build a better relationship. The next time you visit Yanhuang College, your treatment will be much different. Yoko Ono cupped her hands and explained with a wise face. The big brother king on the mountain back suddenly understood. He clasped his hands behind his back and said, "It seems that I didn't think it through. Then Yang Zi, help me think, what is suitable to give the Marquis of Yong and? It's said that he's the person who makes the most money in the Great Tang, so he probably won't care for gold or silver. What should this prince give him?" When Yoko Ono heard this, he was instantly worried. He frowned deeply and thought for a long time before finally saying, "Your Highness, this subordinate believes that since the Duke of Yong and doesn't lack money, then he definitely lacks women. I heard that he only has one wife. Why don't we give him 2 Yamato beauties? He must have never seen the beauties of our Yamato people, right?" The big brother king on the mountain back's eyes lit up and said excitedly, "Good, good, good. Immediately send a letter to the Empress and request for 2 of the most beautiful and pure women in Japan." Yes. Yoko Ono hurriedly left to carry out the order. Only the big brother king on the mountain back was left in the room. He muttered, "I heard that the Marquis of Yong and founded engineering school, vigorously discovering the people's livelihood and building advanced tools. This is the knowledge that Japan needs. This prince must obtain it." Hadong Road, Lan Province, outside Ifan County. Old Master Han, this official has already informed the owners of Willow Village, Nanping Village, and Kaiyang Village in advance. They should be waiting in Willow Village right now. Let's go over first. Old Master Han, you can also take a look at the villages. A middle-aged official wearing a green official's robe sat in the same carriage as Han Li. The middle-aged official had a kind expression and didn't have the air of an official on his face. If it wasn't for the green official's robe, people would probably mistake him for an ordinary citizen. "Thank you for your trouble, County Magistrate Wang. This Han can't thank you enough." Han Tianhu clasped his hands and thanked him sincerely. That's right. After many days of traveling, he had already arrived at the border of Lan Province. Once he arrived at the county, he immediately found the county magistrate of Ifan County, Wang Qingxing. The Wang family rose from Taiyuan. Within 100 miles of Taiyuan, the surname Wang was considered a big surname. Although Wang Qingxing wasn't a direct descendant of the Wang family of Taiyuan, he was more or less related to them. Haha. What are you talking about, Master Han? This is my duty. Why should I thank you? Don't worry, Master Han. In a while, the owners of the 3 villages will definitely not make things difficult for you. This official has already sent my county's deputy to greet them. County Magistrate Wang said with a smile. Although Han Tianhu was just an ordinary citizen, he didn't dare to slight him at all. What a joke. Who would dare to slight the father-in-law of the Marquis of Yongmen? Last year, Li Zishuan sent Fu Bin to Yifang County to look for ore. He offended the son of the county magistrate of Yifang at that time and was imprisoned. Later, the provincial governor of Lan province was furious and sent people to arrest the county magistrate and deputy of Yifang County. Only then was county magistrate Wang transferred over to be the county magistrate. Now that Li Zishuan's father-in-law was here, he naturally had to take care of him carefully. Moreover, the day before Han Tianhu's arrival, the current head of the Wang family of Taiyuan, Wang Yu, had sent a message to him, telling him to take good care of him. If there were any mistakes, he would be expelled from the Wang family. Therefore, Wang Qingxing was just short of worshipping Han Tianhu as if he was his ancestor. Thank you for your kind intentions, County Magistrate Wang. However, business is a matter of mutual consent. I don't like to force people. If the owners of the 3 villages are willing to sell, the price will naturally be negotiable. If not, I will think of other ways. I hope County Magistrate Wang won't use extreme measures because of this. Chapter 12:12. Although Han Lijing now had the support of Li Zishuan, the current favorite of the imperial court, he would never rely on his son-in-law to be arrogant and despotic outside. On the contrary, he was even more cautious than before, fearing that he would cause trouble for Li Zishuan outside. He even cherished Li Zishuan more than Li Zishuan himself. Cough cough. Master Han, what kind of person do you think I, Wang Qingxing, am? I became a grand scholar at the age of 25. Although I don't dare to say that I have many great achievements, I have never done anything to oppress the people. The main families of those 3 villages were all willing. This official definitely did not force them. Wang Qingxing, who was in the carriage, heard Han Lijing's words and quickly defended himself. Han Tianhu cupped his hands and said, County Magistrate Wang, please don't be angry. I apologize, but I have no intention of slandering you. Haha. It's fine, it's fine. It's just a misunderstanding. I didn't take it to heart. Wang Qingxing rubbed his chin and chuckled. The carriage continued to move forward and soon arrived at a village. The houses in the village were very old. Some of the families even lived in thatched huts. A small river flowed around the village. The simple old people in the village were sitting in front of the door basking in the sun. The children were running around and playing. In the fields in the early spring, the wheat sprouts were only about an inch tall. It was a lovely green color. It was worth mentioning that there were many rows of willow trees at the entrance of the village. In this season, the willow trees had already begun to sprout. The green color brought a lot of vitality to the village. Master Han, Willow Village is just ahead. I have an appointment with Master Lu, Master Zhang, and Master Sunday. They are waiting in the village. Wang Qingxing pushed open the window and said with a smile. We're finally here. These 2 days have been hard on County Magistrate Wang. After everything is done, I will prepare a table of wine in the city. County Magistrate Wang, you must come. Han Tianhu let out a long sigh of relief. After several days of running around, he felt a trace of exhaustion in his heart. However, when he thought of what he had to do next, his body was suddenly filled with energy. It was all thanks to Wang Qingxing's assistance from the side. Otherwise, if he was alone in this unfamiliar place, it would probably take him a long time just to find the landlords of these 3 villages. Haha. Old Master Han is too polite. You're welcome. Wang Qingxing said with a smile. After stopping the carriage at the entrance of the village, the 2 of them walked towards the village with 3 to 5 yamen runners. Moments later, the 2 of them arrived at a luxurious house that occupied at least 2 to 3 acres of land. Seeing the painted red door and the tall courtyard walls, Han Tianhu couldn't help but frown. He thought to himself, the villagers of Willow Village are so poor, but the landlord here lives in such a luxurious house. He probably eats lavishly. I wonder how many people live here. That's right. Although they hadn't met yet, Han Tianhu had already labeled the landlord of Willow Village as an evil person who robbed the people of their wealth. Greetings, County Magistrate. The servant in front of the luxurious house saw Wang Qingxing walking over with a group of yamen runners and quickly went forward to greet him. Are your old master and the neighboring village's old master Zhang and old master Sun in the house now? Wang Qingxing's face turned serious as he asked in a low voice. At this moment, he became the county magistrate that everyone looked up to. The servant quickly replying to county magistrate, my old master Zhang, and old master Sun are all here. Oh. County magistrate Wang is here. Lulu, sorry for not coming out to meet you. As they were talking, 3 men in luxurious clothes walked out of the courtyard. The fat old man in the lead quickly greeted County Magistrate Wang with a smile. Lu Shuren? It's you. Before County Magistrate Wang could speak, Han Tianhu, who was standing behind him, exclaimed in surprise. Who else could this fat rich man be if not Lu Shuren, who had disappeared for almost a year? Han Tianhu had never imagined that one of the estates he wanted to buy was actually one of Lu Shuren's estates. Indeed, the river flows east for 30 years, and 30 years west for 30 years. Every dog has its day. Back then, Lu Shuren owned the Han family manor and the Plum village in Lantian County. He acted like a tyrant over Han Tianhu and all the other villagers, oppressing and exploiting the commoners. No one dared to voice their anger. Later on, because of Li Zishuan, he was chased out of Lantian County. Who would have thought that this old man would sneak out of Chang and come to Lanzhou to buy property? But now, Han Tianhu had changed from the Li Zheng who could be easily bullied to a rich man who wanted to buy Lu Shuren's manor. The changes in the world were truly unpredictable. Han Tianhu. Lu Shuren, who was greeting County Magistrate Wang with a smile, looked in the direction of Han Li Zheng when he heard the voice. When he saw that familiar figure, his pupils shrank and he immediately exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, his old face had turned from joy to pale, then darker and darker. It was really exciting. You know each other? This time, it was County Magistrate Wang's turn to be surprised. He had wanted to introduce them to each other, but before he could even open his mouth, the two of them were already glaring at each other. It was obvious that there was some enmity between them. Han Tianhu nodded, then took a step forward and looked directly at Lu Shuren. He said coldly, "Humph. Lu Shuren, I didn't expect that after you escaped from Lantian County, you still haven't changed your ways. You actually changed a place to abuse your power. You have to know that after doing so many evil things, even if others don't punish you, there will be a day when the heavens will punish you." Lu Shuren's face was gloomy and he did not say a word. If it was a year ago, he would not have been so cowardly in front of Han Tianhu, but now, he had no choice but to be cowardly. Although he was already far away from Chang'an, Lu Shuren had never stopped receiving news about Han Tianhu and Li Zishuan. Especially Li Zishuan, who was an influential figure in the imperial court. Those who knew about him were definitely not limited to Chang'an. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his name was known all over the world. For the past year, he and his crippled son had been living in fear. The father and son were afraid that Li Zishuan would send people to take revenge on them. Because with Li Zishuan's current status, if he wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as crushing 2 ants. Therefore, to prevent any accidents, Lu Shuren used all his savings to buy a manor in Yifang County. He rarely left the manor because he was afraid that Li Zishuan would send people to take revenge on him. Because of this, Lu Shuren did not dare to act rashly. He did not even dare to say a word because he knew that Han Tianhu had the ability to kill him today. Old Master Han, what is going on? County Magistrate Wang was confused for a while before he finally asked. Chapter 12-13. Old Master Han. Hearing County Magistrate Wang address Han Tianhu in such a respectful manner, Lu Shuren's heart sank even more. Obviously, County Magistrate Wang knew Han Tianhu's identity. Then, County Magistrate Wang would be even less likely to help him. Heaven really wanted to destroy him. County Magistrate Wang, this Lu Shuren was the landlord of the manor that I previously lived in. He and his son usually relied on their status to run rampant in the village, causing the local people to boil with anger. Later, the villagers couldn't bear it anymore and joined forces to drive them out of the manor. I didn't expect that they would escape here. Han Li cupped his hands and said to County Magistrate Wang. There's such a thing? County Magistrate Wang didn't suspect him. He squinted his eyes and turned to look at Lu Shiren. His expression instantly turned cold. Lu Shiren's legs went soft and he couldn't help but kneel on the ground. County Magistrate, I'm innocent, I'm innocent. I did do a lot of evil in the past, but ever since I came to Ifan County, I've been abiding by the law and doing good deeds. I beg County Magistrate for your judgment. The two men who had followed Lu Shiren out earlier saw that Lu Shiren had knelt down and begged for mercy before they could even say a few words. They couldn't help but shudder with fear as they looked at Han Tianhu, secretly praying that the other party wouldn't find trouble with them. Zhao Hu. County Magistrate Wang snorted and shouted. Yes. Quickly go to the village and ask the villagers if Lu Shiren bullied them or did anything illegal. Yes. Sir. The Yamen runner hurriedly left to carry out the order. Lu Shiren, who was kneeling on the ground, turned even paler. He hurriedly raised his head and begged for mercy. Don't investigate, County Magistrate, I plead guilty. I plead guilty. I shouldn't have bullied the villagers and taken advantage of them. I beg County Magistrate to be lenient. Now that the enemy was at his doorstep, even if he did not take the initiative to confess, Wang Qingxing would still punish him for his crimes after he learned the truth from the people. Furthermore, his crimes would be even more severe. Rather than that, he might as well take the initiative to confess. At that time, he could still ask for leniency. Bastard. You actually dare to force yourself on a common woman? Guards, take Lu Shiren back to the county yamen immediately and bring him back to the manor. Rescue the woman he raped. Wang Qingxing was furious when he heard this. How could such a thing happen under his rule? It might even affect the annual official assessment of the Ministry of Personnel. Yes. Two bailiffs stepped forward and easily captured Lu Shiren. The other two bailiffs rushed into the manor and soon came out with two slender, delicate, and pretty girls. Seeing this, Wang Qingxing was even more enraged. He cupped his hands to Han Tianhu and said, Brother Han Tianhu, please forgive me for my insolence. Old Master Han, I still have some work to do in the county yamen, so I won't accompany you any longer. You can talk to the two of them slowly. When you're done, you can go to the county yamen to register. Han Tianhu nodded and said, County Magistrate Wang, please go ahead. Official business is more important. I have nothing for you to worry about. Wang Qingxing nodded. He turned around and waved at the surrounding bailiffs. The group of people left in a hurry. Father. Father. Someone kidnapped your concubine. At this time, Lu Haojian's shout came from the yard. Was this child still living in a dream? Only now did he realize it. Old Master Zhang, Old Master's son, are you willing to sell the land in Nanping Village and Kaiyang Village? After Wang Qingxing left, Han Tianhu had to bring the other two landlords to the willow tree at the entrance of Willow Village and began to discuss the matter of buying land. Old Master Zhang and Old Master's son looked at each other and quickly nodded at the same time, yes, yes. Although they did not know Han Tianhu's identity, based on County Magistrate Wang's attitude just now, Han Tianhu's identity was definitely not ordinary. Moreover, Lu Shiren was taken back to the county yamen for questioning after a few words. This made Old Master Zhang and Old Master's son tremble with fear. They were afraid that they would be arrested as well. After all, which one of them had not done one or two bad things? They would not be able to withstand an investigation. Han Tianhu asked again, then how much do the two masters intend to ask for? Whatever you say. Old Master's son and Old Master Zhang almost did not think and immediately replied. Han Tianhu was speechless for a while. At this time, he also saw that the two were frightened by the scene just now, so he could not help but say, Don't worry, County Magistrate Wang is honest and upright. As long as you have not done anything against the law, he will not trouble you for no reason. When the two heard this, they could not help but smile bitterly in their hearts. Aren't you talking nonsense? If we really have a clear conscience, why would we be so afraid of you? Old Master Han is right. County Magistrate Wang is a good official. Old Master Zhang sighed with embarrassment and then said, to be honest, Old Master's son and my ancestral home is in Bingzhou. Recently, we plan to move back, so we are anxious to sell the land here. So, if Old Master Han really wants it, the price is all negotiable. In order to slip away as soon as possible, this old man just opened his mouth and lied. Yes, yes, yes. That's right, that's right. If Old Master Han really wants it, we can negotiate the price. Please name a price first. Old Master Sun's eyes lit up and quickly agreed. Han Tianhu frowned and looked at the two suspiciously, then said, as far as this old man knows, Nanping Village and Kaiyang Village have a total of 4,000 mu of fertile land. I wonder if Old Master Zhang and Old Master Sun are willing to buy all the land at once for 20 strings of coins per mu of land? This price was not high for Tang Chu during this period of time, but it was also not low. It could be considered a relatively fair price. Yes, yes. Tomorrow, this old man will take the land deed and follow Old Master Han to the county office to register and hand over. As soon as his voice fell, the two rich old men immediately agreed. Hey! Little Ku, so much money, and you just put it in the dormitory? Yanhuang College. Qing Chumo, Sun Zifan, Yuchi Baolin, Zhang Sun Chong, and the others had just helped Li Tai move the copper coins and had to help Li Ku. Qing Chumo was a little confused. What did these two brothers mean? Did they like to pile up copper coins in the dormitory to show off their wealth? Were they kidding? Li Ku was carrying a big box alone and replied, if not in the dormitory, where should I put it? Back to the palace? Then when the academy needs money in the future, I will go back to Cheng and to get money? How troublesome. The academy's food expenses were not cheap for the students who lived in luxury. Although Li Ku had just put 400 strings of coins in the dormitory, it was estimated that it was only enough for 2 to 3 months. Therefore, he chose to put the scholarship of 400 strings of coins directly in the dormitory. Chapter 12-14. Sigh, Little Ku. Copper coins are so troublesome to use. Lunch costs at least 1 or 2 strings of coins, and every time we eat, we have to bring a few strings of coins. If only the college cafeteria could use gold beans, it would save us a lot of trouble. Qing Chumo could not help but say as he hugged a box of coins. The Qing family had made a lot of money from their partnership with Li Zishuan in the winery. Qing Chumo now had more pocket money than before, so he could be considered a rich man. Otherwise, he would not have said something like that. Li Ku was stunned for a moment before he laughed. Chon Yo, if you bring gold beans to the cafeteria, even if you dare to give them, they won't dare to accept them. It would take them half a day to refund your money. Hee hee. Little Ku, what you said makes sense. Qing Chumo thought about it and laughed embarrassedly. Li Ku's expression did not change, but he was deep in thought. Last year, when he was an intern at the Warm Tang Foundation, he had mentioned to Li Zishuan that it was inconvenient to carry copper coins around. At that time, Li Zishuan encouraged him and told him that as a student of Yanhuang College, he had to solve the problem whenever he encountered a problem. If he could solve the problem of copper coins, he would start a new era and leave his name in history. Since then, he had been thinking about this problem. Today, Qing Chumo's random words gave him a hint of inspiration. Perhaps it could be like this. For the next few days, Li Ku seemed to be possessed. Other than going to class every day, he would write and draw in a small notebook. Even during the weekends, the students would often see him in the classroom. No one was surprised by this because they all thought that Li Ku was studying hard. After all, it was the first time Li Ku had entered the top 3 in the final exam. He had surpassed Li Tai. If he wanted to maintain this result, he would have to work even harder. However, the reality was completely different from what everyone thought. On this day, Li Ku came to Li Zishuan's office. Yamacho, I have something to talk to you about. Li Ku knocked on the door and said to Li Zishuan. Sit down and talk. Li Zishuan glanced at Li Ku, especially at the booklet the child was holding. He then pointed at the sofa opposite him and smiled. "Thank you, Yamacho." Li Zishuan thanked him and sat down on the sofa opposite him. Speaking of which, in the entire Tang dynasty, only Li Zishuan could enjoy such a soft sofa. With half of his butt on the sofa, Li co-organized his thoughts and said, "Yamacho, I've thought of a way to solve the problem of copper coins being inconvenient to carry around." Tell me about it." Li Zishuan looked at Li Ku in surprise. He quickly put down the book in his hand and looked like he was all ears. Li Ku was a little nervous, but he still mustered up his courage and said, "Yamacho, I think that to solve the problem of inconvenience to carry around, we can set up a department in the academy to provide a copper coin exchange service for the students. In other words, the students can take the copper coins and exchange them for paper certificates of the corresponding value in the academy. With these certificates, everyone can go to the cafeteria to eat or to the Gu family store to buy things. Wherever the academy uses copper coins, these certificates can be used as a replacement. Every once in a while, like the Gu family store, they can take the certificates and exchange them for copper coins at the academy. This way, no one will lose money and the transaction process will be much more convenient." Yamacho, what do you think of this idea?" Li Ku had been talking for a long time, but Li Zishuan still hadn't responded. Li Ku suddenly felt a little guilty and asked, "Haha. Good. Very good." Li Zishuan suddenly stood up and clapped his hands as he laughed. At this moment, he only wanted to say, "Show off. Heaven, show off." What Li Ku said just now, wasn't it the prototype of banknotes or paper money? His constant guidance to this child had finally borne fruit. "Little Ku, I am very gratified that you can think of this, but there are some problems that you need to consider first." Li Zishuan first affirmed Li Ku's idea, then pulled Li Ku back to reality from the clouds. "Yamacho, what other problems do you have?" Li Ku stared at Li Zishuan without blinking and asked. Li Zishuan smiled and stretched out a finger. "First, you need to think of a way to make the students believe in your certificate and be willing to exchange copper coins for it. After all, they have never seen your certificate before. Why would they be willing to exchange their money for a piece of paper? Second, once the students believe in you and are willing to exchange copper coins for the certificate, you need to think of a way to make the person who receives the certificate believe that you can exchange it for copper coins. This is because the ultimate goal of a businessman is to make money. If they can only make a few pieces of paper in the end, who would be willing to do it? You don't need to worry about the cafeteria, but as for Gu Xiaomao, I can't force him. You have to deal with it yourself. Third, and most importantly, you need to consider whether or not someone will copy your certificate in the future and use it for profiteering. Our Yanhuang College is not big, but it's not small either. If someone forges the certificate, then the losses we will suffer cannot be underestimated." Li Ku listened as he wrote down all the problems that Li Zishuan mentioned in the booklet. After Li Zishuan finished speaking, he was silent for a while before he stood up and cupped his hands. "Thank you, Yamacho, for your teachings. As for the first and second points, this student will try my best to make the students and the merchants of the college believe in this certificate. As for the third point, this student is thinking of making the design on the certificate more complicated and stamping it with Yamacho's personal seal. I'm afraid it won't be easy for others to copy it, right?" Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "Who said that the seal can't be copied? But if this certificate is only used in the college, then it's not impossible. But I hope that this kind of transaction certificate can be promoted to the common people in the future. So, little Ku, you either don't do it, or make it impeccable. Make it so that no one in the world can copy it." Li Ku widened his eyes and said in disbelief, "Yamacho, you want to let the common people and merchants use this kind of certificate to trade?" He never thought that Li Zishuan would play with such a big deal. If the common people could use his certificate, then wouldn't he be creating a new type of currency? Thinking of this, Li Ku's breathing became a little hurried. Seeing Li Ku's reaction, Li Zishuan smiled faintly and said, "Why not? Do you still remember what I told you 2 months ago? If you can solve the problem of copper coins being inconvenient to carry around, then you will create a new era and leave your name in history. If you don't let everyone use this certificate, then how can you leave your name in history? Chapter 12:15. Start a new era and leave a mark in history. At this moment, Li Ke finally realized that Li Zishuan was not bragging when he said those words. It was something that could really happen. But could he really make all the people in Tang Dynasty use the transaction token he created? Li Ke couldn't help but doubt it. Seeing the doubt on Li Ke's face, Li Zishuan patted him on the shoulder and said, "Little Ke, don't think too much about it. Right now, your priority is to make everyone in the academy believe in your transaction token and make sure that it won't be copied by others. As for making everyone in Tang Dynasty use our transaction token, it's still too early to do so. There's still a long way to go. Then, Yamacho, what should I do to make sure that the transaction token won't be copied?" Li Ke's eyes lit up as he asked. Li Zishuan smiled mysteriously and said, 3 days later, go down the mountain and visit the workshop. Faubert will give you a transaction token printed by the workshop. At that time, you will know that there are some things in this world that are difficult to copy. Li Ke was pleasantly surprised. "Yamacho, you already have a plan?" "Haha. You can say that. 3 days later, you will know." Li Ke saw that Li Zishuan didn't want to elaborate, so he didn't ask any further. At this moment, he felt that something was missing. After thinking for a while, he said, "Yamacho, I think that we should give the transaction token a name and design different denominations to make it easier to use in the future." Li Zishuan nodded. Even if Li Ke didn't say anything, he would name the currency. But what should he name it? Renminbi or banknotes? Forget it, it doesn't match the Tang Dynasty. After thinking for a long time, Li Zishuan finally said, "Let's call it Tang Yuan." A Tang Yuan is equivalent to a coin. Below the Tang Yuan is a Tang Jiao. A Tang Jiao is equivalent to a copper coin. As for the denomination of the transaction token, it can be 1 Tang Jiao, 5 Tang Jiao, 10 Tang Jiao, 50 Tang Jiao, 100 Tang Jiao, and 1 Tang Yuan, 5 Tang Yuan, 10 Tang Yuan, 50 Tang Yuan, and 100 Tang Yuan. When you trade, no matter how much the item is worth, you can use glutinous rice balls of different denominations to form the corresponding amount of money. It's convenient and time-saving. Tang Yuan? What a nice name. Li Ke's eyes lit up and he praised, "Yamacho, what should the department in the academy that is in charge of depositing and exchanging Tang Yuan be called?" He had to admit that this child was quite thoughtful. "Let's call it Yanhuang Bank. It's a village that specializes in managing Yanhuang College's copper coins." Things like banks were too far away from this era. If he rashly brought it up, it would probably be hard for people to accept it. After thinking about it, only the term bank would be easier for people to understand. Bank. Good. Then Ke will go and prepare the matters of the bank. Li Ke excitedly got up and said goodbye. "Ha! I didn't wait in vain. The era of paper money is finally coming." After Li Zishuan left, the corners of Li Zishuan's mouth curled into a smile as he muttered to himself. No. Why do I feel like Yamacho has already thought of this method for a long time? On the way back to the classroom, Li Ke suddenly stopped in his tracks and hit his head in annoyance as he muttered softly. His suspicions were not without reason. When Li Zishuan heard about the method of the transaction certificate, it seemed like he already had a perfect anti-counterfeiting method in his mind. The reason why he said so much was likely to be to test him. But if Li Zishuan had already thought of this method, why didn't he act on it? Why did he wait until Li Ke suggested it? Forget it. Who cares? Yamacho must have his reasons. After thinking for a long time, Li Ke still could not figure out the deeper meaning behind Li Zishuan's actions. He shook his head and decided not to think about it anymore. He still had a lot of things to do now. "Master Lu, take a look at this seal. Can you engrave it?" In the afternoon, Li Zishuan came to the workshop with a drawing in his hand. He looked for Skyblade, Lu Dingy, the original master of Strange Pavilion, Heavenly Craft Pavilion, Luidao. Luidao's carving skills were the best in Chang'an. After Li Zishuan bought Heavenly Craft Pavilion and established Strange Pavilion, he hired Lu Yidao to the workshop and gave him preferential treatment. When the workshop first introduced movable type printing, most of the words were engraved by Lu Yidao. Yo! Marquis, let this old man take a look. Lu Yidao did not dare to be negligent. He quickly took the drawing from Li Zixuan with both hands and began to look at it carefully. After a while, he raised his head and asked, Marquis wants to engrave all these words on the seal? Yes. Is there any problem? Li Zixuan nodded in response. Miniature carving was a craft that had a long history. Many skilled craftsmen during the spring and autumn period could do it. Li Zixuan asked Lu Yidao to make this seal mainly for the purpose of making banknotes anti-counterfeit. In the Song dynasty, banknotes appeared in China. Not only were there banknotes, there were also many anti-counterfeit technologies. After all, in ancient times, there were no banknote detectors, QR code scanning and other advanced technologies. However, the ancient people used some excellent anti-counterfeit technologies on banknotes. Li Zixuan planned to use one of them, the anti-counterfeit seal. Earlier, Li Zixuan said that he wanted to stamp his personal seal on the banknotes as an anti-counterfeit. However, Li Zixuan felt that it was not reliable because it was too easy to fake a personal seal. If he really wanted to use a seal as an anti-counterfeit, he would make an anti-counterfeit seal. This was a method of anti-counterfeit banknotes that the Jin merchants came up with during the Ming and Qing dynasties. They specially designed miniature carvings. The contents of the miniature carvings were hundreds of words of poetry. The miniature carvings were very delicate and could not be carved by ordinary techniques. Even if it could be made, it would take a lot of material resources and require a very high level of carving skills. Moreover, in the process of carving, a few words would be deliberately engraved. Even the original carver would not be able to carve the same miniature carvings as before. Therefore, the counterfeiters simply gave up on making fake banknotes. Marquis. If it was a few years ago, I, old Lu, would have been able to do this kind of exquisite work. But now, I, old Lu, can't even see small things clearly with my eyes. I'm afraid I can't carve this seal of yours. Old Lu frowned and looked troubled. When Li Zixuan heard this, he thought to himself, isn't this presbyopia? That's easy. Haha. Master Lu, don't be in a hurry to refuse. I have a way to let you see very small things clearly. Please wait for half a day. I'll have someone send you something tomorrow. Wear it and you'll be able to see everything clearly. Li Zixuan said with a smile. What a joke. He had already made an astronomical telescope. How could he not make a pair of reading glasses? Even if he couldn't make reading glasses in a short time, he could at least make a magnifying glass first, right? Chapter 12:16. After giving Lu Yidao the blueprint of the anti-counterfeit seal and the pattern of Tang Yuan's motherboard, Li Zixuan went to find Uncle Fu and assigned him another task. Young master, is there really such a magical paper in this world? Falbert was surprised when he heard Li Zixuan's intention. Li Zixuan smiled and said, of course there is. It's just that the production method is more troublesome. When it's done, Falbert, you'll understand that what I said today is true. That's right. He wanted the workshop to produce a batch of special paper for the production of banknotes. After all, if he wanted to prevent the banknotes from being copied in the future, just relying on the anti-counterfeit seal was not enough. With another anti-counterfeit method, it would be an extra layer of insurance in the future. Good. Since young master is so confident, I'll give it a try. Falbert nodded and took a pen and paper from the side. He sighed and said, hee hee. Young master, please don't blame me. I'm old, and my memory is not as good as before. Young master, please tell me in detail how to make this water pattern paper. I'll write it down and try it out in 2 days. Li Zixuan looked at Falbert's wrinkled but kind face. He smiled gently and said, what's there to be surprised about? After all, a good memory is not as good as a bad pen. Falbert, you can leave the workshop's affairs to your subordinates. Don't tire yourself out. Falbert smiled and said, hee hee. Thank you for your concern, young master. I understand. Now in the workshop, I'm just talking. It's not tiring at all. Dr. Sun even praised me for my strong body before the new year. That's good. Li Zishuan gave a heartfelt smile of relief and then got down to business. Uncle Fu, this kind of paper is actually not that complicated to make. First, let the steel factory forge a batch of water pattern rollers with protruding patterns. Then, install the water pattern rollers on the rollers of our paper machine and use them to imprint the paper. During the papermaking process, the water pattern roller would come into contact with the front of the paper, and the front of the paper would be imprinted with water patterns. The vertical and horizontal water patterns on the wet paper could be seen under the light. They were evenly and neatly arranged patterns with different transparency. Oh, that's right, the material for the production of water pattern paper must be the bark of the chu tree. Other materials cannot be used. Falbert, you can arrange for people to buy a batch of chu tree bark for the workshop. First, buy it near Chang'an. Later, go to Sichuan to buy it, because there should be a lot of chu tree in Sichuan. Watermarked paper was the kind of paper that would show bright lines or patterns other than the curtains when it was exposed to light. It was the same principle as how modern RMB could show the portrait of a great person when it was exposed to light. This kind of watermarked paper could increase the potential beauty of the paper, and could also be used to prevent counterfeiting. In fact, water-patterned paper had existed since ancient times. It was not a patent of modern people. According to the original history, in the middle of the Tang dynasty, the people of Chengdu invented water-patterned paper. It had two types of printing, clear and dark. Other regions could not produce it at all, so it was called Sichuan paper. Thanks to this, the earliest paper currency in China's history, jiaozi, first appeared in the Sichuan region. It was only later that it slowly spread out. In the beginning, people did not care about paper money at all. They only used it as stubs and felt that it was very easy to carry around. Later, they found that it was very useful and began to use it for transactions. Jiaozi was gradually popularized just like that. When it came to the Southern Song dynasty, because there was no supply of Sichuan's water-patterned paper, they switched to printing paper from the Jianghu region. However, Jiangnan paper did not have the special anti-counterfeiting ability of Sichuan paper, so there was a large amount of fake money in the market. At that time, there were more fake jiaozi, guaozi, and jiaozi than real money. Strict laws could not stop the counterfeiting of paper money. This directly caused the Southern Song dynasty's economy to sink into a quagmire. Therefore, the water-patterned paper used to produce banknotes was a very important anti-counterfeiting method. Chu tree bark. Young master, why must we use chu tree bark to make paper? Falbert listened and nodded his head. In the end, he could not help but ask. Li Zishuan replied, Falbert, paper made from chu tree bark not only has better toughness than normal paper, but it also has better texture. Falbert nodded his head skeptically. Then, he felt that it was a little strange. Young master, why did you go through so much trouble to make water-patterned paper? It was all his fault for only caring about the technical aspects and ignoring Li Zishuan's purpose. Li Zishuan smiled mysteriously and said, Falbert, you will understand later. Other than the water-patterned paper, there is one more thing that I need to trouble Falbert to arrange for people to do as soon as possible. Young master, please speak. Falbert had long been immune to Li Zishuan's creative ability, so he did not make a fuss about it at the moment. Li Zishuan paused and said, Falbert, recently you have been thinking of ways to control the carbon content in the steel to refine a slightly softer steel. I plan to use this steel to make an engraving board, an intaglio engraving board. After this steel is refined, let Master Lu draw the engraving pattern I gave him on the steel plate, and I will engrave it myself later. Intaglio printing, or intaglio printing, was the traditional method of modern banknotes production. In the 21st century, all the countries in the world were still using intaglio printing to produce banknotes. The inked part of the printing plate was concave. During printing, the printing plate was directly in contact with the paper. Under the strong pressure, the ink in the concave pattern was directly transferred to the paper. The ink on the paper was three-dimensional, and if you touched it carefully with your hand, you would feel that it was uneven. On modern banknotes, it was easy to find two characteristics of intaglio printing. One was that the ink layer was thick, and the second was that it had a strong three-dimensional effect. Intaglio printing was the ultimate anti-counterfeiting method that Li Zixuan had designed for Tang Yuan. He did not believe that there would be a place in the world with such advanced printing technology as Qi Chu Ji's workshop. More importantly, the master plate used for intaglio printing was hand-engraved. Hand engraving had a unique anti-counterfeiting property, because every engraver's work had its own personal style and characteristics, and also had a certain degree of chance. This was something that could not be imitated by others, including the engraver himself, who could not carve an identical engraving plate. Although there were many advanced copying techniques and counterfeiting methods in the 21st century, it was impossible to copy a banknote that was exactly the same as a hand-engraved banknote. With this three-pronged approach, Li Zixuan could be said to have blocked all avenues for those who wanted to copy banknotes. Although Faubert had never seen intaglio engraving and intaglio printing, he could roughly guess what Li Zixuan wanted to do from the words. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, "Good. Currently, the workshop can already produce steel. The soft steel that young master mentioned should also be no problem." Li Zixuan replied with a then got up and left. Chapter 12-17. Ink Girl. Are you there? After returning to Yunshan, Li Zixuan went to Mo Lingwei's courtyard and shouted from outside. He had just gone to the academy to look for Mo Lingwei, but he couldn't find her, so he could only come to the courtyard. Although it was broad daylight, he had to avoid suspicion when looking for a girl. After all, Mo Lingwei could very well be his friend's wife in the future. So he just stood outside the courtyard and shouted for Mo Lingwei from afar. Thump, thump, thump. After a while, a series of footsteps could be heard from the house in the courtyard. Then Mo Lingwei, who was wrapped in a mink coat, ran out in a hurry. "Ah! Yamacho, you're finally here. Come in quickly. Come in quickly." Before Li Zixuan could say anything, Mo Lingwei said excitedly. Fortunately, she was holding a book in her hand, otherwise she would have touched Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan was sweating profusely. He thought to himself, what medicine did this girl take today? He hurriedly took 2 steps back and said warily, "Ink Girl, what's wrong? Are you also looking for me?" "Yes." Mo Lingwei responded subconsciously, but then she felt something was wrong and said, "That's not right." "What do you mean by also?" "Yamacho, are you also looking for me?" Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and complained in his heart, "Sister, if I don't have anything, why would I come here? To chat with you? If that's the case, won't your little Ning fight with me?" After a while, he nodded helplessly and said, "There are some things that I want you to help me with." Before Li Zixuan could finish, Mo Lingwei interrupted, "Hey! Yamacho, don't say anything. Answer me a few questions." Then, without waiting for Li Zixuan's answer, she quickly flipped the book to a certain page and asked, "Yamacho, this book says that when a part of the conductors in a closed circuit cut the magnetic induction line, there will be an electric current in the conductors. But why can't we see the so-called magnetic induction line with our naked eyes?" Li Zixuan was stunned. He finally understood why Mo Lingwei was in such a hurry today. It turned out that she had fallen into the trap of electricity. This was also what he had expected. Ink Girl, let's put this question aside for now. I have something more important to talk to you about." Although he understood Mo Lingwei's difficulties, Li Zixuan still said so. Compared with making reading glasses for Lu Yidao, it was undoubtedly more important and urgent. Mo Lingwei quickly retorted, "No way. No way. What could be more important than this? If I can't figure it out, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight. Yamacho, I haven't slept well for 2 consecutive nights." Only then did Li Zixuan notice her 2 panda eyes. He couldn't help but smile and sigh in his heart. This girl is really a science fanatic. Okay. Let's solve your problem first. Unable to persuade this stubborn girl, Li Zixuan took the book from Mo Lingwei's hand and began to explain, "Ink Girl, first of all, you have to understand that the magnetic induction line is just an idealized physical model. It is a curve that describes the distribution of magnetic fields for the convenience of magnetic research. In addition, electric fields and magnetic fields are both substances, but they are different from ordinary substances. They have no physical form. They exist, but they can't be seen or touched. Ink Girl, do you understand? After digesting it for a while, Mo Lingwei nodded and said, well, I think I understand. Yamacho, you are really a genius. You can actually come up with the method of magnetic field lines. Oh, by the way, Yamacho, I have another question. Why do you have another one? Li Zishuan stared at her speechlessly. He had just heard Mo Lingwei say that she understood and was ready to breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that Mo Lingwei wouldn't give him a chance to breathe at all. Yes. There must be more than one question, Yamacho. Mo Lingwei looked at Li Zishuan strangely. Her eyes seemed to say, you didn't think that there was only one question at the beginning, did you? Yamacho, I don't understand why the direction of the magnetic induction current is the right-hand spiral rule, and not the left-hand spiral rule. Is there a deeper reason that you didn't write in the book? Li Zishuan heard this and was speechless. He thought to himself, why does this girl have to question everything? She's almost asking 100,000 questions. However, in this world, people who like to get to the bottom of things and challenge authority would only have two outcomes in the future. One was to become a loathsome idiot, and the other was to become a super big shot in the academic world. Those people who would honestly learn whatever was taught in the book without the slightest doubt would have limited achievements in the future. In comparison, Mo Lingwei's academic limits were much higher in the future. Ink Girl, this is the conclusion from the experiment. If you don't believe me, you can. On the west side of Yunshan, in front of a courtyard, a man and a woman were standing in front of the courtyard. They weren't talking about love, nor were they in front of flowers under the moonlight. Instead, they were discussing academic problems. They were really the two weirdos of the Tang dynasty. Li Zishuan's lips were almost dry from talking from 4:45 p.m. to 5 o'clock p.m. Finally, he solved all of Mo Lingwei's problems. Hey, Yamacho, you said you wanted to talk to me about something. Hurry up and say it. After Mo Lingwei's doubts were cleared, she finally thought of Li Zishuan's matter. She asked Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan didn't have the energy to complain about this girl's carelessness. He sighed softly and said, I came here today to ask Ink Girl for a favor, but it's already late, so we can only wait until tomorrow. Yamacho, tell me what it is first, so I can be mentally prepared. Mo Lingwei expressed that she was a little afraid of Li Zishuan's trap. A few days ago, Li Zishuan asked her to prepare for the construction of the generator. At that time, she didn't know how big the trap was, but after she jumped in, she realized that it wasn't a trap at all, but a bottomless abyss. Once she jumped in, she wouldn't be able to jump out even if she wanted to. Seeing Mo Lingwei's wary face, Li Zishuan was both angry and amused. He said, it's not a big deal. I just want you to help me polish 2 glass lenses. You did a good job with the astronomical telescope, so this time, I want to ask Ink Girl to give Master Lu a pair of lenses so that he can see very small things through them. Yamacho, are you talking about a magnifying glass? That's easy. But why do you need a magnifying glass for Master Lu? And what's the size of the magnifying glass? You have to tell me, Yamacho, right? Mo Lingwei was best at optics, especially after she learned the optics part of the first volume of physics. In the whole Tang dynasty, only Li Zishuan could compare with her in this area. So, of course, she knew about the existence of a magnifying glass. Chapter 12:18. Master Lu is old. It's normal for him to not be able to see things clearly, isn't it? Forget it, Ink Girl, don't grind the lenses for now. Just make a magnifying glass for Master Lu. He's not in a hurry to use it. Li Zishuan didn't want to explain too much, so he just gave a vague explanation and wanted to slip away. But Mo Lingwei didn't want to let him have his way. Hey, Yamacho, why can't old people see things clearly, but with a magnifying glass, they can see things clearly? What knowledge is there in this? What knowledge is there in this? What knowledge is there in this? It's just a matter of correcting the vision of hyperopia. But if he really wanted to explain it to Mo Lingwei, this girl would definitely ask what was hyperopia. Why did he need a magnifying glass to correct hyperopia? If he wanted to explain all these miscellaneous questions to Mo Lingwei, it would probably take him a long time to explain them to her. Li Zixuan didn't want to accompany this silly girl in the cold wind no matter what, so he didn't dare to stop walking. He said as he slipped away, "We'll talk about this later. Ink girl, remember to go to the workshop tomorrow and help me make the magnifying glass. If you feel that you can't do it alone, then you can ask Yan Xiaoning to help you." The next day, Li Zixuan went to the academy and discussed the dam construction plan with Mo Huai again. Mo Huai still felt that the plan wasn't perfect, so he requested to modify it again. On Li Zixuan's side, he had already started to send people to recruit workers. If he wanted to build a dam, he would need at least a few thousand people, and it would be best if they were good at swimming. Fortunately, the entire Lantian County had become Li Zixuan's fief, so it was much easier to recruit craftsmen. According to Wang Zhong, in just 2 days, there were more than 2,000 villagers who were good at swimming came to apply. It was estimated that in another week, all the craftsmen would be recruited. Coming out of the academy, Li Zixuan coincidentally met Mo Lingwei. After learning that this girl had made the magnifying glass for Lu Yidao in just one morning, he clapped his hands and laughed, praising Mo Lingwei greatly. Then, taking advantage of Mo Lingwei's joy, Li Zixuan immediately slipped away. He had to go home to eat, so he didn't want to be caught by Mo Lingwei again. "Wife, there's news from father-in-law. Do you want to hear it?" After returning home, Li Zixuan's to find Han Yushi. "Ah. Husband, my father's a letter?" Han Yushi stood up in surprise and asked Li Zixuan. "Yes. He just came this morning." Li Zixuan replied with a smile. Yifang County was not far from Chang'an City. It would only take a day to travel 800 miles. "Husband, tell me what's written in the letter." Han Yushi quickly put down her work, came over, and asked anxiously. "Haha. Wife, take a guess. Who did father-in-law meet in Lan Province?" "You definitely won't be able to guess." Li Zixuan smiled and said mysteriously. Han Yushi rolled her eyes and said coquettishly, "Who else can he meet? My father doesn't know anyone there." "Husband, aren't you deliberately making things difficult for me by asking this question?" "Haha. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Wife, father-in-law said in the letter that he met Lu Shiren and his son there." Li Zixuan took out a piece of paper full of writing from his sleeve, handed it to Han Yushi, and said with a smile, "It's quite a coincidence. Speaking of which, it's a coincidence. Father-in-law originally planned to buy the 3 farmsteads that he told me about before, but he didn't expect Lu Shiren to be living in one of them. Moreover, this fellow was chased out of Plum Village last year, but his evil intentions didn't change. After he went to Willow Village, he still bullied the people and kidnapped the women of the village. Now that he has been arrested by the county magistrate of Yifang County, he really deserves to be punished. Yes, yes. This father and son have finally received the punishment they deserve." Han Yushi said with a gratified smile. After lunch, Li Zixuan went to take a nap. Spring was sleepy, autumn was tired, and hibernated. Especially during the transition between winter and spring, if he didn't take a nap at noon, he would feel uncomfortable in the afternoon. When he woke up, it was already 2:00 in the afternoon. Han Yushi came over to tell him a piece of news. "Husband, Faubert sent someone to tell me that the steel you want has been refined, and it has been handed over to Master Lu to draw patterns on it." Li Zixuan said in surprise, "Oh? So fast? That's great. According to this progress, he should be able to receive the finished drawing of the banknote master tomorrow." In fact, the real progress was faster than he had expected. In the evening, when night was about to fall, Lu Yidao personally carried the mother plate of the banknotes he had drawn up to Yunshan and personally handed it to Li Zixuan. "Young master, all the patterns on the mother plate have been drawn. Tomorrow, I will begin to carve the seal you asked me to do." "So fast? Master Lu, you've worked hard. Li Zishuan took a small package from Lu Yidao and said in surprise. Lu Yidao stroked his beard and said with a smile, it's mainly because of the magnifying glass you asked Ink Girl to make, Marquis. It's really useful. With this thing, I can do twice the work with half the effort. I have to go back quickly. Otherwise, it will be completely dark in a while. Li Zishuan said with a smile, take care, Master Lu. The night in Yunshan was quiet. It was past midnight, but there was still a room in the number 1 courtyard that was still lit. It was the study room. Li Zishuan was carving in the study room at the moment. In the evening, Lu Yidao sent the soft steel master with the finished Tang Yuan pattern. The rest was to carve grooves according to the lines drawn on the steel plate. This was a delicate work. When the modern manual carvers were carving, they had to hold a magnifying glass in their left hand and a knife in their right hand. They had to concentrate on carving lines on the steel plate. If there was a mistake, all the work would be wasted. Someone had once calculated the points and lines on banknotes. A point needed to be carefully carved a few times, and a banknote meant that it needed to be carved 1,000,000 times. If one didn't have the endurance and strong basic skills of 10 years of practice, ordinary people would never be able to do this. The reason why Li Zishuan wanted to carve by himself was mainly because this time he was carving on a steel plate. Although the steel plate was soft steel, it was still very hard. Lu Yidao definitely couldn't do it, so he had to do it himself. At this moment, he was holding the tip of the wind-chasing sword 3 inches above it, and using the sword as a pen, he was concentrating on painting on the plate. The wind-chasing sword could cut iron like mud. Facing soft steel, it was almost like cutting tofu. At this time, the master plate with fine lines in Li Zishuan's hand had been carved with many grooves, but it was still far from being completely carved. Because the patterns on it were too complicated, even with Li Zishuan's abnormal speed, it would take him a whole night to carve it. Chapter 12:19. Li Zishuan spent an entire night carving the mother version of the banknote from nightfall to sunrise the next day. If it weren't for his strong inner strength, he wouldn't have been able to hold on for such a long time. Moreover, it would have been impossible for him to finish carving the mother version of the banknote in just one night. Even so, when he finished carving the last stroke, he couldn't help but feel dizzy and exhausted. Li Zishuan called Pang Feiji over and asked him to deliver the mother version of the banknote to the workshop personally. After that, he quickly went to bed. He really couldn't take it anymore. Logically speaking, this was his first time carving the mother version of a banknote. In his previous life, he didn't have the opportunity, the conditions, the ability, and even the courage. In this life, he was going to personally design the first banknote for Tang Dynasty. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't excited. It was because of this excitement that he worked overtime last night to carve the mother version of the banknote. Of course, it was also because of Lu Yidao's hard work. If it weren't for Lu Yidao drawing the pattern of the banknote on the soft steel plate, Li Zishuan wouldn't have been able to carve the mother version of the banknote in such a short time even if he had the wind-chasing sword that could cut through iron like mud. In the workshop, when Faubert received the mother version of the banknote from Pang Feiji, he couldn't help but be shocked. Obviously, he didn't expect Li Zishuan to work so hard and stay up all night to carve the mother version of the banknote. From this detail, Faubert also understood how important Li Zishuan was to this matter. Therefore, he suddenly felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Xiaoxi, Xiaoxi. Faubert carefully kept the mother version of the banknote and shouted towards the outside of the house. Hey! Manager Fu, you're here. Song Xiaoxi quickly ran in from outside the house and bowed. Faubert asked, Xiaoxi, is the water pattern roller done at the steel mill? Regarding the water pattern paper that Li Zishuan had told him about yesterday, he had already sent someone to buy the materials. Now, he only lacked the water pattern roller to modify the paper machine. This step was the most crucial step in the production of the water pattern paper. Manager Fu, please wait a moment. I'll go take a look now. Song Xiaoxi responded and quickly ran out. When Lu Yidao learned that Li Zishuan had sent the soft steel master plate to the workshop this morning, he was both shocked and stressed. That was because Li Zishuan, a layman who knew nothing about engraving, could engrave such a large piece of soft steel master plate with so many complicated patterns in just one night? As an old guy who had been engraving for decades, if he was too slow, how could he face Li Zishuan in the future? It just so happened that he had a stand-mounted magnifying glass in his house. The condition was much better than before, and there was no reason for him to slow Li Zishuan down. Therefore, Lu Yidao immediately began his closed-door training and began to carve the anti-counterfeit seal that Li Zishuan asked him to carve. On Yunshan Mountain, Li Zishuan slept all the way until evening. Around 5 p.m., he slowly woke up from his sleep. He felt a pain in his head. This was the after-effect of staying up late. Last night, he was not only mentally exhausted, but also physically exhausted. He couldn't help but rub his temples. After a long time, he finally felt a little better. "Husband, you're finally awake. Are you hungry? I've made some congee with pork and century egg. Have some to fill your stomach." Han Yushi's voice came faintly. Li Zishuan heard it and nodded subconsciously, "Yes, yes. Thank you, wife." At this moment, his stomach was indeed empty. After a while, Han Yushi brought a bowl of congee with pork and century egg. Li Zishuan tested it slightly. It wasn't hot and the temperature was just right. Han Yushi must have kept the congee warm in the pot and waited for him to wake up so that she could bring it to him directly. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. In terms of thoughtfulness, his wife was the most considerate. Li Zishuan looked at Han Yushi gratefully. The husband and wife looked at each other and smiled tacitly. At this time, Li Zishuan asked while eating, "Wife, is there any news from the workshop today?" Han Yushi glanced at Li Zishuan and said faintly, "Husband, you want to ask about Master Lu, right? Don't rush them too much. I heard that in order to help you carve the seal, Master Lu didn't leave the house for the whole day. If you rush them again, Master Lu will be exhausted. Even if it's urgent, it doesn't have to be in a hurry for 1 or 2 days." Wife, you're right. Li Zishuan touched his nose embarrassedly. After listening to Han Yushi's words, why did he feel that he had become an evil capitalist who desperately exploited his employees? "And you, husband, I've heard you persuade me before that staying up late is not good for your health. But why did you stay up so long last night? Our family doesn't lack anything now. Husband, why do you have to be so anxious to do things?" Han Yushi sighed faintly again. Li Zishuan was even more speechless at this time. Han Yushi's words were reasonable, and he couldn't find a reason to refute them. In fact, his habit of staying up late when something happened was completely in his nature. In the 3 years of his graduate studies in his previous life, because of the research tasks assigned by the teachers above, he didn't know how many nights he had stayed up late. Especially when it was close to graduation and rushing to finish his thesis, he would stay up late almost every 2 or 3 days. That was simply putting his life on the line. This was the persistence of an engineering student. It was also the most admirable thing about the scientists who struggled on the front lines in his previous life. In this life, Li Zishuan vowed to let the scientific researchers enjoy the best treatment. His original intention of founding Yanhuang College was also for this. Ahem. Good, good, good. My wife is right. Your husband will not stay up late in the future. The strange thing was that after Han Yushi rambled on for so long, Li Zishuan didn't feel annoyed at all. Instead, he felt a little warm in his heart. Perhaps this was the unique advantage of a beautiful woman when it came to preaching. The next day, Li Zishuan saw that there was still no news from the workshop. In order not to pressure Faubert and Lu Yidao, he didn't go over. Thinking of some things that Lantian County's county magistrate he told him a few days ago, Li Zishuan wanted to personally go to Lantian County to take a look. But he suddenly remembered that his confinement period wasn't over yet, so he could only give up on it. Since he couldn't leave Yunshan, Li Zishuan could only stay in the study room to plan his marquee mansion in Lantian County. This was the true marquee mansion of Yong'an. After all, it was built on his fief in the name of the government. Last year, he had planned to wait until the new year to expand the side courtyard on Yunshan. Now, It seemed that there was no need to expand the side courtyard. When the Marquis mansion was built, no matter how many people there were in his family, the Marquis mansion would be able to accommodate them. Therefore, the future Marquis mansion must be big. Li Zishuan planned to build his Marquis mansion into a luxurious mansion with an ancient manor as its foundation, but with modern-style interior facilities. After all, as a Marquis mansion, its appearance should be more formal. Therefore, he didn't use the style of the Academy's high-rise buildings, but used the style of the Tang dynasty's manor. As the manor's blueprints flashed through his mind, the content on the xian paper on the table gradually became richer. Chapter 1220. An official with a luxurious manor, if placed in modern times, would definitely be seen as a symbol of corruption in the eyes of many people. However, Li Zishuan wasn't afraid of this kind of criticism because every penny he earned was clean. He wasn't afraid of being investigated. Anyway, a person worked hard to earn money, didn't he just want to enjoy it? He spent his own money to build a manor for himself. What could others say about it? In the afternoon, Song Xiaoxi finally sent news that everything in the workshop was ready. They were waiting for Li Zishuan to personally instruct them on the next step of the task. Li Zishuan was overjoyed. He quickly put on his cloak and went down Yunshan with Song Xiaoxi. They went straight to the workshop. "Young master, you're here." When Uncle Fu saw that Li Zishuan had finally arrived, he hurriedly went up to greet him. Li Zishuan smiled, looked at Faubert and Lu Yidao, and said, "Well. Faubert, Master Lu, I heard that everything is ready. You've worked hard these 2 days." The two of them said that it was not hard. Lu Yidao was a little ashamed. He said, "Marquis, it took me nearly 2 days to carve this seal. Compared with Marquis's speed, my nickname, Lu Yidao, seems to be undeserved." Li Zishuan shook his head. "Master Lu, you're just wasting time on an insignificant problem. It's because this Marquis is skilled in martial arts that I sometimes move a little faster than ordinary people. Master Lu, for you to carve this seal in 2 days is already not easy. In all of the Great Tang, the number of people who can do what you have done can be counted on one hand. Marquis, you're flattering me." When Lu Yidao heard this, a smile appeared on his face. Then, he quickly replied modestly. "Ahem. Young master, a batch of watermarked paper has been made this morning. Some of them should have been dried by now. What do you think next?" Fu Bo coughed dryly and got down to business. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Faubert, come with me to take a look." They came to a factory on the east side, where the workshop made paper. "Young master, this is the water pattern paper. Please take a look and see if the talisman meets the requirements." Faubert said to Li Zishuan as he pointed at the sheets of white paper hanging under an old locust tree in the courtyard. Li Zishuan took a few steps forward and found a piece of dried paper. He took it down from the shelf and looked at it carefully under the sunlight. He saw that on the white paper, there were neatly arranged dark characters, Tang. After spreading the paper flat, the dark words disappeared again. People who saw it for the first time might find it magical, but for Li Zishuan, a modern person, it was not strange at all. However, he was quite satisfied with the quality of the paper. Just the texture alone was not comparable to that of ordinary paper. "Yes. That's right. Faubert, next, use the soft steel master plate I gave you yesterday to imprint the pattern on it. The material used to press the steel plate must be heavy. The heavier the better. Otherwise, it won't show the effect." Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction, put down the water pattern paper in his hand, and said to Faubert, "Yes. I understand young master's meaning. I'll arrange it now." Faubert replied with a smile. Now that the printing technology in the workshop was quite mature, the most difficult part of the concave printing technology was the engraving of the plate. The actual imprinting process was not complicated, so when Li Zishuan roughly explained it, Faubert understood what to do. Faubert used an hour to set up a temporary concave imprinting workbench. The water pattern paper to be imprinted was fixed. The soft steel master plate was also attached to the bottom of a square boulder. After the master plate was dipped in green ink, it was manually pulled to control the boulder to press on a specific position on the water pattern paper. After the ink in the groove of the master plate had dried, the boulder was pulled up and the first side of the water pattern paper was imprinted. Using the same method, the second side was quickly imprinted. The tailor in the workshop carefully cut off the imprinted banknote and handed it to Li Zishuan. 1 Tang Yuan. Great Tang's Yanhuang Bank. After seeing the well-printed 1 Tang Yuan banknote in his hand, Li Zishuan felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. This was the first edition banknote of Great Tang, and also the first edition banknote in the history of China. He could really leave his name in history. The color of the Tang Yuan banknote was mainly green, and the patterns on it were very dense. 1 Tang Yuan was written on the bottom left corner, and Great Tang's Yanhuang Bank was written on the top of the back. The 1 Tang Yuan banknote was a little similar to the modern 1 Yuan, but there was no portrait on it, so it looked much simpler. Young master, this old man forgot to ask earlier. What does the 1 Tang Yuan written on it mean? And what is Great Tang's Yanhuang Bank? Faubert also felt that the banknote in Li Zishuan's hand was very exquisite, but he had some doubts about the words on the banknote. Li Zishuan's expression turned serious. He dismissed his subordinates and said in a deep voice, "Faubert, Master Lu, come here. I have something to tell you." The issue of banknotes was no small matter. The workshop had to make thorough arrangements. In Faubert's office, Li Zishuan told Faubert and Master Lu about the banknotes in Yanhuang College. The two of them were obsessed with technology their whole lives, but they were not good at economics. Therefore, they did not comment on Li Zishuan's actions. Young master, although it is indeed more convenient to use Tang Yuan to replace the copper coins in the college, we have to strictly control the workshop. Otherwise, if someone with ulterior motives steals the mother version or the printed banknotes, it will be a big loss for you. Having personally experienced the production and printing of banknotes, Faubert knew very well that it was no different from a fantasy for others to imitate banknotes. He was worried that there would be greedy people in the workshop. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Faubert, this is also what I want to tell you. In the near future, Faubert, you should organize a group of trustworthy people as soon as possible and set up a separate team to print Tang Yuan for me. You will personally take care of the mother version of Tang Yuan. As for the seal engraved by Master Lu, I will take care of it. In the future, every batch of Tang Yuan will be printed with a number. Faubert, you will regularly check according to the number to prevent someone from secretly stealing it." Faubert agreed with him and said, "Young master, this is a brilliant method. In this way, we can prevent many cases of Tang Yuan being stolen. Master Lu, Faubert has a lot of work to do. In the future, you will have to take care of this team of Tang Yuan printing," Li Zishuan said to Lu Yidao. Old Lu had been in the workshop for nearly a year and was considered an old man. In terms of loyalty, there was no doubt. "Okay. This old man will." Lu Yidao replied with a smile. Li Zishuan nodded and chatted with the two for a while. Then, he left the workshop with the world's first Tang Yuan and went to Yunshan. Chapter 1221. Yamacho. After leaving the workshop, Li Zishuan went straight to Yanhuang College and asked someone to call Li Ku over. Have a seat." Li Zishuan pointed to the sofa opposite him. "Thank you, Yamacho." Li Ku thanked him and sat opposite Li Zishuan. "Little Ku, how are the preparations on your side?" Li Zishuan asked calmly. The preparations he was referring to were the preparations for the introduction of paper currency in the college. Li Ku replied, "Yamacho, I've already spoken to Gu Xiaomao. He said that he supports the college's introduction of Tang Yuan. Although he didn't say it explicitly, I can see his concern. He's worried that someone will make fake Tang Yuan and buy things from him." Li Ku was the king of Han, so Gu Xiaomao had to give him some face no matter what. Moreover, Tang Yuan was the currency that Li Zishuan had promoted. The Gu family's wealth today was all because of Li Zishuan's help. Therefore, no matter what, he had to support this Tang Yuan. Li Zishuan heard this and smiled confidently. Tell him not to worry. I'll teach everyone how to differentiate between real and fake Tang Yuan. As long as they remember the characteristics of the real Tang Yuan, they won't be cheated by fake Tang Yuan. Li Ke's eyes lit up. So, Yamacho, you're very confident in Tang Yuan's security? Haha. Of course. Li Zishuan smiled proudly. Little Ku, you don't have to worry about Tang Yuan's security. The most important thing now is to set up the Yanhuang Bank as soon as possible. How does Yamacho plan to set it up? Since the Tang Yuan was initially only circulated within the academy, I plan to invest 100,000 strings of cash to enter the bank as a deposit. Anyone in the academy who has a Tang Yuan can exchange it for copper coins equivalent to the face value of the Tang Yuan. Similarly, they can also exchange copper coins for Tang Yuan of the same value. Li Ke was puzzled. Yamacho, why do you need so much money as a deposit? I think that with your prestige in the academy, there's no need for that at all. Logically speaking, 100,000 strings of copper coins was definitely a shocking amount of wealth. Even if Li Ke was born into the royal family, he did not have that much wealth. Li Zishuan smiled and explained, Little Ku, there is a problem that you need to understand. Tang Yuan is just a kind of credit currency. It has no value in itself because it is not a commodity. The so-called value was the indiscriminate human labor condensed in the goods. When humans produced goods, they had to consume human labor. Labor could form value. The greater the amount of labor, the greater the value. The smaller the amount of labor, the smaller the value. Only goods had value. On the other hand, Tang Yuan did not consume human labor, so he was not a commodity and had no value. Therefore, as a trustworthy currency, if you want people to believe in it, you must have real gold and silver as a guarantee. Otherwise, if you want to rely on a piece of paper with patterns and lines to make people obediently give you their hard-earned money, how can there be such a beautiful thing in the world? Tang Yuan was a kind of paper money. Those who studied political economy knew that paper money only had a use value, but it had no value. Therefore, it could not be used as a commodity. Paper money had no value, so it could not be used to measure the value of other commodities. Therefore, paper money could not be used as a measure of value. In the first year of the Northern Song dynasty, when the Jiaozi first appeared, 16 wealthy merchants in Chengdu jointly invested 360,000 strings of copper coins as a deposit. Under the organization of Zhang Yong, the Yizhou Jiaozi was established. That was when the history of China's currency officially began. Trustworthy currency? Commodity? Value? When Li Ke heard these new terms, his mind couldn't help but be confused. He paused for a long time and barely digested about 50 to 60% of it. He then asked, Yamacho, then when students exchange copper coins for Tang Yuan or Tang Yuan for copper coins, will the bank charge a certain amount of fees? Otherwise, how will they survive? When Li Zishuan heard this, he looked at Li Ke in surprise. He thought that this kid was a promising talent. He could even think of something like a fee without a teacher. Haha. Little Ku, your suggestion is very good. But in the early stages, the Yanhuang Bank only serves the academy and not to make money. When the Tang Yuan is recognized by more people, we will implement your suggestion. Li Zishuan looked at Li Ke and praised him. Oh. Yamacho is benevolent and righteous. Li Ke could hear the praise in Li Zishuan's words and felt a little happy. Little Ku, you seem to be very interested in the matter of money? Li Zishuan asked with deep meaning. Li Ke scratched his head and said embarrassedly, I'm not interested. I just feel that if I use mathematics in the area of money, there should be unexpected results. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Little Ku, I'm very pleased that you can think of this. Actually, money also has a lot of knowledge. I call it economics. If you're really interested in it, I can teach you in the future. Since Li Ke was so passionate about economics, he would guide him in this direction. After all, if the Yanhuang Bank were to expand in the future, the imperial family would definitely have a stake in it. After he nurtured Li Ke, he could let Li Ke participate in the daily management of the bank as a representative of the imperial family. That's great. Thank you, Yamacho. Li Ke stood up in surprise and clasped his hands to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, I can't teach you much. At most, I can bring you under the tutelage. However, I hope that you remember that economics is broad and profound. It's a powerful sword, but at the same time, it's also a scourge. If used well, the country will be rich and the people will be strong. If you act recklessly because of a moment of greed, the powerful sword will turn into a scourge and cause the Tang Empire's economy to collapse. Thus, as long as you are involved in economics in the future, you must maintain a respectful heart. Actually, he wanted to explain the way of banking to Li Ke. The Yanhuang Bank was like the banks in his previous life. Once the Tang Yuan currency became popular in the Tang Empire, the Yanhuang Bank would become an important department comparable to the Ministry of Revenue and directly control the economic lifeline of the Tang Empire. At that time, if someone couldn't resist the temptation of money and started to issue excessive amounts of money, the Tang Empire's economy would definitely collapse. Wasn't the Ming dynasty's banknotes the same? Li Ke said seriously, Yamacho, I will remember what you said today and never forget it. Li Zishuan nodded and said, N. Then you can go and do your work. The Tang Yuan and the bank will be activated in 2 days. You can come over to help then. Yes, Yamacho. Chapter 1222. Zhenguan First Year, February 5th, Yanhuang College Calendar, Friday. When it was close to noon, thousands of ox carts carrying brand new copper coins suddenly entered the gates of the college. A copper coin weighed about 5 to 6 caddies. 100,000 strings of cash would be 500,000 to 600,000 caddies. If they were to be transported by ox carts, wouldn't they be carrying thousands of ox carts? Such a huge commotion naturally attracted the attention of many students, especially those who were sitting by the windows facing the entrance of the academy. The students who were sitting by the windows and in the middle of class immediately saw the spectacular scene below Guanghua Tower. F***CK. There's so much money downstairs. Our academy is going to be rich. On the second floor of Guanghua Building, Class 1, Wang Meng was sitting by the window. At this time, he was already hungry and was looking forward to getting out of school to eat. Inadvertently, he glanced out of the window and caught a glimpse of a vast number of ox carts pulling copper coins. He couldn't help but cry out in surprise. The teacher who was lecturing in the classroom and the students who were listening to the lecture all turned their gazes in this direction in an instant. Wang Meng. Stand up. Who allowed you to make such a racket in class? Class 1's lesson was mathematics. The teacher was Su Hongji. Old Su's expression was very ugly. Any teacher who encountered such a troublemaker in their class would have an ugly expression. Mr. Su, I was wrong. There's really a lot of money outside. There are thousands of ox carts, right? Look if you don't believe me. Wang Meng shrunk his neck, but he couldn't help but glance out the window. F***CK. There's really a lot of money. Isn't that Yamacho? Why did he suddenly bring so much money to the college? Ching Chimo half-squatted and stretched his neck towards the window. When he saw the countless ox carts outside, he couldn't help but make a fuss. As the saying goes, 3 people make a tiger. After the 2 of them said that, the students in the classroom couldn't sit still, especially those who were sitting by the window. One by one, they stretched their heads to look outside. Wow! There's really a lot of money. There's hundreds of carts, right? Hundreds? There should be thousands. Thousands? Oh my God, how much money is that? The previously quiet classroom was immediately filled with buzzing sounds of discussion. Many of the students sitting in the middle stood up and stretched their necks to look out the window. Quiet. Be quiet. Su Hongji angrily glared at Ching Chimo and Wang Meng, and hurriedly spoke to maintain order. Similar situations were happening in the other classes as well. Originally, there was only the sound of teachers lecturing in Guanghua Building. However, when it was close to the end of the school day, there was suddenly a burst of noise. However, this noise was quickly suppressed by the teachers in the various teaching buildings. Clang, clang, clang. After waiting for a long time, the students finally came to the end of class. When the bell and drum sounded, the students of each class swarmed out of Guanghua building, not to compete for food, but to see the money. It wasn't that they hadn't seen money before, but most of them had never seen so much money. Thousands of carts of copper coins. This scene was too spectacular. No wonder they would swarm out to see the curiosity. At this time, there were still many ox carts loaded with copper coins outside Guanghua building. After all, it was impossible to store so many copper coins in the warehouse in such a short time no matter what. Damn, where is all this money being transported to? The students quickly discovered that the ox carts were slowly lining up and moving in one direction. They couldn't help but follow behind, wanting to find out what was going on. It wasn't that they didn't think of asking the people beside the ox carts. However, the ones pulling the ox carts today weren't the academy's guards, but the soldiers of the Right Marquis Guard. Li Zishuan had borrowed them from Wuxia Chronicles. Most of them wanted to ask, but they didn't know the others. How could they ask? However, there were always people who knew them. Hey! Big Brother Shen, why are you here? Yuchi Baolin hurriedly asked when he saw someone familiar. His father was the great general of the Right Marquis Guard. It wasn't surprising that he knew a soldier of the Right Marquis Guard. Young master, Marquis wishes to transfer 100,000 strings of copper coins from Chang and to the academy. The great general has ordered us to escort him along the way. The soldier cupped his fists and said, 100,000 strings of copper coins? Why did the Yamacho suddenly transfer so much money? Ching Chumo couldn't help but ask. The soldier replied with a straight face, this general doesn't know. Hey! Look! These copper coins are all transported to this building. The students followed the ox carts and finally found the final destination of the 100,000 strings of copper coins. It was a small 3-story building near the academy's library. It hadn't been used since it was built. Today was the first time they saw someone enter this building. Yanhuang Bank? What's that? The attentive students suddenly noticed the huge signboard in front of the building. The words, Yanhuang Bank, were written on it. After they saw it, they were all puzzled. Little Ku, I see that you've been looking for the Yamacho a lot recently. You should know what this Yanhuang Bank does, right? Li Tai also came to see the commotion. When he saw the words, Yanhuang Bank, he turned to Li Ku and asked. Li Ku didn't hide it from him and said frankly, yes. The Yamacho intends to introduce a paper currency that can replace copper coins in the academy. This Yanhuang Bank is the department in charge of exchanging this currency. Paper currency? What's paper currency? Li Tai didn't understand. Li Ku and Li Zishuan had talked so many times that they often used professional terms. At this moment, he thought for a moment and explained, Qingke, you can understand it this way. This paper currency is a certificate that can be exchanged for copper coins. It's mainly to make it convenient for everyone to buy things. They don't have to carry a bag of copper coins all day. Oh. That's a good thing. Li Tai's eyes lit up with excitement. Yamacho, why are you bringing so many copper coins to the academy? After class, Yen Silu found Li Zishuan and asked. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice because Li Zishuan's flaunting behavior had affected the academy's normal teaching in the morning. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Mr. Yen, I was just about to look for you. Please inform all the teachers in the academy to gather in the conference room for a meeting at noon. I have something important to announce. You'll know the answer to the question you asked just now in a while. Yen Silu was stunned for a moment and could only reply, okay. I'll go inform the teachers in the academy now. After that, he didn't ask any more questions and turned to leave. Chapter 1223. Yamacho, everyone is here. At noon, in the large conference room on the first floor of Yanhuang College, the teachers of the college walked in one after another. Seeing that everyone was present, Mo Zhong went up to Li Zishuan and whispered. Let's start the meeting now. Li Zishuan slapped the table and said in a deep voice. The teachers in the conference room all looked over. They were all waiting for Li Zishuan to give a reasonable explanation for the large amount of copper coins that the college had brought over this morning. However, most of them guessed that Li Zishuan was definitely going to make a big move. At this time, Mo Zhong brought over a plate of paper with green lines printed on it. Li Zishuan ordered softly, "Distribute it." Under everyone's puzzled gaze, Mo Zhong gave everyone in the room 10 strips of paper with patterns printed on them. Li Gang held the paper in his hand and looked it up and down. After seeing the intricate patterns and Chinese characters on it, he took the lead and asked, "Yamacho, what does this mean?" Li Zishuan saw that everyone had received 2 pieces of Tang Yuan. He smiled and said, "All right. Everyone must have received 10 pieces of paper. Hee, these pieces of paper are not ordinary. From today onwards, these pieces of paper will replace the copper coins in the college and become a new currency." What? This thing replaces the copper coins? Then what does Tang Yuan and Tang Jiao mean? And what is Tang Yanhuang Bank? I know about this. The 100,000 strings of copper coins that Mountain Elder brought over today are in a house with the plaque of the Yanhuang Bank in the academy. As soon as Li Zishuan's voice fell, there was a burst of whispers in the room. It wasn't that they were making a fuss, but that the copper coin was already deeply ingrained in their minds. Now that Li Zishuan suddenly announced that he would use this thin piece of paper to replace the copper coin, how could they accept it in such a short time? Ahem. I know that all of you are confused, but it is imperative that we replace the copper coins with Tang Yuan in the academy. Oh, I call the paper in your hands Tang Yuan. There are 10 different denominations of Tang Yuan. The smallest is 1 Tang Jiao, which corresponds to 1 copper coin. There are 5 Tang Jiao, 10 Tang Jiao, 50 Tang Jiao, and 100 Tang Jiao, which correspond to 5, 10, 50, and 100 copper coins respectively. Above that were the Tang Yuan. 1 Tang Yuan corresponded to 1 copper coin. Above that were 5, 10, 50, and 100 Tang Yuan. They corresponded to 5, 10, 50, and 100 copper coins respectively. In order to convince everyone of Tang Yuan's value, I have decided to personally invest 100,000 strings of cash as a deposit to establish the Yanhuang Bank. These 100,000 strings of cash have all been deposited today. I believe everyone has seen it. I can guarantee you that as long as I, Li Zishuan, am the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, the 100,000 strings of copper coins will never be taken away. At any time, as long as someone brought Tang Yuan over, they would definitely be able to exchange it for copper coins. In the future, no matter if you want to exchange copper coins for Tang Yuan or exchange Tang Yuan for copper coins, you can go to the Yanhuang Bank to do it. Furthermore, as the students of Yanhuang College, you can enjoy the treatment of waiving processing fees when you do business with the bank for the rest of your life. In addition, the college's canteen, grocery store, and future salaries and scholarships will all be settled using Tang Yuan. Copper coins will no longer be allowed. The Tang Yuan that you receive can be exchanged for copper coins. You can also buy food or other items in the college, or at the Drunken Immortal restaurant, Chitsu Pavilion, Chitsu Culture, and ready-made clothing stores under my name. Therefore, in summary, replacing copper coins with Tang Yuan will not cause any losses to you. On the contrary, it will bring great convenience to everyone. What do you all think? Li Zishuan's low voice resounded throughout the conference room. His grand plan was finally revealed to everyone. After hearing it, the students of the college widened their eyes in disbelief. They were all shocked by Li Zishuan's proposal. The bank, 100,000 strings of cash, Tang Yuan, they had never heard of these new concepts before, but after hearing them, they had to admit that Li Zishuan's Tang Yuan would indeed bring great convenience to people. However, Yamacho, Tang Yuan is indeed much more convenient to carry around than copper coins, but what if a large number of imitation Tang Yuan appear? Wouldn't the Yanhuang Bank lose all its money? Li Gang himself did not like the cumbersome copper coins. As an old man, he usually did not carry copper coins when he went out. However, Li Gang was worried that Li Zishuan's bank would go bankrupt due to the proliferation of counterfeit coins. Therefore, he kindly reminded him. That's right. Yamacho, what if someone imitates Tang Yuan? The rest of the teachers also chimed in. They did not have any objections to using Tang Yuan to pay them. After all, it was guaranteed by Li Zishuan's reputation and could be exchanged for copper coins at any time. Moreover, the shock of the 100,000 strings of cash in the morning had not dissipated yet. They were mainly worried that Tang Yuan would be imitated. If they accidentally received counterfeit coins in the future, they would have to bear the losses themselves. Haha. You all have underestimated Tang Yuan. Don't worry, Tang Yuan's production and printing process are extremely complicated. It is absolutely impossible for ordinary people to imitate. Next, I will explain the characteristics of Tang Yuan to everyone. Li Zishuan smiled confidently. Then, he picked up a 100 Tang Yuan banknote and said, "Everyone, feel this Tang Yuan banknote and feel its texture. Is it different from all the paper you've used before?" Everyone followed his instructions and picked up the Tang Yuan on the table. Using 2 fingers, they carefully rubbed it and instantly felt the difference. The texture of this Tang Yuan is really special. The texture is superb. Even the best Xian paper can't compare. The students from the academy were all surprised. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "I believe everyone has also felt it. This Tang Yuan's texture is smooth and delicate. It is tough and resistant to bending, and it is very flat. If you shake it in the air with your hands, or pull it tight and loose, or use your fingers to lightly flick the surface of the Tang Yuan, it will make a clear and crisp sound. As for ordinary paper, first of all, the texture is soft and rough, and the tensile strength is insufficient. It is very easy to break, and if it is shaken in the air, the sound it makes will be somewhat dull. Just based on this point, we can distinguish many authentic Tang Yuan." Pa pa pa. After Li Zishuan finished speaking, most of the people in the room could not help but pick up the Tang Yuan in their hands and start to shake or flick it according to his instructions. For a moment, the room was filled with the sound of pa pa pa. It really is. Listening to the sound, it is different from ordinary paper. This paper must be made with special materials. Yamacho's workshop is really amazing. But what if there is a ginseng that knows the method of making this paper? What should we do? Chapter 12:24. Hee. Everyone, please be quiet. In the meeting room, Li Zishuan secretly listened to the discussion of the teachers and continued. Just now, I heard someone worried that the paper used to make Tang Yuan had been stolen. What would happen? Or what would happen if someone made paper similar to Tang Yuan? Hee, I can confidently say that the above 2 situations are absolutely impossible. First of all, texture is only the most common characteristic of Tang Yuan. Next, everyone, please put your Tang Yuan under the sun and see what happens. Before Li Zishuan could finish, someone impatiently flattened the Tang Yuan and looked at the window. There are words. This Tang Yuan can actually show words under the sun. This is too magical. Where is it? Oh. There really is. Not only can it show words, but it can also show patterns. Could this be the legendary heavenly book? Legend has it that in ancient times, there was a magical heavenly book. Ordinary people could not see any words and could only read it by using a special method to make the words appear. At this moment, someone actually linked the magical phenomenon of Tang Yuan to the heavenly book. Their imagination was really novel. Hee. Everyone, do you see it clearly now? Apart from the special paper used for Tang Yuan, there is also something special about it. Also, touch the surface of this Tang Yuan. Don't you feel a bumpy texture? Just based on these 2 points, it is definitely not something that can be produced by an ordinary workshop. In the future, Yanhuang Bank will also provide you with the service of verifying the authenticity of your currency for free. If you receive any suspicious Tang Yuan, you can take it for verification. The bank will have a special method to verify the authenticity of your Tang Yuan. In addition, every Tang Yuan will have a unique number and an anti-counterfeiting seal from the bank. This seal is also difficult for outsiders to copy. Mo Zhong, distribute a magnifying glass to each of the teachers. Having said that, Li Zishuan suddenly turned his head and instructed Mo Zhong. Yes. Yamacho. Mo Zhong responded and took out a cardboard box from behind the door. Inside the box were all handheld magnifying glasses. Mo Zhong gave one to each of the gentlemen. Besides Li Zishuan and Mo Huai, it was the first time the others had seen such a thing, and they couldn't help but be greatly surprised. Li Zishuan gave them a simple explanation of how to use it, then said, "That's right. Gentlemen, please use this magnifying glass and take a closer look at this seal. You will definitely find an unexpected surprise." To be honest, after experiencing so many surprises before, the teachers of the academy felt that no matter what happened next, they would not be surprised anymore. However, after magnifying the seal several times with a magnifying glass, many people still could not help but exclaim, "Oh! Oh my God! There are over 100 words in this small seal. The Tao that can be Tao is not an ordinary Tao, the name that can be named is not an ordinary name. The nameless beginning of heaven and earth, the nameless mother of all things." The words in this chapter were the first 3 chapters of the Tao Te Ching. Oh, no, there are a few typos in it. Taoism was the state religion in the Tang dynasty, so there was no problem with using Laozi's Tao Te Ching. Typos? How could there be typos? The person who carved the seal must have done it on purpose, right? After all, only the wrong words are unique. That's possible. Overall, this Tang Yuan is too difficult to imitate. At this moment, everyone was convinced. They were completely convinced by the many black technologies hidden in Tang Yuan. They felt that Tang Yuan, with so many black technologies, was even harder to imitate than copper coins. Haha. Now, do you have any objections to using Tang Yuan to replace copper coins in the academy? Li Zishuan asked with a smile. Yamacho, I have no objections. Li Gang was the first to express his opinion. He was now living and eating on Mount Yun. Unless the emperor summoned him, he would not leave the mountain under normal circumstances. In this way, Tang Yuan would be in his hands. Even if he did not exchange it for copper coins, he could still use it. This would ensure that he did not have to worry about food and clothing. Moreover, compared to copper coins, Tang Yuan was much more convenient to carry around. For Li Gang, what reason did he have to disagree? Yamacho, I have no objections. I have no objections either. Me neither. For a moment, everyone in the meeting expressed their opinions. No one objected. Tang Yuan was not only convenient to carry around, but also difficult to imitate. Moreover, with Li Zishuan as the guarantor, it was also very valuable. They would not agree unless their brains were short-circuited. On the other hand, the monthly salary of the teachers in Yanhuang College was relatively high. Most of them were around 4 or 5 strings of coins. If Li Zishuan did not recommend Tang Yuan, their annual salary would probably be a few hundred pounds of copper coins. It was not easy to find a place to store them, let alone carry them around. Since that is the case, I announce that from today onwards, all monetary transactions in the college will be conducted using Tang Yuan. Not only for the teachers, but also for the students. Alright, today's meeting has come to an end. Everyone, please hand over the Tang Yuan and magnifying glasses in your hands. Each class's form teachers can leave the Tang Yuan and magnifying glasses behind. In the afternoon, you will take a class to convey the contents of this meeting to all the students in the class. Moreover, you must teach the students how to distinguish between the real Tang Yuan and the fake Tang Yuan. You must teach them seriously. I will also do random checks later. Remember to return the Tang Yuan and magnifying glasses after teaching them. Dismissed. Ah. When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. They thought that Li Zishuan would give all the Tang Yuan to them. They did not expect him to take them back. This was the first time they had seen such a stingy Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan caught a glimpse of everyone's expression and almost vomited blood. How could he be considered stingy? Everyone in the room had close to 200 strings of Tang Yuan. If he did not take them back, wouldn't it be asking for his life? Even if he was rich, he could not make such a big fuss. These Tang Yuan added up were equivalent to a year's salary of all the teachers in the college. How could he waste them like this? Yes. Yamacho. The teachers in the college also knew that the Tang Yuan in their hands was not a small number. Therefore, other than the form teachers of each class, the rest of the teachers handed over their Tang Yuan and left the meeting room one after another. Speaking of which, they did not even have time to eat lunch in order to participate in this meeting. Sigh. I finally convinced the teachers in the college. Li Zishuan stood up and sighed with a sense of accomplishment. Speaking of which, from today onwards, the history of China's currency would officially enter a new era. Yanhuang Bank would become the first real bank in human history. Chapter 1225. What? The academy will no longer use copper coins and will use Tang Yuan instead? In the afternoon, the class teachers relayed Li Zishuan's message and the students were all shocked. However, what shocked them even more was what happened next. Because right after that, the head teachers talked about Tang Yuan's unique characteristics that were difficult to imitate. This made the students even more interested in Tang Yuan. Damn! This Tang Yuan looks good and is easy to carry around. Who doesn't like it? After class, I'll immediately exchange all my money for Tang Yuan. Ching Chimo laughed arrogantly after hearing that. He could get hundreds of strings of cash from his family every month. Although he had a lot of money, he was starting to worry about where to put it. How to carry it around? One must know that 100 strings of cash was 500 to 600 pounds. Even if Ching Chimo had martial arts and was stronger than others, he would not stupidly carry 500 to 600 pounds of cash on his body every day. The appearance of the Tang Yuan perfectly solved his problem. He no longer had to worry about having too much money. Haha. Cho Nyo is right. The printing of the Tang Yuan is so exquisite and Yamacho is vouching for it. What's there to worry about? I have to exchange all my money for Tang Yuan. Actually, Li Zishuan did not need to take out 100,000 strings of cash as a deposit. He underestimated his influence among the students. His name, his reputation, and his reputation were far more valuable than 100,000 strings of cash. In order to allow the students to exchange for Tang Yuan in time and not affect the students going home at night, only 3 classes were held in the afternoon before the break. The students of the Yanhuang Academy immediately swarmed into the Yanhuang Bank. Most of these students were from wealthy families, and each of them had a weekly allowance of more than 10 strings of coins. So when they exchanged for the Tang Yuan, each of them carried a big bag of copper coins. Little Ku, not bad. I heard that you came up with the idea of Tang Yuan. You're amazing. Li Tai also brought 10 strings of cash to join in the fun. He had no choice but to come. The academy's cafeteria and grocery store had all stopped using Tang Yuan. If he did not come to exchange for some money, he would not be able to eat next week. However, he couldn't carry any more copper coins. 10 coins was already his upper limit. Li Ku was a martial artist, so he naturally carried more copper coins than Li Tai. There were about 20 strings of coins in total, and he was only carrying them with one hand. It seemed like he did not expend any effort at all. Hearing Li Tai's praise, Li Ku scratched his head with his other hand. Qingke, I did not come up with the idea of Tang Yuan. I only gave some suggestions. The design, printing, anti-counterfeiting, and the establishment of the Yanhuang Bank. They were all done by Yamacho. I dare not take credit for it. Haha. Little Ku, why are you being so humble? No matter what, this Tang Yuan has solved a huge problem for me. In the future, I can casually bring a few hundred strings of coins with me when I go out. Nouveau riche, Ching Chimo laughed arrogantly. More than 10 people came to the Yanhuang Bank today. Last year, Li Zishuan wanted to introduce a new type of mathematics to the whole country. So it was easy for Li Zishuan to recruit a large number of mathematics and bookkeeping experts for the bank. The bank was temporarily managed by his family's housekeeper, Wang Zhong. Li Zishuan planned to send Li Ku to the bank when he was almost done learning. After all, real knowledge comes from practice. Even though there were a lot of students, there were more than a dozen queues. On average, each queue only had about 50 to 60 people. The people Li Zishuan had recruited for the bank were all old fellows. They were very experienced in counting money and keeping accounts. In just an hour, all the students had exchanged the copper coins they had brought with them into paper money. Most of the students were exchanging for 10 tang jiao, 50 tang jiao, 100 tang jiao, and 1 tang yuan. It wasn't that they couldn't afford the higher denominations, but that they couldn't carry so many copper coins. Many of the rich second generation, or the second generation of officials, had already made up their minds. During the weekends, they would definitely get their servants to bring a cart full of copper coins to exchange for tang yuan. This way, they wouldn't have to come here every once in a while to exchange for tang yuan. Around 5 p.m., the students who lived near the academy carried their bags and returned home with their tang yuan. The peaceful Chang'an city was about to be stirred up by the return of these students. What are you carrying? It looks very nice. Oh, right, do you have enough money? If not, I'll give you some more. Gi Lane, Meng Wenhao's house. After dinner, Meng Yuliang said to his son. The Meng family was no longer what it used to be. When Meng Yuliang returned from the sea, he was awarded the title of 8th grade Xuanjie commandant and was rewarded with a lot of money. The Meng family had completely changed from a humble class. As for his own son, Meng Yuliang had high hopes for him. This was because he understood that his title of nobility was exchanged with his life, and there were many elements of luck involved. If the Meng family really wanted to rise from a humble family to a rich and prosperous family, they still had to rely on Meng Wenhao, the only intellectual. Father. I have enough money. Meng Wenhao could only helplessly respond to his father's doting. Then, he hesitated for a moment and took out a stack of banknotes from his inner pocket. He stammered, "Oh right, father, mother, I've exchanged all of this month's expenses into tang yuan." What? What's tang yuan? Meng Yuliang asked with his eyes wide open. Father, tang yuan is a type of yamacho. In order to gain his family's understanding, Meng Wenhao had to repeat what their class teacher said in class. After he finished, he looked at his father hesitantly because he was afraid that Meng Yuliang would get angry. After all, although Tang Yuan had gained the trust of the students and teachers of the academy, it was hard to say if he could gain the trust of outsiders. Father Meng did not look unhappy after hearing this. He took the 2 Tang Yuan notes from Meng Wenhao's hand and looked at them carefully for a while. Finally, he smacked his lips and said with a face full of emotion, "Marquis Yong'an's idea is good. With Tang Yuan, Wenhao, it will be very convenient for you to carry money in the future. You won't have to worry about running into bad people with too many copper coins. TSK, and this Tang Yuan printing is really beautiful. The Yamacho was right, other places can really copy it." Haha. Meng Wenhao breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Mother Meng say, "Husband, Hao has exchanged copper coins for Tang Yuan. In the future, will he, TSK? What do you know?" "Don't interrupt, you woman. What kind of person is the Marquis Yong'an? Why would he compete with the students? What he did will only benefit Hao, and the rest. There will be no harm." Chapter 12:26. Wuyun, bring a few people with you to bring 2 carts of copper coins to the academy tomorrow and exchange them all for tang yuan. Do you understand? In Duke Lu's mansion, Ching Chimo, who had just finished his meal, was lying on the armchair and humming to his little attendant. Jiang Wuyun was dumbfounded. He suspected that his young master had eaten too much, so he asked uncertainly, "Ah? Young master, you want to use 2 carts of copper coins to buy tang yuan? How long will it take for our mansion to eat? If master and madam know, they'll. It was not Jiang Wuyun's fault for misunderstanding. It was mainly because Ching Chimo's pronunciation was too inaccurate. Ching Chimo glared and said angrily, "It's tang yuan. Not tang yuan. What is going on in your head all day long?" "Ah. Young master. I'm talking about tang yuan. What's wrong? Ah. CK. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Here. Come and see. It's Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan. Did you see it clearly? Ching Chimo was extremely helpless. He could only take out a few pieces of Tang Yuan, pointed at the words on them, and gnashed his teeth. Oh, it's Tang Yuan. Jianghu suddenly realized. He scratched his head and wondered, young master, although the patterns on these notes are very beautiful, they're not worth 2 carts of copper coins. If master and madam know. Go away, don't use my parents to pressure me. Do you believe that I'll beat you up if you continue to dawdle? Besides, this money is originally my monthly expenses. I'm just using it to exchange for Tang Yuan, not for a chicken or dog fight. What can my parents do if they know? Ching Chimo was really impatient. He kicked Jiang Wuyun's butt and said angrily. Ha! Ugly bull, what are you doing? You're sneaking around and not letting me know? Tell me, I'll see if I should beat you up. At this moment, Ching Yaojin walked in with a majestic gait. His loud and clear voice shook the dust off the tiles. When Ching Chimo heard this, his face was full of black lines. What did he mean by, tell me, then see if I should beat you up? It turns out that you're treating beating your son as your own pleasure. What? Why didn't you say anything? Go on. Tell me, what did you do? Father, I didn't do anything. Ching Yaojin sat opposite Ching Chimo and stared at Ching Chimo with a burning gaze. Ching Chimo could only say helplessly, I just changed all the money my family gave me for this month to Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan? The one in your hand? What were they doing? Bring it over and let this old man take a look. When Ching Yaojin heard this, he did not immediately scold him. Instead, he looked at the few pieces of green paper in Ching Chimo's hand and said, Father, Tang Yuan is a new toy that Yamacho tinkered with. It is used to replace copper coins. In the future, the Academy can only use Tang Yuan and not copper coins. Father, don't underestimate copper coins. Let me tell you, this toy. When Ching Chimo saw that his father's attitude was not bad, he was happy to tell him more about Tang Yuan. After half an hour, Ching Yaojin clicked his tongue and said, Little Xian has thought of another good way to earn money. Ugly bull, go back and ask Little Xian if his bank is short of money. If he is short of money, this old man can invest 50,000 strings of coins. Ah. Father, you. Ching Chimo's eyes widened. He suspected that he had heard wrongly. He stuttered, Father, this bank doesn't make money. Now, the students and teachers of the academy don't need to pay extra to exchange copper coins and Tang Yuan. Why do you still need to invest so much money? Ching Yaojin pursed his lips and said to Ching Chimo angrily, You brat, what do you know? Not collecting extra money now doesn't mean that we won't collect extra money in the future. In this old man's opinion, Little Xian's bank will definitely have great prospects in the future. Moreover, it will be a huge profit with little capital. Chongren Lane, Zhangsun Wuji's residence. I have to say, this Li Zishuan's idea is really strange. Using paper Tang Yuan to replace the heavy copper coins. This idea is bold, but it is also a wonderful idea. This old man dares to conclude that this lad must have a big plan. It is definitely not just a plot of land in Yanhuang College. Zhang Sun Wuji said emotionally as he held the Tang Yuan that Zhang Sun Chong brought back from the academy. Father, do you mean that Yamacho might promote Tang Yuan to people outside the academy in the future? Zhang Sun Chong asked with uncertainty. He really didn't think about it in this direction. Zhang Sun Wuji shook his head and said, It's not a possibility, but a certainty. Although Li Zishuan didn't say it clearly, this old man dares to conclude that he wants to gradually replace copper coins with Tang Yuan in the entire Tang Empire. The younger generation will surpass us in time. The younger generation will surpass us in time. When Zhang Sun Chong heard this, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said in disbelief, Father, if that day really comes, won't Yanhuang Bank become the richest bank in Tang Empire? Not only the richest. It will also be the most profitable place in the entire Tang Empire. If Qing Yaojin could think of this, how could Zhangsun Wuji not think of it? He also predicted that Yanhuang Bank would definitely start to collect service fees when exchanging money in the future. Father, this bank can still make money? But when we were exchanging money in the afternoon, Yamacho didn't collect more from us. Zhang Sunchong subconsciously thought that Yanhuang Bank was just a product that specialized in serving the students and teachers of the academy and not for profit. That was why he was so suspicious. Even if this bank doesn't collect more from the people inside the academy, it will definitely collect more from the people outside the academy. At that time, to Li Zishuan, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he would make a fortune every day. Zhang Sun Wuji shook his head and sighed. He and Qing Yaojin only thought of one way for the bank to make money, collecting service fees. They didn't think that Yanhuang Bank had an even more important way of making money. If that's the case, Yamacho is really a genius. Zhang Sunchong scratched his head and laughed. Zhang Sun Wuji glanced at his son indifferently. Back then, he had sent Zhang Sunchong to Yanhuang Academy to study mainly because he wanted Zhang Sunchong to get close to and befriend Li Zishuan, the new favorite of the empire. He did not expect that after a few months, Zhang Sunchong had completely forgotten his original mission and had turned into a little bootlicker. He seemed to have been subdued by Li Zishuan's profound knowledge and powerful personal charm. Thinking of this, Zhang Sun Wuji sighed helplessly. It wasn't that he was useless, but that the other party was too difficult to deal with. After a moment of silence in the study room, Zhang Sun Wuji suddenly said, Chong, after 2 days, when you return to the academy, privately ask the Duke of Yong, and to see if his bank is still lacking money. If it is, the Zhang Sun family can take out 100,000 strings of coins to join Yanhuang Bank. Zhang Sun Chong was immediately stunned. His father was such a proud person, but he actually took the initiative to find someone to cooperate with? Was the sun going to rise from the west? Yes, father. Chapter 12:27. Since he couldn't beat them, then he would join them. To a certain extent, Zhang Sun Wuji and Li Zishuan had the same party belief: protect the Crown Prince party. There was no need for him to deliberately fight with Li Zishuan. In the past year, Li Zishuan had used a series of methods to establish a power group with Yanhuang College as the core. That young lad who had just returned from Mount Longhu had become an existence that many people couldn't afford to offend. Since they couldn't afford to offend him, and they had a common interest, why not seek cooperation for mutual benefits? After all, no one would go against benefits. Also, Li Zishuan's workshop has been manufacturing bicycles and carriages. It should consume a lot of iron, right? Even if he has an iron mine in Hedong Road, I'm afraid he won't be able to supply it. Chong, tell Li Zishuan that if he's willing to cooperate, I'm willing to let him mine the iron mine of the Zhangsun family. As long as he can give us half of the iron he refines. In the study room, Zhang Sun Wuji's face revealed a sly smile. He stroked his beard and said to Zhang Sun Chong. What was a win-win situation? This was called a win-win situation. Currently, Li Zishuan didn't seem to lack money, but he lacked resources. Things like iron mines couldn't be bought with money. Zhang Sun Wuji giving his iron mine to Li Zishuan was exactly what Li Zishuan wanted. At the same time, the Zhang Sun family wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Because with the Zhang Sun family's iron refining skills, it would take a few hundred years to refine all of their iron mine into iron. Speaking of which, why would Zhang Sun Wuji care about what happened a few hundred years later? At that time, whether the Zhang Sun family would still exist would be a problem. However, if the iron ore was given to Li Zishuan to refine, it would be completely different. With the smelting speed of the Strange Taste Pavilion's smelting speed, the amount of iron produced in 1 year would be equivalent to the Zhang Sun family's previous 4 to 5 years of production. Even if he gave half of it to Li Zishuan as remuneration, Zhang Sun Wuji would still make a huge profit. This was a method that sacrificed future resources in exchange for current wealth, and it was a win-win situation. The old fox was indeed an old fox. He was probably the only one who could come up with such a smart idea. Father? You want to give our iron mine to Yamacho? Then wouldn't our families suffer a huge loss? Why would Zhang Sunchong think so much? He looked at his father in disbelief. Although he did admire Li Zishuan more personally, Zhang Sun Wuji's image in his heart had always been one who prioritized the interests of the family. Now, the old man's actions made him a little confused. Haha. Whether it was a loss or not, he would only know after trying. Chong'er, you just have to tell Li Zishuan this. Zhang Sun Wuji stroked his beard and smiled. Oh. Okay, father. Although Zhang Sun Chong was full of doubts, he still scratched his head and replied. The first time Tang Yuan met the world, he had already caused a lot of commotion. The main reason was that Tang Yuan was easy to carry around and difficult to imitate. This had attracted the attention of many people. However, most people only treated Tang Yuan as an extremely exquisite work of art. Only a very small number of people could be like Zhang Sun Wuji and see the huge business opportunity behind Tang Yuan and Yanhuang Bank. Young master, just yesterday afternoon, the bank had exchanged Tang Yuan worth more than 6,000 strings of coins for the students. This is unbelievable. On the second day, Wang Zhong came to the courtyard and told Li Zishuan excitedly. Li Zishuan had just finished his meal. He wiped his mouth with a tissue and smiled. Haha. Uncle Wang, this is only the beginning. There are still many more things that you can't believe. Oh, right, the bank has so much money. Firstly, they have to pay attention to safety. If they don't have enough manpower, I will send more guards over. Secondly, they have to take out the copper coins to dry regularly to prevent them from rusting. This was the true meaning of having so much money, that it was rusty and moldy. Not only would iron rust, but copper would also rust. This was called copper rust. In ancient times, the circulation of money wasn't very frequent. Those rich families would often let their servants dry their copper coins regularly to prevent the copper coins from rusting and affecting their quality. Young master, don't worry. This old man knows all of this. Faubert said with a smile. Li Zishuan nodded and said, since that's the case, Uncle Wang, you can go and do your work first. Faubert clasped his hands and left. He still had to go to the bank for his duty. Husband, you have worked hard for so many days. Can you finally relax now? After Faubert left, Han Yushi walked over and handed over a cup of hot water with a smile. Recently, Li Zishuan had been running around for Tang Yuan and the bank. He even worked overtime and stayed up late. Han Yushi's heart ached when she saw this. She wished she could replace him. However, there were some things that she couldn't replace, so she could only worry by the side. Haha. I'm not busy anymore. However, now that my confinement period is over, it's time for me to go out and walk around. Li Zishuan had just finished his meal, and the cup of hot water that Han Yushi brought over was just in time. He smiled as he drank the hot water. Speaking of which, today was a good day. It had been exactly 2 months since he was confined by Li Er. Although he was an otaku, the feeling of not being able to go out when he clearly had something to do was really too uncomfortable for him. Oh. I almost forgot. Today is a good day for my husband to be released from confinement. My husband's memory is really good. When Han Yushi heard this, she came to a realization and then said with a hint of reluctance. In these 2 months, Li Zishuan couldn't go out, so naturally, he spent more time with her. However, she also knew that her husband was someone who did big things and couldn't be by her side forever. Therefore, her face didn't reveal the slightest bit of girlish emotions. Ah. Brother, can I go out and play? Lan wants to go out too. Lan immediately shouted after hearing the couple's conversation. She had been holding it in for the past 2 months. Although she also had a companion, Li Anren, on Yunshan, how could it be as lively as Chang'an? Haha. Okay. We'll go out in a while. We'll go to Uncle Qin's house for lunch at noon. Li Zishuan rubbed Lan Er's little head and said. Due to confinement, their family didn't go out to pay New Year's greetings during the New Year. One had to know that Han Yushi had just married into the Li family last year and was considered a newlywed. A newlywed's return to the family in the first year was very important. However, it was precisely because Li Zixuan was confined that Han Yushi didn't even return to the family. Although the confinement period was over, Han Tianhu had gone to Lan province, and the Han family was basically an empty house. Fortunately, Han Yushi still had a pair of adoptive parents. If she went to visit and show her filial piety, she would more or less feel some comfort in her heart. Chapter 12:28. Around 9 in the morning, 2 carriages came down from the mountain path of Cloud Mountain. The carriage in front was filled with Li Zixuan, Han Yushi, and Lan, while the carriage behind was filled with gifts. After all, this trip was considered half a return trip, so it should be more grand. Strange pavilions, don't touch me, carriage drove on the cement road without any bumps. It was so comfortable that Li Zixuan couldn't help but yawn. On the road, there were many farmers heading to the Chang and market. They didn't care whether Li Zixuan could hear them or not. Once they saw Li Zixuan's personal horse carriage, they shouted, "Greetings, Marquis." This was Li Zixuan's reputation in Lantian County. Although he hadn't had the time to do anything since the entirety of Lantian County had been incorporated into his fief, this year, the villagers of Plum Village and Han Family Village had earned a lot of money because of the greenhouse vegetables. This made all the citizens of Lantian County see hope. They believed that Li Zixuan would definitely let them live a good life. Following the cement road, the horse carriage quickly arrived at Chang and City. Wow! Isn't this the Marquis's horse carriage? I haven't seen it in a long time. Hey! It really is. How long has it been since the Marquis came to Chang and City? It's been at least a month, right? After more than 2 months, the Li family's special carriage finally appeared in front of the people of Chang and again. Many people whispered in the direction of the carriage. In their hearts, they always felt that without Li Zixuan, Chang and City seemed to have missed a lot of interesting things in the past 2 months. As Li Zixuan listened to the whispers of the passers-by, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He thought to himself, "I'm finally back." The horse carriage entered the city from Yanqing Gate and traveled west. After 15 minutes, it finally arrived at Qin Manor. Half an hour ago, Li Zixuan had sent someone to Chang and to inform the Qin family. Therefore, the Qin family was well prepared. Both inside and outside the house were cleaned up. Red lanterns were hung up. There was a red carpet on the ground at the door. It looked quite festive. As for the bride's return to her parents' home in the first year, first of all, it was the beginning of the new year and the whole family was reunited. Naturally, it was inconvenient for her to go back to her parents' home. The 15th day of the first lunar month was also the first full moon of the year. He was afraid that his daughter-in-law would not be able to reunite with her family when she returned. Therefore, they would usually return to their parents' home on the 2nd day of the first lunar month and the 16th day of the first lunar month, so as to take care of the reunion of both parties. The 2nd and the 16th of the first lunar month had already passed, but Madame Qin still wanted to create a grand atmosphere in the manor. She wanted to give face to her adopted daughter and make her feel better. Haha. Yushi, little Xian, you're here. Come in and have a seat. Madame Qin held Han Yushi's hand and smiled. Li Zixuan smiled and said, Auntie Qin, you and Yushi can go in first. Huayu and I will ask the servants to move all the things in the carriage inside. As for Lan, the little girl felt that there were no friends to play with in the Qin family, so she went back to Yongla Lane. Hey! You two children, it's fine if you're here. Why did you bring so many things? Madame Qin said unhappily. However, although she said that, she also understood that these things were etiquette and were even more ostentatious. They had to bring them when they returned home on the new year. After chatting with Li Zixuan for a while, Madame Qin pulled Han Yushi's arm and walked into the house. Mother, did Godfather go to the morning court? Han Yushi supported Madame Qin and asked. Yes. If he knew that you and little Xian were coming in the morning, he would definitely have asked for leave today. Mother. That won't do. Godfather is the pillar of the country. He naturally has to prioritize national affairs. When it was close to noon, Qin Xiong finally returned from the palace. When he saw Li Zixuan and Han Yushi coming over, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. He said that he wanted to have a few drinks with Li Zixuan at noon. His old injury had already healed last year, and his alcohol tolerance had slowly returned to its previous state. Mrs. Qin was so happy that she personally cooked a large table full of exquisite and delicious dishes. For a moment, everyone was toasting each other, and it was extremely lively. After eating and drinking, Madame Qin brought Han Yushi to the backyard. Qin Xiong took the opportunity to talk to Li Zixuan about serious matters. "Little Xian, I heard that you've set up a bank in Tangyuan. I saw Tangyuan last night. It's really not bad and very convenient. However, during the morning court today, someone accused you of privately minting coins and flouting the national law." When he heard the second half of the sentence, Li Zixuan's face darkened. He couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Qin, what happened after that?" Qin Xiong shook his head and laughed. "Haha. At that time, I wanted to defend you, but who would have thought that there were two people faster than me? I could only wait patiently." "Who are they?" Qin Xiong smiled and replied, "One is your Uncle Cheng, and the other is Zhao Guogong. Jijie is fine, but Zhao Guogong, I've never heard of any friendship between the two of you before." "Zhao Guogong? Zhang Sun Wuji?" When Li Zixuan heard that, he was even more confused than Qin Xiong. What kind of relationship did he have with Zhang Sun Wuji? If there was a relationship, it could only be a competitive relationship, right? After all, both of them were in the ironware business. But why was the old fox speaking up for him? Li Zixuan couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. In the end, he could only force himself to come up with a reason. "Ahem. Uncle Qin, this might be because I saved Zhang Sun Chong during the chaos in Cheng and City last year. Moreover, Zhang Sun Chong is still my student now, right?" Qin Xiong felt that this was not impossible. He nodded thoughtfully. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said with a serious face, "Xiao Xian. It's fine if you only use Tang Yuan in the academy now, but I know that you have big plans. In the future, you will definitely use Tang Yuan in other places. But I hope that before you make this decision, you must seek His Majesty's approval. Not only this matter, but when you encounter other big matters in the future, you must not act on your own accord. What happened to the Chui family last time must not happen again." Li Zixuan was silent. Then, he nodded and said, "Uncle Qin, don't worry. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. In the future, I will definitely do things more seriously." Qin Xiong was satisfied and assured. He nodded, and a smile finally appeared on his serious face. "That's good. That's good. Haha. Recently, thanks to you, little Xian, the vegetables on the Qin family's farmstead have matured. Although the farmsteads don't earn as much as your farmsteads, they still earn quite a bit. It's enough for everyone to work hard for several years." The farmsteads of the Qin, Cheng, Niu, and Yuqi families started planting greenhouse vegetables half a month later than Li Zixuan's farmsteads. It just so happened that it was harvest season recently. Although the price of greenhouse vegetables in Cheng and City was not as expensive as before, it was definitely not cheap either. The farmsteads of these four families could still make a profit. Haha. "Uncle Qin, you're too serious. What does this have to do with luck? The money that the farmers earn is all earned with their own hands. It has nothing to do with this nephew." Chapter 12:29. "Xiao Xian, is your bank still short of money? Although my Qin family isn't a wealthy family, if you urgently need money, I can still raise some." Qin Manor, Main Hall. After talking about the farmers, Qin Xiong talked about the bank. Li Zixuan was silent for a moment and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Uncle Qin, but the bank is only running in the academy now, so I'm not short of money. When I'm short of money in the future, I'll be thick-skinned and ask Uncle Qin." In terms of family background, the Qin family was actually poorer than the Qing family. After all, because they owned shares in the winery. The Qing family's monthly dividends were comparable to the total income of the previous year. Qin Xiong had always been good to him, and he was Han Yushi's adoptive father. In the past, he might have neglected Qin Xiong when he had a business to make a fortune, but with the bank now, if there was a chance in the future, he had to bring the Qin family along. Qin Xiong glared and said, "What are you talking about, kid? The Qin family's things will not only belong to Huayu in the future, but also to you. I've always treated you as half a son. If you need anything from the Qin family, just ask. There's nothing to be thick-skinned about." These words were said sincerely. To Qin Xiong, Li Zixuan was not only his savior, but also half a son-in-law. Many times, Qin Xiong treated Li Zixuan as his own son. Some treatment, even Qin Huayu couldn't compare to. Li Zixuan was touched and said, "Uncle Qin, I appreciate your kindness. If I need anything in the future, I'll definitely not be polite to you." After having lunch at Qin Manor, Han Yushi returned to Yongla Lane to wait. Li Zixuan, on the other hand, went to Qingyao Jin, Niu Jinda, Yuqi Jingda, Li Jing, Yan Lide, and Li Daozong's families. He sat for a while in each family. After all, it was not easy for him to get out of prison. Moreover, this could also tell others that he, Li Zixuan, had returned from Cloud Mountain. After they finished shopping, the sky was already dark, and it was obviously too late to return to Cloud Mountain. In an era without streetlights, it was not so easy to walk at night. Thus, the couple and Lan spent the night in the Yongla Lane residence. The next morning, the three of them set off for Cloud Mountain. "Wife, Lan, you two go back first. I still have some things to do." At the foot of the Cloud Mountain, Li Zixuan jumped off the carriage and said to Han Yushi and Lan, who were in the carriage, "Husband, where are you going?" Han Yushi lifted the curtain and asked, "Haha. I will make a trip to Lantian County's Yamen and return before noon." Li Zixuan smiled and urged the two of them to hurry up the mountain. Now that they were in the territory of Cloud Mountain, he was no longer worried about Han Yushi and Lan's safety. That was why he could leave with peace of mind. After watching the carriage climb up the mountain path, Li Zixuan turned around and walked towards Lantian County in the north. It was already early spring, and there were traces of green on the road. Compared to the withering of all things in winter, early spring undoubtedly brought more hope and vitality to people. Along the way, Li Zixuan enjoyed the beautiful scenery of early spring. When he met the villagers who greeted him, he smiled and nodded. After about 45 minutes, he finally arrived at the foot of Lantian County. The green city wall was not tall, but from afar, it looked quite imposing. Two guards stood at the city gate, inspecting the pedestrians entering and leaving the city. With Chang and city next to it, there were very few pedestrians entering and exiting Lantian County. For those who were doing business or wanted to enter the city to buy things, Chang and city was definitely their first choice. Anyway, Chang and city was not very far for them, so they might as well take a few more steps and go to Chang and city to sell things for a higher price or to have better choices. In any era, a super city had a huge siphon effect on the surrounding counties. Chang and city in the Tang dynasty was no exception. As such, Lantian County's position was a little awkward. Because of its natural geographical disadvantage, in terms of development prospects, it was almost impossible to get close to Chang and city. At most, it could only follow behind Chang and city and eat soy sauce or drink soup. Therefore, the county magistrate of Lantian County did not ask for no merit, but to not make any mistakes. It was because the structure of Lantian County was set, and it was difficult for there to be any big development. After asking a passerby, Li Zixuan knew the direction of the county office and walked towards it. "Don't run. Stop. Your father sold you to this young master. Are you still thinking of running? Quick. Quick. Catch her for me." Suddenly, there was a rush of footsteps and an arrogant man's voice behind him. Isn't this the son of old Master Fan from the east of the city? Why is he here? Let's go, let's go." Sigh. I don't know whose family's daughter is going to suffer this time. I heard it's Wu Laosan's daughter. Sigh, this Wu Laosan lost dozens of strings of coins at the Fan family's gambling den. How can he afford to pay it back? He probably sold his own daughter. Sigh. What a pity. The Fan family. Let's go, let's go. Don't meet young Master Fan later. Humph. In my opinion, the good days of the Fan family's father and son are coming to an end. Now that Lantian County has become the fief of the Marquis of Yong, and everyone knows that the Marquis of Yong and treats the people of his fief very well. When the time comes, will the Fan family continue to do whatever they want? But why hasn't the Marquis of Yong and come to Lantian County after so long? Let's not count on it. Listening to the whispers of the passers-by, Li Zixuan shook his head. He had watched many melodramatic dramas in his previous life, but he did not expect such a melodramatic plot to fall on his head. It seemed that the sky of Lantian County was not so clear. Ah! Bam! Suddenly, a woman's scream came from behind him. Li Zixuan turned around and saw a woman in coarse hemp clothes, who had fallen to the ground. Behind the woman was a slightly plump youth with a mole at the corner of his mouth, who was leading a group of strong men towards them. Haha! Let a wretched girl like you run? Are you still going to run now? Men! Tie her up and bring her back. The slightly plump youth did not continue to run. He pointed at the woman who had fallen to the ground and laughed arrogantly. Yes. Young master. The group of people roared in agreement and surrounded the woman. No. No. Young Master Fan, the money my father owes you, I will definitely pay it back for him. Don't catch me. The woman wanted to get up from the ground, but perhaps because she had fallen too hard, before she could get up, she was lifted up from the ground by the group of people behind her. Her face was full of tears, and as she struggled, she complained bitterly to the slightly plump youth behind her. Hee hee. You still want it? What are you going to use to pay it back? 30 strings of coins, even if you don't calculate the interest, you won't be able to pay it back in your lifetime. Hee hee. Why don't you follow me back and pay with your body, ah? Chapter 1230. No. No. Save me. Save me. On the streets of the county town of Lantian County, the young girl's face was immediately filled with horror when she heard the young man say the words "pay with my body." She struggled desperately with tears in her eyes. Ha! Save me? Look at what this is. The chubby young man took out a piece of paper from his sleeve and laughed coldly. This is a slave contract. Now that you're my maid, instead of serving me properly, you want to run away from home. Do you believe that I'll send you to the authorities for punishment? In ancient times, the lowest status was a slave. This young girl was sold to the young man with the surname Fan. According to the Tang dynasty's laws, she could not run away as she pleased. Under such circumstances, the young man with the surname Fan would definitely win the case even if it was brought to the authorities. Furthermore, the young girl might even be tortured in court. Slaves, those who had no thoughts and only knew how to serve their masters wholeheartedly were called slaves. Their lives were in the hands of their masters, not to mention running away from home. Now, that slave contract had completely pushed the young girl to the bottom of the abyss. No. I didn't sign this. I didn't draw it. The young girl's tears fell like rain as she desperately tried to resist. However, how could her little bit of strength be a match for the group of burly men around her? Even if she tried her best, she would not be able to cause them any trouble. Bah! Why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up and follow me back. The chubby young man waved his hand and said impatiently. After that, he turned around and wanted to bring the little beauty home to enjoy, but who knew, hey! Where did this poor scholar come from? Get lost. Don't block my way. In the middle of the road stood a young man who looked like a scholar. Although his light blue clothes were not luxurious, they were clean and tidy. Compared to the luxuriously dressed young man, he had an even more extraordinary temperament. Humph. Fan Jinxiang, don't you know whose territory Lantian County is now? How dare you kidnap a girl here? Aren't you afraid that Marquis will punish your Fan family? The blue-robed scholar said coldly to the chubby young man without fear. Pfft. Fan Jinxiang. Strong and strong. When Li Zishuan heard the name of the chubby young man, he almost burst out laughing. As for the scholar who was blocking the road, he also recognized her. She was Yu Dehang from the Yu clan, whom he had met a few times before. However, because he was quite far away from Fan Jinxiang, Fan Jinxiang and the others, and there were many people in between them, although he could see Yu Dehang through the gaps in the crowd, Yu Dehang did not notice him. At this time, a manservant beside Fan Jinxiang came to his ear and whispered a few words. Fan Jinxiang laughed and said, I was wondering who it was. So it was elementary scholar Yu from the Yu family manor. You're asking me whose territory this Lantian County is? No matter whose territory it is fine as long as it is not yours. You, elementary scholar Yu, should go home and study hard. Wait until you've truly become an elementary scholar before you meddle in other people's business, right? Ha ha ha. You. The reason why Yu Dehang was called elementary scholar Yu by the villagers was because he had not been able to obtain the title of elementary scholar despite having taken the exam many times. However, he was indeed very knowledgeable, so the villagers called him that. Now that Fan Jinxiang had used this nickname to ridicule him, Yu Dehang immediately became angry. Fan Jinxiang, don't go too far. Let go of this girl, or I will go to the county yamen to sound the drum and complain about the crime of forcibly kidnapping a civilian girl. Hee hee. Go ahead and sue. Go ahead and sue. I'll tell you the truth, even if the Heavenly Emperor comes today, don't expect me to let her go. Humph. Come, chase this sour scholar away with a stick. Don't hinder me from doing my business. Fan Jinxiang put one hand on his waist and waved the slave contract with the other. He had the feeling that, with the slave contract in hand, the world is mine. He laughed loudly and said without fear. Haha. Young Master Fan, you remind me of someone who used to be as arrogant as you. Do you know how he is now? Just as Fan Jinxiang's two guards were brandishing their sticks and walking towards Yu Dehang, a faint but clear voice suddenly came from the street. When Yu Dehang heard this voice, his expression changed slightly. He was about to say something, but after thinking for a while, he decided not to say anything. What happened to him after that? Fan Jinxiang did not know why, but he followed the voice and asked this question. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, and Fan Jinxiang could not help but squint his eyes. When he opened them again, there was suddenly another person in front of him. It was a handsome young man with a strong aura. Haha. After that, he ate celery for half a year, and his breath finally became fresh. The young man looked at Fan Jinxiang with a serious face. Fan Jinxiang? Pfft. Ha ha ha. Yu Dehang was stunned for a moment, and finally could not help but laugh out loud. The more he laughed, the more he wanted to laugh. In the end, he laughed so hard that he could not even straighten his back. The girl who was caught by the Fan family guards, who had been crying a moment ago, could not help but want to laugh. Even when she thought about how she was in prison, she still wanted to laugh. Pfft. In the end, she could not hold it in. With a pfft sound, her tears turned into laughter. Her laughter was called a weeping beauty. You bastard. Humph. The sun really rose from the west today. Here comes another ignorant person who dares to make fun of this young master. Men, beat him. Beat him hard. Don't beat him to death. Beat him until he's seriously injured, then bring him back for treatment. After he's healed, then beat him again. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Fan Jinxiang came back to his senses and realized that he had been humiliated by Li Zishuan. His face turned green and white, and then he pointed at Li Zishuan and gnashed his teeth. Yes. Young master. All the guards that Fan Jinxiang brought with him suddenly rushed towards Li Zishuan fiercely. Hey! Stop. Yu Deheng was just about to shout, stop, when he saw that Li Zishuan seemed to have made a hand gesture to him, indicating that he should not make a sound. He could only obediently shut his mouth. Facing the Fan family guards who were rushing towards him like hungry wolves, Li Zishuan suddenly disappeared from where he was. Following that, Yu Deheng and the rest only saw a blur in front of their eyes. Then, the Fan family guards fell to the ground with their faces paralyzed. They were either rubbing their arms, legs, or stomachs. A wave of wails filled the air. It could not be helped. These people's fighting abilities were on a completely different level compared to Li Zishuan's. It was too easy to deal with them. Seeing this, Fan Jinxiang realized that Li Zishuan and the other 4 martial arts experts. He widened his eyes in shock and anger. Pointing at Li Zishuan, he said in horror, You, don't come any closer. My father is Fan Tong. Stop right there. You dare to hurt people on the street? Believe it or not, my father will send people to arrest you. Chapter 1231. Fan Tong? Li Zishuan paused for a moment, then laughed. Your father may have a good name, but I don't have any rice here. Why would a rice bucket like him want to catch me? Fan Jinxiang was furious. His father's name had been mocked before, but ever since his father became famous in Lantian County, no one dared to make fun of this joke. When he heard Li Zishuan's mocking words, he was so angry that his face turned purple. You little bastard, you're done for. Smack. Ouch. As soon as Fan Jinxiang cursed, he felt as if his face had been ruthlessly slapped by a piece of metal. At that moment, he even felt that his face was no longer his own. Following that, his entire body flew out and landed heavily on the ground. Silence. The entire street was silent. Previously, when Li Zishuan had attacked the Fan family's guards, it had attracted the attention of a few brave passers-by. Now that they saw Li Zishuan directly teach Fan Jinxiang a lesson, the passers-by all sucked in a breath of cold air. While they were secretly delighted, they were also surprised at who this young man was. Hiss. Old Master Fan's son was beaten up. Who is this? He looks unfamiliar, maybe he's from another county. There were many people who knew Li Zishuan, but there were even more who didn't know him. Oh my God. Isn't that the Duke of Yongmen? Why is he in Lantian County? Duke of Yongmen? Are you sure? Gulp. I'm sure. It's really the Duke of Yongmen. I saw him in Chang'an last year. That's great. The Duke of Yongmen is in Lantian County. Let's see how the Fan father and son can still be so arrogant. The onlookers were shocked at first, but when someone recognized Li Zishuan's identity, everyone cheered. When Li Zishuan had beaten up Fan Jinxiang, the young girl who had been caught by the Fan family guards had been so shocked that she had forgotten to run away. She stood there in a daze. Now that she heard the crowd mention Li Zishuan's identity, her eyes suddenly glowed with vitality. I don't like people with foul mouths, so I suggest you eat more celery in the future. That way, your breath will be fresher. Li Zishuan slowly walked over and looked at Fan Jinxiang, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. You are Marquis Yongmen? Fan Jinxiang's face was swollen. After such a fall, he could no longer get up from the ground. Hearing the discussions of the surrounding commoners, Fan Jinxiang's face was filled with horror. Clearly, he had heard the words Marquis of Yong, and from his father or others before. What? Didn't you just say that even if the Heavenly Emperor came, he wouldn't let her go? Now that I'm asking you to release him, are you going to release him or not? Li Zishuan squatted down and looked at Fan Jinxiang's swollen face as he asked calmly. Marquis, I have her indenture contract here. She is now mine. Fan Jinxiang raised his head and looked at the girl standing not far away as he said unwillingly. Swoosh. Immediately after, Fan Jinxiang felt a gust of wind blow past his ear. Then, the indenture contract in his hand was already in Li Zishuan's hands. Indenture contract? Where is it? Li Zixuan's hand shook slightly, and that indenture contract instantly turned into pieces of paper. Then, it drifted along with the cold wind and landed on the street. You, Marquis Yong, and you destroyed the evidence without permission. You are unreasonable. Fan Jinxiang's eyes widened as he roared furiously. Haha. I forgot to tell you. This marquis is a marquis personally conferred by the emperor. Lantian County is a fief that the emperor personally bestowed to this marquis. This is my territory, and I have the final say here. Li Zixuan smiled faintly. He was the true king of Lantian County. Here, as long as he didn't do anything treacherous like rebelling, he could always enjoy the highest treatment. Everyone had to listen to him. Whatever he said, it was what it was. For a small case like Fan Jinxiang's kidnapping of a civilian girl, even if he didn't have any evidence, no one would do anything to him. At most, they would just scold him in private. Who asked the entire Lantian County to be his fief? There were ways to deal with cultured people. To deal with a bully like Fan Jinxiang, there was a need to use more overbearing methods to deal with him. One had to let the bully experience the feelings of those who were bullied by them. Fan Jinxiang was feeling aggrieved. He used to be able to do whatever he wanted in Lantian County, but now, he had fallen to the point where he was bullied. He wanted to reason with others, but the other party wouldn't reason with him. At this moment, he finally tasted the feeling of being bullied. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, a flurry of footsteps suddenly came from the street. Then, a person shouted loudly, "Who dares to fight on the street in broad daylight? Stop right now. Otherwise, all of you will be taken back to the county yamen for questioning." As soon as the voice fell, a group of people surrounded Li Zixuan and the others. Looking at their uniforms, they were the yamen runners of Lantian County. "Young Master Fan. Are you all right?" The head constable saw Fan Jinxiang lying on the ground with swollen cheeks and hurriedly ran over. He asked with concern. "Constable. Constable Zhao, I'm fine." Fan Jinxiang's face didn't show any joy because of the arrival of reinforcements. Instead, there was a trace of panic. He said to Constable Zhao with an unnatural expression. "Impudent. Which unruly commoner dares to hurt people on the streets of Lantian County? Men, take him back to the county yamen for this constable." Constable Zhao thought that Fan Jinxiang was afraid of Li Zixuan's martial prowess and didn't dare to speak. He suddenly stood up and pointed at Li Zixuan as he spoke sternly. However, he quickly noticed the abnormality in his surroundings. Not only were the commoners on the street not afraid of him, but they were looking at him as if he was an idiot. This made him a little confused. "Ha! All right. Come, Constable Zhao, quickly take me back to the county yamen. I just happened to have some things to discuss with County Magistrate He." Li Zixuan looked at Constable Zhao and said with a smile. However, no one noticed that a cold light flashed in the corner of his eyes. "Humph. At least you know what's good for you. Men, take him back." Constable Zhao thought for a long time but couldn't come up with a reason. The main reason was that he didn't recognize Li Zixuan and thought that he was from another county and probably didn't have any background. Thus, he gritted his teeth and waved at the surrounding yamen runners. "Hey! Wait! Constable Zhao, since it's a fight, you can't just arrest me, right? In order to avoid criticism, you have to bring young Master Fan back to the county yamen as a witness." Li Zixuan smiled and said. The main reason was that he was worried that Fan Jinxiang would secretly escape. "Oh. You have a point. Men, take young Master Fan back to the county yamen." One was to arrest, the other was to invite. The difference in treatment was obvious. Chapter 1232. Under the lead of Lantian County's Constable Zhao, Li Zixuan and Fan Jinxiang were escorted to the county yamen. The onlookers, Yu Deheng, and the girl who was rescued from the Zhao family's guards all followed behind Constable Zhao without a word. However, the way they looked at Constable Zhao was filled with hatred and a trace of sympathy. Yes, it was sympathy. Obviously, they had already predicted Constable Zhao's tragic fate. Sir. Sir. I was patrolling the streets today and discovered bandits assaulting people on the streets. I've brought them back to the county yamen. Please open the court for questioning. At the back of the Lantian County Yamen. Constable Zhao hurriedly ran over and saluted County Magistrate He, who was reading in the corridor. Oh. Who's so bold? Oh right, was anyone injured? County Magistrate He raised his head and asked in surprise. Sir, the identity of the bandit is unknown, but Master Fan's eldest son was seriously injured. Constable Zhao replied. Fan Jinxiang? It's him? County Magistrate He raised his eyebrows and looked at Constable Zhao meaningfully. He then waved his hand and said, Please wait for a moment. I'll change my clothes and go to the court now. Yes, sir. Half an hour later, County Magistrate He, dressed in his official robes, brought Constable Zhao to the County Yamen's court. When he saw the people in the court, County Magistrate He almost wet his pants. Ho! Ho! County Magistrate He hurriedly walked over and bowed to Li Zishuan, but someone was faster than him. How dare you? You're in the court and you're not bowing to the County Magistrate? Constable Zhao took a step forward and shouted at Li Zishuan. County Magistrate He was a civil official, but at this moment, he couldn't help but curse. What was a pig teammate? This was the perfect example of a pig-like teammate. Slap. County Magistrate He knew that he couldn't let Constable Zhao fool around anymore. He immediately walked over and gave Constable Zhao a hard slap. He then ordered the Yamen runners in the court, guards. Seize Zhao Qiuhu for me. The bailiffs were all stunned. They thought that County Magistrate He had said something wrong. They all looked at County Magistrate He in disbelief. What are you waiting for? Capture Zhao Zhao and Xiu Hu. When County Magistrate He saw that there was no movement around, he immediately raised his voice and roared. Yes. Milord. It was only then that the Yamen runners came to their senses and hurriedly went forward to grab Constable Zhao. Milord. Why did you capture me? Constable Zhao finally recovered from his shock and shouted unwillingly. County Magistrate He ignored him and went straight to Li Zishuan. He bowed and said, Greetings, Marquis. Marquis? Constable Zhao widened his eyes in horror and said in disbelief, You are the Marquis of Yong'an? Li Zishuan smiled faintly and said meaningfully, County Magistrate He, before this Marquis came, I thought that everyone in Lantian County could live and work in peace and contentment. I didn't expect that in broad daylight, I would meet a prodigal son who forcefully snatched a woman. There was even a county constable who liked to cover up and curry favor with others. This is really an eye-opener for this Marquis. Tell me, is there any law in this Lantian County? Is the sky of this Lantian County black or blue? At the end of his speech, Li Zishuan's voice suddenly became louder. The entire court was filled with his deafening roar. County Magistrate He's face was deathly pale. He trembled as he bowed and said, This Marquis has not governed properly and caused the people to suffer. Evil people and officials run amok. This Marquis is guilty. Please punish me, Marquis. Constable Zhao's face was ashen. It was obvious that he no longer had any hope. Li Zishuan shook his head and took 2 steps forward. He came to the front of the court and sat in the seat that originally belonged to County Magistrate He. He slammed the gavel and shouted angrily, This Marquis originally trusted you and planned to entrust you with important tasks in the future. But this is how you repay this Marquis? The current emperor is diligent in governance and loves the people, but you? You do nothing and allow your subordinates to join forces with the tyrants to oppress the people and run amok. What qualifications do you have to be the parent official of tens of thousands of people? To be honest, Li Zishuan had always had a good impression of County Magistrate He. In his eyes, County Magistrate He was a capable person. He could feel it from their previous interactions. But he didn't expect County Magistrate He to be so inactive in governance. From the discussions of the people, it was obvious that the Fan father and son had been doing evil in Lantian County for a long time. But now, they were still at large and had not received any punishment. Such a mediocre official, no matter how capable he was, Li Zishuan wouldn't appoint him. This was because he knew better than anyone that his foundation was the tens of thousands of people of Lantian County, not some official. This marquis is guilty. This marquis is ashamed to face marquis. Ashamed to face the emperor. Ashamed to face the tens of thousands of people of Lantian County. County magistrate, he cupped his hands sorrowfully. Marquis, county magistrate, he is a good official. Please don't blame him. Last year, county magistrate, he donated several months of his salary to the charity. That's right. Marquis. Not only did county magistrate he not impose additional taxes, he even built schools for the county and let our children go to school for free. That's right. Marquis. County magistrate, he is a good official. Please don't blame him. Just as Li Zishuan was about to condemn county magistrate, the group of people who came with him suddenly shouted out. Li Zishuan's heart was suddenly at a loss. Things didn't seem to be exactly as he thought. Marquis, ever since county magistrate he took office, he has always been considerate of the people. Although he has made mistakes in some matters, he is definitely a good official. I beg Marquis to judge clearly. Yu Dehang shouted from outside the government office. Li Zishuan believed 70 to 80% in his heart. He thought that there might be more to the Fan father and son's matter. So he looked at county magistrate and said, seeing that you have done good for the people, I will forgive you this time. If there is a next time, you will be punished. County magistrate he bowed and cupped his hands, saying, Thank you, Marquis. I am ashamed. Li Zishuan then ordered the bailiffs in the hall. Fan Jinxiang instigated the servants and induced the people to participate in gambling. Today, he wanted to kidnap a woman. Men, lock him in the prison and choose a day to interrogate him. Yes. Marquis. The bailiffs had previously stood on the wrong side, on the street. Now that they had a rare opportunity to perform, they all hurriedly responded loudly. The rest of you, quickly disperse. Li Zishuan waved his hand to the people outside the government office and then said to county magistrate follow me to the back of the government office. County magistrate he cupped his hands and said, yes. After that, the two of them went to the back of the government office one after the other. Chapter 1233. Speak. What is the background of the Fan father and son? Why are you being so timid? In the back office, Li Zishuan put his hands behind his back and asked in a low voice. As smart as he was, how could he not see the anger and hesitation in county magistrate He's eyes when he looked at Fan Jinxiang? It was because of this that he asked this question. County magistrate He's face froze for a moment before he smiled bitterly. Marquis, this Fan family started their business 4 years ago. In Lantian County, it can be said that they have deep roots. Their family owns thousands of acres of land, and they have dozens of shops in the city. They are involved in silk, clothing, jade, restaurants, gambling houses, and other businesses. They have thousands of tenants and hundreds of servants. They can be said to be the most powerful family in Lantian County. Not to mention other things, the Fan family pays thousands of strings of coins in taxes every year. It is because of this that I usually turn a blind eye to Fan Jinxiang, as long as he doesn't do things that are too out of line. When I took up my post in Lantian County last year, I also wanted to take down the Fan father and son who are full of evil. However, if the government took action against the Fan family, Lantian County would collect thousands of strings of coins less in taxes every year. In order to complete the Ministry of Appointments and Ministry of Revenue's assessment, I could only impose this tax on the people. I didn't want to do it, so I could only hold back my desire to deal with the Fan father and son. I wanted to wait until the people of Lantian County were better off and all the children were in school before I took action against them. I didn't expect Fan Jinxiang to be so daring as to offend Marquis. I am guilty of covering up for a tyrant. County magistrate he bowed deeply to Li Zishuan and did not get up. His face was full of guilt. Get up. Li Zixuan was silent for a moment and said, "Since there is a reason for this, and you are wholeheartedly concerned about the people, how can I blame you? Although it is pardonable, I don't agree with your way of doing things. Lantian County's conditions are not good and taxes are hard to collect, but indulging a tyrant is like drinking poison to quench thirst. It hurts the people's hearts. No matter what, I don't want you to do such things in the future." County Magistrate he cupped his hands and said with a gloomy face, "Marquis is right. I was foolish. It was never too late to mend the pen after the sheep had been lost. From now on, all you have to do is to protect the people and live up to your title as the county magistrate. As for the tax revenue of Lantian County, you don't have to worry about it. With this marquis around, the county's treasury will definitely have more than enough every year, and the people will gradually become richer. The government is still the government, relying on the tyrants in the city to maintain the government's operations. Can such a government be called a government? Might as well call them the lackeys of the rich. Immediately send someone to investigate the illegal activities of the Fan father and son over the years. After the investigation is done, hold a public trial. At that time, all the people in the county are allowed to watch." In the past, Lantian County still needed to complete the tax tasks given by the imperial court, but now, there was no need at all. This was because Lantian County had now become Li Zixuan's private territory. The land, official appointments, and financial authority were all under Li Zixuan's control. The taxes that were previously handed over to the imperial court would now be handed over to Li Zixuan. To a certain extent, the current Li Zixuan was no different from the feudal lords of the previous dynasties, just that the land was a little smaller. With Li Zixuan's support, Magistrate He's back straightened, and his previous misgivings were no longer present. He excitedly saluted and replied, "Yes. Marquis. This official will have someone investigate the Fan family thoroughly." "Sir. Sir. Not good. Not good. Lord Fan has brought many of the Fan family's guards to the front office and is making a scene in the front yard. They want us to release Fan Jinxiang immediately." At this moment, a yamen runner hurriedly ran over, shouting as he ran, "Impudent!" Magistrate He's expression changed. The court was a solemn place, and Fan Tong had come to cause a scene. This was a slap to his face. Especially when Li Zixuan was watching from the side. This made County Magistrate He's expression turn even uglier. "Zheng Fan. Quickly inform all the yamen runners on duty to gather in the front yard. Those who are not there on time will no longer have to work as a government official. Today, I will capture all of these villains who dare to cause trouble in the county office." "Yes. Sir." The yamen runner saw Magistrate He's unyielding attitude, and felt his blood boil. He used his loudest voice to reply, "Marquis, it's all my fault for indulging Fan Tong and his people too much. That's why they dare to act so impudently. I will do my best to make up for my past mistakes." After the yamen runner left, Magistrate He saluted Li Zixuan with a face full of shame. "Haha. It's great that you can correct your mistakes. I'll go with you to meet Fan Tong," Li Zixuan said with a smile. Speaking of Fan Tong felt an inexplicable urge to laugh at the mention of his name. Who was the person who named Fan Tong back then? "My son has always been a good boy. Why did you put him in prison for no reason? Where's Constable Zhao? Tell him to come out. I'd like to ask him if he has the guts to arrest people for no reason. And where's Magistrate He?" In the past, the Fan family has always been the most active when the county office collects taxes. What Magistrate He did today will disappoint all the aristocrats of Lantian County. In the front yard of the county office, a fat, well-dressed middle-aged man was holding his big belly and scolding the yamen runners in the yard. It was as if he was the official and the runners were the commoners. It was clear that Magistrate He was very kind to the aristocrats of the county. "Humph. Lord Fan. Your son kidnapped a commoner in broad daylight. Do you think I can't arrest him? You, on the other hand, brought people to the county office in broad daylight. What are you trying to do? Do you have any respect for the law? Do you have me? Do you have His Majesty? While Fan Tong was in the middle of his rant, Magistrate He walked out of the courtroom. At the same time, 2 teams of Yamen runners ran out from both sides of the courtroom and surrounded Fan Tong and his guards and servants. The atmosphere in the courtroom suddenly became tense. Fan Tong was stunned at first. Clearly, he did not expect Magistrate He to be so decisive today. Then he said angrily, "Kidnapped a commoner? Gathered at the county office? You're just trying to accuse me. The person my son arrested today was only a servant girl who escaped from the Fan family. As for me, I'm here today to seek justice for my son. How is this defying the law?" Humph. What a bunch of nonsense. I've already asked around. The girl's identity is clean. When did she become a servant girl of the Fan family? Magistrate He said coldly. Fan Tong rebuked, "Impossible. That girl must be lying. My son has her indenture." Haha. Indenture? Fan Tong, go in and ask your son if he can produce the indenture. Guards, Fan Tong has offended the county office and is defying the law. Take him to jail and interrogate him another day. Li Zishuan, who was standing behind Magistrate He, did not want to waste any more time. He walked out and gave his orders. Yes. Marquis. Chapter 1234. Marquis? You are the Marquis of Yong'an? Fan Tong looked at Li Zishuan in surprise. Li Zishuan did not want to talk to him, mainly because the old man's image was too unsightly. He waved his hand and said, "Take him away." Yes. Which of the Yamen runners did not know Li Zishuan? Who would dare to disobey Li Zishuan? Just now, Constable Zhao was a living example. Therefore, as soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, the Yamen runners rushed towards Fan Tong. "Marquis, I am innocent. I was just in a moment of desperation, but I did not mean to offend the Yamen. I beg you, Marquis. The Fan family has contributed a lot to Lantian County over the years." The guards of the Fan family had wanted to resist, but now that all the Yamen runners had arrived and Li Zishuan was rumored to be a powerful martial artist, they were quickly subdued by the runners. Fan Tong, on the other hand, was being dragged away by 2 Yamen runners, but he was still unwilling to give up and yelled at the top of his lungs. "County Magistrate He, you have to hurry up with collecting evidence of the Fan family's crimes. I can only give you 2 days. After 2 days, the public trial must be held as scheduled. This matter may change if we delay." Li Zishuan said solemnly to County Magistrate He after calming down the commotion in the Yamen. He was the most powerful person in Lantian County, and his words were law, but that did not mean he could do whatever he wanted. For example, although Li Er held the highest position in the Tang Empire, he still had to listen to the opinions of his officials, and did things within the rules. The Fan family's case had to be tried and convicted as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the other wealthy families and gentry in the city did not know the truth and joined forces to cause trouble, then County Magistrate He and Li Zishuan would be in a difficult position. "I understand. This time, I will not let you down, Marquis." County Magistrate He clasped his fist. Li Zishuan thought for a moment, then said, "As for the Fan family's dozens of shops, close them down if there are any problems, especially the gambling houses. They are simply harming the people. You don't have to worry about closing down so many shops. In the near future, I will use the Chamber of Commerce to do business in Lantian County. In the future, Lantian County may not be as big as Chang'an, but it must become the largest commercial county east of Chang'an. When that time comes, taxes and whatnot will naturally not be low." Attracting investment and developing business were his main goals for coming to Lantian County today. Dealing with the Fan father and son was just a coincidence, and it was just a casual move. Hearing this, County Magistrate He was overjoyed. After all, this was a real benefit for Lantian County. Marquis is wise. The Lantian County will finally have a good life. In addition, I plan to build a mansion in the city, as well as a dam at the Ba River in Plum Village. I will need a large number of craftsmen and laborers. When the time comes, I will prioritize hiring from Lantian County. The wages will definitely be generous, and when the time comes, I will be able to provide subsidies to many of the people. These were the two major projects that Li Zishuan was about to start. The dam was the most important, and although the mansion was secondary, it would still provide many employment opportunities for the people in the city. Marquis is benevolent and righteous. I will definitely send people to the various villages to mobilize them. County magistrate, he replied with a smile. Previously, he had been worried about the people's livelihood, businesses, and taxes. But now, Li Zishuan had solved all of them with just a few words. A huge rock in his heart had finally been lifted. The news of the Fan father and son being locked up in the county jail was spread by someone. In the evening, almost all the people in and out of the city knew about it. For a while, the people were discussing and celebrating in private. Many of the people who had been bullied by the Fan family before were running around to tell each other. Some even set off the leftover firecrackers from the new year. The entire county began to be immersed in a sea of joy. As for the rich, at this moment, they were a little uneasy, especially those who were close to the Fan family. Now, they were beginning to worry that Li Zishuan would one day be ruthless to them. However, these people now, other than secretly worrying, it seemed that there was nothing they could do, unless they completely moved out of Lantian County. But these people had big families and businesses, and their roots here. How could they move out in a short period of time? Besides, Li Zishuan had not caught them yet. If they directly escaped, wouldn't that be admitting to it? The next day. Yanhuang College Calendar, Monday. The students, who had rested for 2 days, finally returned to the college. But this time, they did not have to carry a big bag of copper coins as living expenses for a week at the college, because now they all had Tang Yuan. Many students who lived in Chang and took advantage of the weekend to send people to the college with a lot of copper coins to exchange for Tang Yuan. For example, Ching Chimo now had more than 100 Tang Yuan, which was enough for him to live in the college for a long time. Another example was Li Tai, who was even more ruthless. He sent people to exchange more than 1,000 Tang Yuan over the weekend. Even if he could eat, it was enough for him to live in the college for a year. It was worth mentioning that Chitsu Pavilion, Zuaxian Restaurant, and Chitsu Culture were all owned by Li Zishuan. Now that they could also exchange Tang Yuan, it caused quite a stir in Chang'an. After all, the things in Li Zishuan's shops were not cheap. How inconvenient would it be to use an ox cart to carry money every time you wanted to buy something? After seeing Tang Yuan, many people secretly planned to find time to go to Yunshan to exchange a batch of Tang Yuan. Hey! Wenhao, wait! What is this thing? Before class, in the classroom of Class 1, Ching Chimo saw Meng Wenhao put a square, thick, black object on the table. He was curious and quickly asked. Oh! Brother Cho Nyo, you're talking about this. Meng Wenhao's face showed a bit of shyness. He said embarrassedly, this is a small money bag that my mother sewed for me to store Tang Yuan in. My mother was afraid that the Tang Yuan would be too old from folding and folding, so she sewed this money bag with a double layer. If Li Zishuan was here, he would definitely shout, damn, isn't this a wallet? Although Ching Chimo had never seen a modern wallet, Meng Wenhao's special money bag still attracted his attention. He took the money bag from Meng Wenhao's hand and looked at it carefully. Hey! This thing looks good. I'll ask my mother to make one for me later. Wenhao, your mother is really amazing. She can even think of such a method. When Li Tai heard this, he also came over with great interest. After understanding the use of the money bag, he said excitedly, not bad, not bad. This thing is more suitable for storing Tang Yuan than the previous money bags. I'll ask someone to make a few later. In the little fatty's opinion, this money bag could not only store money, but also be used to show off. Chapter 1235. Without Li Zishuan's secret promotion, the wallet, a product of modern society, had appeared in Tang Dynasty. It was only because the wallet was more suitable for storing Tang Yuan than the previous money pouches that Meng Wenhao had. It could only be said that the emergence of a new product would inevitably lead to the emergence of related products. This was inevitable in the development of society. At the same time, it was also a small butterfly effect that Li Zishuan, the butterfly, had brought to this era. Give me a portion of nibbled chicken, a portion of meatballs, and a portion of rice. Here, for you, 600 tang horns. At noon, many students felt the convenience of using tang yuan for the first time. Usually, when they ate in the canteen, they would have to spend a few hundred copper coins. If they used copper coins, they would have to count them one by one for a long time. Not only was it inconvenient to carry them around, they would also have to waste a lot of time counting the money when buying food. Now, after using tang yuan, a transaction could be completed with just a few notes. The workers in the cafeteria who were responsible for getting food spent significantly less time counting money. The students who lined up to buy food also bought food at a much faster speed than before. How is it? After looking around, what are your thoughts? Li Zishuan had gathered all the other members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce and brought them to the canteen for a tour. Of course, they were not looking at the canteen, but at the students using tang yuan to buy food in the canteen. Marquis, there is no doubt that tang yuan is more convenient than copper coins. This old man really hopes that one day, all the transactions in Tang Dynasty can be replaced by tang yuan. This way, every time this old man goes out to buy goods, he won't have to hire a large number of guards to escort a dozen carts of copper coins. It's safe and convenient. Chao Wendong stroked his beard and sighed. He had traveled extensively for so many years, so of course, he could see the advantages of tang yuan. Especially for a merchant like him who often needed to go out to buy goods, tang yuan was simply a divine tool. Boss Chao is right. If the entire Tang Dynasty can use tang yuan for transactions, then doing business like us will be much more convenient than before. Feng Zhihua chimed in. Lin Wenyuan frowned and said, even so, only Yanhuang College and Marquis shops can use tang yuan. If you want everyone in the world to accept tang yuan, I'm afraid there's still a long way to go. Li Zishuan invited them to the second floor of the cafeteria, where a table of dishes had already been prepared. After everyone sat down, he smiled and said, Boss Lin's concerns are very reasonable, but many things require a process. Whether it succeeds or not is one thing, whether it is done or not is another. This Marquis can tell you with certainty that if the Great Tang's commerce is to prosper, the tang yuan must completely replace the copper coin. At that time, the first batch of people to taste the fresh food will definitely benefit the most. Chao Wendong nodded in agreement and said, what Marquis said, the few of us all understand. I'm sure Marquis already has a plan, we're all ears. Last year, he was the one who donated the most money to the Warm Tang Foundation. In the first month, he finally received the imperial edict of Righteous Merchant of the World from the imperial court. Now that he had received the title, he naturally wanted to profit. And if he wanted to profit, then he could only follow Li Zishuan, the god of fortune. Yes. As long as Marquis has any orders, this Feng will definitely obey. Feng Zhihua said without hesitation. Compared to Chao Wendong, he was the first to receive the title of Righteous Merchant of the World because of Li Zishuan. As soon as he finished speaking, the rest of the people also voiced their agreement. Li Zishuan smiled and said, all right. Then this Marquis will talk about the plan first. If anyone has any objections, you can raise them. First, this Marquis hopes that the businesses of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce members will be able to use tang yuan for transactions. This Marquis will use all of his wealth to guarantee that the tang yuan you receive will be able to be exchanged for copper coins at the bank at any time. In addition, Lantian County is now this Marquis fief. This Marquis welcomes everyone to place a portion of their businesses in Lantian County. This way, you will be closer to the Yanhuang Bank, and it will undoubtedly be more convenient for you to exchange copper coins and tang yuan. Of course, the most important point is that if you do business in Lantian County, as long as you abide by the law, there will definitely not be any officials coming to find trouble with you. On the contrary, if you meet any troublemakers, the officials will even step in to help you deal with them. In any era, merchants could not avoid dealing with local officials. Of course, the end result of these dealings was that the merchants had to spend money to buy convenience. Therefore, a good business environment was a very, very important factor for merchants. After hearing Li Zishuan's words, everyone's eyes lit up. Qiao Wendong asked tentatively, "Marquis, are you serious?" Not to mention the Tang Yuan and the convenience provided by the Yanhuang Bank, just the latter was enough to attract him to open a shop in Lantian County. In these years, he had dealt with many local officials, and knew the principle that the King of Hell was easy to deal with, but the little ghosts were difficult to deal with. This was not a special characteristic of a certain place, but almost all the provinces and counties of the Great Tang had such unspoken rules. Of course. In the future, this marquis will implement a series of measures to prevent low-level officials from making things difficult for merchants. This marquis will guarantee it with my dignity. Li Zishuan said with a serious face. Qiao Wendong stood up excitedly and said, "Good. This Qiao firmly believes that marquis will definitely do it. Since this is the case, this Qiao will first transfer half of the Qiao family's business to Lantian County. In addition, this Qiao is willing to invest 80,000 strings of coins into Marquis Bank as a deposit. I wonder if Marquis is willing to do it?" Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and nodded. Since Boss Qiao is so generous, this Marquis naturally has no reason to refuse. However, there is one thing I need to make clear to Boss Qiao. Since this is a deposit, this sum of money cannot be withdrawn for at least 3 years. Of course, as a corresponding reward, this marquis will give a certain percentage of the bank's shares. So, if you are interested in investing in the Yanhuang Bank, please weigh the pros and cons. Qiao Wendong was not surprised by this. He nodded without thinking and said, "Marquis, this Qiao has thought about it. I will take out 80,000 strings of coins to invest in the Yanhuang Bank. Marquis, this Feng is also willing to take out 80,000 strings of coins to invest in the bank. This Lin is willing to take out 50,000 strings of coins. This Liao." In the end, during this banquet, Li Zishuan pulled in a lot of business for Lantian County. He also pulled in as much as 380,000 strings of coins for the Yanhuang Bank as an initial investment. Together with his own 100,000 strings of coins, the Yanhuang Bank's deposit had reached an astonishing 480,000 strings of coins. This reputation was definitely unparalleled in the entire Tang dynasty. Later on, it was recorded in the history books that in the second month of the second year of the Zhenguan era, Marquis Yong and led 6 wealthy merchants in the capital to raise 500,000 strings of coins as a deposit for the Yanhuang Bank. From then on, the name of Tang Yuan began to spread throughout the world. Chapter 1236. AI. Have you heard? Old Master Fan has been thrown into jail by the county magistrate. This. Why? Shoo. Lower your voice. I heard that it was the Marquis of Yong, and who ordered the county magistrate to do so. Marquis of Yongmen? Why would he want to capture old Master Fan? Ha! What else could it be for? For money, of course. Who is the richest in our Lantian County? Of course it's old Master Fan. It's said that the Marquis of Yong and plans to build a manor in Lantian County, but how can the money collected by the county magistrate be enough? Furthermore, he doesn't want to fork out the money himself, so he can only ask the merchants in the city for money. AI. Who asked us businessmen to be the easiest to bully? What? The Marquis of Yong and can't be this kind of person, right? What's so impossible about that? Everyone loves money. Do you think it's possible that Yong and doesn't like money? If you ask me, the Marquis of Yong and might find trouble with the other merchants in the city. When that happens, our business in Lantian County will really be difficult. In a restaurant in the county seat of Lantian County, a few well-dressed people were sitting around a table, eating and discussing in low voices. The content of their discussion was the huge matter that happened in the city yesterday. This. What should we do? This Zhang just opened a restaurant in the city last year. Ha! What should we do? What can we do? It's said that since ancient times, commoners do not fight with officials. We are just commoners, how can we be a match for the Marquis of Yongmen? If he wants to find trouble with us, we can either obediently hand over the money and settle the matter, or be like old Master Fan, with our whole family thrown into jail. No. I don't believe that no one will care about the Marquis of Yong'an's outrageous acts. Tomorrow I will go to Chang'an City's capital office to complain. Tisk. Brother Zhang. I think you should save it. Why would the magistrate offend the Marquis of Yong'an for you? When the time comes and the Marquis of Yong'an finds out, he will destroy your family. Impudent. What are your intentions? How dare you slander Marquis? Today, Yu Deheng came to the county town to buy some things. At noon, he was hungry, so he went to this restaurant to order some cheap food to fill his stomach. Coincidentally, he met this group of businessmen who were secretly gossiping about Li Zixuan. After hearing the details, how could he tolerate it? He slammed the table and scolded them angrily. Who dares to slander Marquis? When the surrounding diners heard this, they hurriedly stood up and ferociously searched for the people mentioned by Yu Deheng. The few merchants who had been whispering about Li Zixuan earlier turned pale. They looked at each other and immediately slipped away, not daring to stay here any longer. We can't go on like this. I hope Marquis can solve the problem of the Fan family as soon as possible. Yu Deheng looked at the backs of those people and muttered to himself. Yamacho. In the afternoon, in the Yamacho office of Yanhuang College. Zhang Sunchong pushed the door open and entered after getting permission. Li Zixuan smiled and asked, Little Chong, are you looking for me? Zhang Sunchong nodded and said, Yes. Yamacho, my father wants me to help him pass a message to you. Li Zixuan raised his eyebrows and said, Your father? Oh. Little Chong, sit down first. Zhang Sunchong sat opposite Li Zixuan and said, Yamacho, my father wants me to ask you, is your Yanhuang bank still short of money? Li Zixuan was startled, then looked at Zhang Sunchong and smiled. Little Chong, why does your father ask if the bank is short of money? Under Li Zixuan's gaze, which seemed to be able to read people's minds, Zhang Sunchong suddenly felt uneasy. He scratched his head and shrugged as if he had given up. Ahem. Yamacho, actually, my father wants to help you increase the deposit of the bank to make Tang Yuan more trustworthy. Li Zixuan smiled faintly and said, Your father still wants the shares of the Yanhuang Bank, right? Zhang Sunchong didn't hide it and nodded. It's like this. My father can take out 100,000 strings of cash as a deposit. Also, my father said that if Yamacho agrees to let my family invest in the Yanhuang Bank, he can let the Zhangsun family mine the iron mine. As long as Yamacho can give half of the iron produced from the iron mine to the Zhangsun family, it will be fine. Li Zixuan narrowed his eyes. Although he didn't show it on his face, he was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect Zhangsun Wuji to be willing to use such a large sum to invest in the Yanhuang Bank. Of course, this also showed that this old man had good eyesight and saw the huge potential of the bank. Otherwise, he wouldn't be willing to spend such a large amount of money. Haha. Xiao Chong, since you don't want to hide it from me, I won't hide it from you either. In fact, the Yanhuang Bank doesn't lack money at all. Just yesterday, the deposit of the bank reached 480,000 strings of cash. With such a large deposit, the Yanhuang Bank can even establish itself in the entire Chang'an area, 480,000 strings of cash. Zhang Sunchong's eyes widened and couldn't help but exclaim. With such a huge amount of wealth, the Zhangsun family wouldn't be able to gather so much money even if they sold everything they had. Gulp. Yamacho, then I'm sorry to disturb you. I'll go back this weekend and tell my father the truth. Sorry to disturb you. Facing such a nouveau riche, Li Zixuan, Zhang Sunchong could only say, Sorry to disturb you. When Li Zixuan heard these 3 words, he couldn't help but recall the joke from his previous life and almost laughed out loud. He quickly said, Wait. Xiao Chong, don't leave yet. Zhang Sunchong, who had already stood up and was about to leave, paused and asked curiously, Yamacho, is there anything else? Yes. Although the bank doesn't lack money recently, since Xiao Guogong has asked, I have to give some face no matter what. 2 days ago, he had heard from Qinxiong that someone in the imperial court had accused him of privately minting money. Fortunately, Zhang Sun Wuji had supported him. This was more or less a favor. Now that Zhang Sun Wuji was so sincere in wanting to invest in the Yanhuang Bank, Li Zishuan couldn't be so unreasonable and offend someone for no reason. At this moment, he thought for a while, looked at Zhang Sun Chong, and said, how about this, Xiao Chong, go back tonight and tell your father that with the conditions he offered, in exchange for 5% of the bank's shares. It's not that I'm not willing to give more, but more people will invest in the Yanhuang Bank in the future. In addition, you have to explain to your father that if there are any copper coins used as deposit in the Yanhuang Bank, they are not allowed to be taken out for at least 3 years. 5%, within 3 years? Zhang Sun Chong frowned worriedly. This was because he subconsciously felt that Li Zishuan's shares were too little. After all, the Zhang Sun family had paid 100,000 strings of copper coins and half of an iron mine as a price. However, although he thought this in his heart, Zhang Sun Chong still cupped his hands and replied, yes. Yamacho. Then I'll go back tonight and tell my father. As for whether his father agreed to this deal or not, it was not up to him to worry. Yes. You can take a class leave in the afternoon so that it won't be safe if you go back late. Li Zishuan suggested thoughtfully. Thank you, Yamacho. Chapter 1237. Marquis, these are the crimes committed by the Fan family's father and son over the years. There are a total of 23 crimes, each of which has witnesses and material evidence. When it was close to evening, County Magistrate he rode a horse and rushed to Cloud Mountain. He handed Li Zishuan a dossier. Hearing this, Li Zishuan flipped open the file. In the 4th year of Wuda, Fan Tong hoarded a large amount of grain and worked with 8 grain merchants to raise the price of grain in the counties around the capital. Although the government suppressed the price, the Fan family still made millions. At that time, Lantian County's magistrate, Shahan Yang, only caught some of the grain merchants who raised the price. Fan Tong made a fortune because of this and survived. In the 5th year of Wuda, the Fan family colluded with Lantian County's magistrate and took over the shops and restaurants in the city. They opened their own shops, restaurants, and gambling houses, tempting the people to gamble. In the end, many people sold their land to pay off their gambling debts. In December of the 5th year of Wuda, because Bai Lang of Baixing village couldn't afford to pay the rent, Fan Tong saw that Bai Lang's daughter was very beautiful, so he brought along a slave and forced Bai Lang to sell his daughter Bai Xiao Dai to him. Bai Lang didn't agree, so Fan Tong ordered people to capture him and forcibly put his fingerprint on the slave contract. In order to please Magistrate Shah, Fan Tong offered Bai Xiao Dai to him. Bai Xiao Dai could not bear the humiliation and committed suicide the following year. In the 7th month of the 6th year of Wuda, Bai Lang and the villagers of Baixing village exposed Bai Xiao Dai's case. However, they were forcefully suppressed by County Magistrate Shah. Afterwards, Fan Tong hired a group of Jianghu people to rob the people's village. Bai Lang and the villagers who exposed Fan Tong were all killed. In the 9th month of the 6th year of Wuda, County Magistrate Shah was worried that the imperial court would investigate the case of Bai Xiao Dai, so he resigned from the Ministry of Personnel in advance and returned to his hometown. The county deputy of Lantian County also resigned and retired. In the 7th year of Wuda, a new magistrate took office. Fan Tong began to restrain himself. However, he still used his wealth to oppress the villagers and took over thousands of mu of land. According to the investigation, there were 12 villagers who sold their children because they could not pay the rent. In the 1st year of Zhongguan, the Fan family's gambling houses expanded to 4. Many people became addicted to gambling and lost their family fortune. At the same time, in order to suppress the foreign businessmen, the Fan family hired local ruffians to cause trouble, poisoning, extortion, and many other methods. As a result, the Fan family's restaurants and shops were the biggest in Lantian County. In addition, Fan Jinxiang has been relying on the power of the Fan family to run amok in the village, oppressing the villagers, and forcefully taking the daughters of 8 villagers as his concubines. But today, only 4 women are still alive. The Fan family lied that the other 4 women died of illness, but according to the servants of the Fan family, the 4 women committed suicide because they could not bear the humiliation of the Fan family's father and son. Bang! It was a long scroll with over 100 lines of words, but every word seemed to have been soaked in blood. Although the primitive accumulation of capital was generally evil, the sins that the Fan family had committed over the years were too numerous to be recorded. After Li Zishuan finished reading, he could not help but angrily slap the table and say, "In a small Lantian county, there are actually such evil tyrants running amok. The Fan family's crimes are no less than the Chui family's last year. If I don't bring the Fan family's father and son to justice, I am the Lord of Lantian County." County Magistrate He's face was full of shame. Some things, if you don't investigate deeply, you will never know the depth of the evil behind it. At first, County Magistrate He did not take the Fan family's matter too seriously. He thought that although the Fan family's father and son were a little scoundrels, they contributed a lot to Lantian County's revenue every year. Their merits offset their faults, so he turned a blind eye. But after collecting all the evil deeds that the Fan family had done over the years, it was a little shocking. It was because of this that he felt deeply ashamed of his inaction over the past year. "Marquis, according to what I know, there have been a lot of rumors in the county these 2 days about the Fan family's father and son. The merchants are secretly worried that you will do something to them." County Magistrate He was silent for a moment, and said carefully, "Gossips? If you don't do anything wrong, you don't have to be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. Those who spread the rumors are most likely not clean." After dealing with the Fan family's father and son, County Magistrate He investigate them one by one. If there is a problem with one family, arrest them. If there is a problem with 2 families, arrest a pair. If there is a problem with all the merchants in the county, arrest them all. These people are the scum of the merchants. The reputation of the merchants is ruined by them. Since ancient times, the social hierarchy of the scholars, agriculture, industry, and commerce was not only because of the social background, but also because some merchants were unscrupulous for profit. The upper class did not have a good impression of the merchants, and it was not without reason. Li Zishuan came from the modern era, so he did not discriminate against merchants. On the contrary, he admired merchants like Father Ma who had a sense of responsibility. But for scum like Fan Tong, he must be resolute in eliminating him. County Magistrate He was shocked, and said, "Marquis, this must not be done." Li Zishuan waved his hand, and said resolutely, "Why not? Even if all the merchants in Lantian County are gone, I have a way to recruit another batch of merchants. Business will be the main brand of Lantian County in the future. If we want to have a good reputation and a good image, we must get rid of all these scum." Li Zishuan's plan for Lantian County was to make it into a city of commerce, and integrity was the foundation of commerce. Alright, since Marquis already has a plan, I will not say more. County Magistrate He was stunned for a moment, and then shook his head. "The day after tomorrow, at 6:45 in the morning, we will hold a public trial of the Fan family's father and son. The county magistrate will be prepared. Prepare witnesses and evidence. This time, I will completely destroy the Fan family." Li Zishuan pondered for a moment, and then said coldly. County Magistrate He saluted, and said, "This official obeys." After County Magistrate He left, Li Zishuan thought for a moment, and then went out to the new workshop. When he arrived at the workshop, he went straight to Ma Zhou's office and handed him a file. "Mr. Ma, it seems that your editorial department will have to work overtime tonight," Li Zishuan said half-jokingly. Ma Zhou smiled and opened the file suspiciously. His smile suddenly froze on his face. "Marquis, you want me to publish the contents of this in tomorrow's Datong Daily?" After 15 minutes, Ma Zhou put down the file and asked with an ugly expression. Li Zishuan nodded and said coldly, "Yes. That's right. The contents of this file must appear in tomorrow's newspaper, because the day after tomorrow, the show will begin." Ma Zhou immediately understood, and he replied, "Marquis, don't worry. There will be no problems with the editorial department." He had always hated evil. If he could get rid of evil for the people, he would be willing to do it personally, let alone working overtime. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Ma. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and took his leave. Chapter 1238. 5% of the shares. Night, Chongren Lane, Zhangsun Residence. Zhang Sun Chong repeated the words that Li Zishuan said during the day. Zhang Sun Wuji listened and couldn't help but frown. Now that the Tang dynasty was promoting new mathematics, Zhang Sun Wuji knew a thing or two about it. He knew about the concept of 5%. Zhang Sun Chong nodded. Yes, father. Yamacho said that there will be many people investing in the Yanhuang Bank in the future. He can only give us this much. I heard that Chang and City's Chao Wendong invested 80,000 strings of cash and only got 2% of the shares, 80,000 strings of cash, 2%. When Zhang Sun Wuji heard this, he gasped and said in surprise, according to this calculation, that Li Zishuan is planning to expand this bank to the scale of over 1 million strings of coins. This old man's guess wasn't wrong back then. This kid is indeed scheming big. Gulp. Zhang Sun Chong swallowed his saliva and said in disbelief, Father. Over 1 million strings of cash? Where did Yamacho get so much money? Zhang Sun Wuji looked in the direction of the palace leisurely and said, Your mountainhead is right. There will be more and more people who want to invest in the Yanhuang Bank. Let's see if he can convince the higher-ups with his glib tongue. How could he not see that if the Yanhuang Bank wanted to establish itself in the Tang dynasty, it needed Li heir's approval and the royal family's participation? At that time, there would be too many monks and too little porridge. Now that Li Zishuan was willing to give him 5% of the shares, it was really a preferential treatment. The next day, morning. Datong Daily's headlines lit up the entire Chang and city. Lantian Tycoon is heartless. His sins are too numerous to be recorded. By Xiaodai? I seem to have heard of this name before. Isn't this the massacre of White Star Village 5 years ago? That girl. Tisk. So the culprit is the Fan father and son. Damn it. The Fan family deserves to die. They must die. Marquis is mighty, otherwise the Fan father and son would still be at large. There's nothing to say. Tomorrow, I must go to the Lantian County Yamen and personally witness the execution of the Fan father and son. This father and son from the Fan clan are even more despicable than the Chui clan. No matter what, this old man must go to the Lantian County's Yamen tomorrow to take a look. Let's go together. The Confucian scholars, merchants, and common people in Chang and city were all filled with righteous indignation and clamored to go to Lantian County the next day. At the same time, Lantian County was also blown up by the news on Datong Daily. So the Fan family has done so many bad things over the years. The father and son of the Fan family deserve to die. Poor father and daughter of the Bai family. Who would have thought that the bandits from White Star Village 5 years ago were hired by Fan Tong? God damn it. Devoid of conscience. If this kind of person doesn't die, the heavens must be blind. It's all thanks to the Marquis of Yong'an. Otherwise, who would dare to capture the Fan family's father and son? Marquis Yong and Rini. Tomorrow, I will go to the county Yamen to testify. When White Star Village was looted, this old man was there. I'll go too. I want to see the Fan family's father and son sentenced. The crimes listed in Datong Daily were so shocking that those who read the newspaper were filled with righteous indignation. As for the Lantian County merchants who had complained about Li Zishuan's capture of the Fan family's father and son, they did not even dare to fart now. Datong Daily had been established for almost a year, and the news it reported had never been false. Since it dared to put the Fan family's father and son's case on the top of the news, it meant that the contents were all conclusive evidence. In the face of such evidence, how would these merchants dare to continue to be in the same camp as the Fan family? Their top priority was to draw a clear line between them and the Fan family. In Taiji Palace, the morning court was halfway through. A chamberlain from the yellow door suddenly rushed into the imperial court with a booklet in his hand. Zhao Song knew that something urgent had happened. He quickly took the booklet and passed it to Li Er. After Li Er finished reading it, he frowned. He patted the dragon desk and ordered in a deep voice, "Aiching Dai, go to the Lantian County Yamen tomorrow morning. There's a big case there that needs your attention." The Dali Temple's vice-chancellor, Dai Ai, was dumbfounded. Due to time constraints, the officials who attended the morning court usually did not see the latest issue of Datang Daily before the morning court, so it was understandable that he did not understand what Li Er was saying. "Your Majesty, may I know what's the big case in Lantian County?" Dai Ai took a step forward and cupped his hands. Li Er did not want to say too much to prevent it from affecting his mood. He waved his hand and said, "You will know after the court. Aiching Dai will represent the Dali Temple to preside over the public trial in Lantian County tomorrow. You must give me a clear explanation." This was the first time Dai Ai had received such a strange task. How could he preside over a case that he had not even heard of? However, it was obvious that Li Er did not want to say too much, so he could not take the initiative to ask. He could only helplessly cup his hands and reply. "Your subject obeys the decree," he thought to himself. After the morning court, he had to send someone to Lantian County to investigate the big case there. However, that was now the fief of the Marquis of Yong'an. He had not heard of any big movements from the Marquis of Yong'an recently. Hiya. Hiya. At 8:45 in the morning, Dai Ai left the palace after the morning court session. His coachman brought him a newspaper. After reading the headlines, Dai Ai instantly understood what case Li Er wanted him to investigate, especially the massacre of the White Star village 5 years ago. It made his expression change. At this moment, he did not even bother to return home. He immediately got on his horse and rushed to Yun Mountain. "Yo! Isn't this Dai Shaoqing? What brings you here?" Dai Ai finally arrived at Yunshan when it was close to noon. Li Zishuan, who was eating in the courtyard, could not help but laugh when he saw Dai Ai, who was panting and with disheveled hair. "Ah! My Marquis! You still have the time to joke around at a time like this. Hurry up and tell me about the Fan family case in detail." Dai Ai smiled bitterly as he walked into the front hall. "What do you mean?" "Just now, His Majesty asked me to preside over the Fan family case in court. That is why I rushed over in a hurry to understand the situation in advance." Li Zishuan was silent for a moment after hearing Dai Ai's answer. He then said, "Since His Majesty asked Dai Shaoqing to preside over the case, then I have no objections. However, eating is the most important thing in this world. Dai Shaoqing must have not eaten since you came in such a hurry, right? Come, sit down and eat first. We can discuss proper matters after you eat." Chapter 1239. Begin the trial. Wei Wu. The sound of Wei Wu and Wei Wu from a gavel had shocked countless evil spirits throughout the ages. The next morning, at 6:45 in the morning, Lantian County's Yamen was already surrounded by layers upon layers of commoners. Following Dai Ai's slam of the gavel, the highly anticipated public trial finally began. The fact that the Vice-Chancellor of the Supreme Court was personally presiding over the trial made the people feel the importance the court placed on the case. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Bring the criminals Fan Tong and Fan Jinxiang to court. In the court, as the main judge, Dai Ai naturally sat at the head of the table, followed by County Magistrate He. Li Zishuan, as an observer, sat at the side and became a spectator. Dai Ai slammed the gavel down again and shouted, "Bring the criminals Fan Tong and Fan Jinxiang to court." Someone spread the word far and wide. A moment later, Fan Tong and Fan Jinxiang were escorted into the courtroom by 4 Yamen runners. Compared to a few days ago, the Fan father and son were no longer as spirited and arrogant as before. Fan Tong's heart sank when he saw Dai Ai sitting at the head of the table, wearing a dark red official robe, representing a 4th-rank official. If the presiding judge was a 4th-rank official, it meant that the court had begun to interfere with his case. As for the things he had done in the past, how could they withstand an investigation? "Are you Fan Tong and Fan Jinxiang?" Dai Ai's eyes flashed as he shouted. As the head of the Supreme Court's prison, Dai Ai's aura was incomparable to that of an ordinary county magistrate. His shout sent the Fan father and son into a panic. Yes, sir. I am Fan Tong. Yes. I am Fan Jinxiang. Fan Tong was relatively calm, but Fan Jinxiang was so frightened by Dai Ai's aura that he almost wet his pants. He even stuttered a little. Good. Fan Tong, let me ask you. During the 4th year of Wuda, did you and 8 grain merchants hoard grain to drive up the price of grain? Dai Xian did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Fan Tong's eyes flashed. He stepped forward and replied, Sir, I've always been honest in my business dealings. I've never done anything as evil as hoarding. Humph. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Men, summon the witness, Hu Jinhua. Dai Ai sneered and ordered. Here. A yamen runner went to bring the witness. When Fan Tong heard the name, Hu Jinhua, his expression changed. A moment later, a yamen runner brought an old man in plain clothes. Dai Ai asked, Is the person in the hall Hu Jinhua? The plain-clothed old man cupped his hands and said, replying to Shengguan, I am Hu Jinhua. Hu Jinhua, let me ask you, 6 years ago, did you collude with Fan Tong and other grain merchants to drive up the price of grain around the capital? Hu Jinhua said with a pained look, replying Your Excellency, it's true. Back then, Lord Fan found me and the others and said that he was taking advantage of the drought and the war between the Great Tang and the Turkic Khaganate to stockpile provisions and make huge profits. At that time, the price of provisions around the capital rose from 3 copper coins per bushel to 10 copper coins per bushel. Not long after, the imperial court became aware of this. His Majesty ordered the government to suppress the price of provisions and issued a decree ordering Lantian County Magistrate to investigate the merchants who drove up the price of provisions. At that time, I and a few others were arrested, stripped of our property, and punished with flogging. Only Fan Tong was spared. Because of County Magistrate Shaw's power, after we were released, we immediately changed our names, and never dared to do business again. Nonsense. You're lying. I don't know you. Fan Tong was furious. His eyes were red, and he wanted to skin Hu Jinhua alive. Humph. This Hu also has the account book of Master Fan's purchase of grain with us. At that time, Master Fan didn't have enough money, so he borrowed some money from this Hu. The account book and the IOU are all here. Whether this Hu is speaking nonsense or not, Sir will know with a glance. Hu Jinhua sneered and took out 2 items from his sleeves. Bring them up. Dai Ai said hurriedly. The yamen runner took the evidence from Hu Jinhua and handed it to Dai Ai with a bow. Dai Ai flipped it open and said angrily, Humph. Fan Tong, how dare you lie to me in court? Now that we have witnesses and evidence, what else do you have to say? Men, take him away and give him 20 strokes of the cane. Yes, Your Excellency. The 2 yamen runners charged at Fan Tong like hungry wolves. Fan Tong was scared out of his wits. He had lived like a prince for so long, how could he withstand 20 strokes of the cane? If he continued, he would probably lose half his life. Your Excellency, I plead guilty. I know I was wrong. Please have mercy on me, Your Excellency. Dai Ai said coldly, take him away and flog him. For some people, flogging was no different from a killing blow. They would not tell the truth until they were flogged. Bang! Ouch! Your Excellency, please spare my life. The yamen was filled with Fan Tong's pleas and the sound of flogging. The people outside the court were enjoying themselves. A quarter of an hour later, Fan Tong was brought back to the court like a dead dog. Dai Ai did not give him a chance to breathe. Fan Tong, today, this official is going to interrogate you about your crimes. There are witnesses and evidence. If you still dare to lie, don't blame this official for being impolite. Fan Tong's face was pale. Facing such a cruel and merciless court official put him under great pressure. His voice trembled when he heard Dai Ai's words. I won't do it again. I won't do it again. Dai Ai nodded. Then let me ask you again. In the 5th year of Wuda, you colluded with County Magistrate Sha to embezzle other people's land and shops. Is that true? It's true. I plead guilty. Then let me ask you again, I plead guilty. The rest of the trial went smoothly. Fan Tong confessed to 4 crimes in a row. Dai Ai was getting thirsty. He pursed his lips, his eyes focused, and said in a low voice, in the 6th year of Wuda, White Star Village was attacked by bandits and suffered several massacres. Did you have anything to do with it? Were you afraid that Bai Xiaodia's case would be exposed, so you asked the bandits to help you kill her? Fan Tong, who had admitted his guilt without hesitation, was now shocked. He quickly shook his head and denied, my lord. This case has nothing to do with me. I'm just a merchant. How could I know bandits? My lord is wise. I've been wronged. He could admit to other crimes. At most, he would be stripped of his property and be punished. However, he could not admit to this crime. If he did, he would lose his life. The people outside the court saw that Fan Tong refused to admit to his crimes. They began to curse under their breaths. Dai Ai's face darkened. He said coldly, I'll give you one more chance. Are you sure you won't admit to your crimes? Fan Tong was sweating. My lord, I've been wronged, humph. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Men, summoned by you and Fan Shicheng. Chapter 1240. It was a sunny day in February. The warm afternoon sun made people feel hot and hungry. However, the countless people gathered outside Lantian County's government office had no intention of going home to eat. Because a great show was about to unfold. When Dai Zhou said the name, Biyao, Fan Tong's expression didn't change. However, when he heard the name, Fan Shicheng, his expression changed to one of anger and fear. Not long after, a white-haired skinny old man and a middle-aged scholar entered the hall. Dai Zhou slammed the gavel on the table and asked, Are you Biyao and Fan Shicheng? It is Biyao, Fan Shicheng. The old man and the middle-aged scholar cupped their hands and answered, one after the other. Dai Zhou frowned and said, Biyao, as the former village chief of White Star Village, do you still remember the robbery of the village in the 6th year of Wuda? When the old man heard that, he said with a sorrowful look, Your Excellency, how can this old man possibly not remember? They were a bunch of animals. At that time most of the villagers were cooking in their rooms. Everyone suddenly heard the rumbling of horse hooves. When they went out to take a look, they saw more than 10 fierce-looking large men holding knives. They were riding around the village. They seemed to have come with a purpose. After killing Bai Lang and a few other families, they also stole some valuables and left the village on horseback. When the county's soldiers arrived, the village was only left with blood and corpses. This old man clearly remembers that Bai Donglin's eldest child was only 1 year old, but those bastards still killed him. At the end of his speech, the old man actually started to cry with tears and snot, causing the commoners outside the hall to sigh uncontrollably. There was such a tragedy back then? How come I've never heard of it? Ah! Who dared to say it back then? If they did, they might have lost their lives. Why? Isn't it written in the newspapers? That Sha County magistrate colluded with Master Fan and deceived everyone. Who dared to say it? Do they want to die? Those bastards. They didn't even let a child go. The Fan family should die too. Yes. Kill them. Kill them. Not long after, the onlookers began to shout in unison. The father and son of the Fan family turned pale with fright. Dai Ai shouted, Silence. Waiting for the commoners to quiet down, Dai Ai looked at another person and said, Fan Shicheng, I heard that you were the previous housekeeper of the Fan Manor and that you have something to report in court. Housekeeper. It was no wonder that Fan Tong's face was so dark when magistrate he managed to get the former housekeeper of Fan Manor to come here. Reporting to my lord, Shicheng indeed has important information to report to my lord. Fan Shicheng took a step forward and cupped his hands. Shicheng's original name was Ding Shicheng. Due to my reliable work in the Fan family, I was specially given the surname Fan by Old Master Fan and was appointed as the housekeeper of the Fan family. I was in charge of all matters inside and outside the Fan family. However, Old Master Fan was greedy and insatiable. He would do anything for money and even lose his conscience. Shicheng couldn't stand Old Master Fan's way of doing things and left the Fan family 2 years ago. He had wanted to expose the evil deeds of the Fan family over the years, but Old Master Fan had always had a good relationship with the county government, so he gave up the idea. Now that Marquis is in charge of Lantian County, Shicheng finally has the chance to expose the Fan family's evil deeds to the world. Nonsense. Fan Shicheng, you ungrateful scoundrel. You betrayed me for a woman, and you still talk about righteousness and morality. Hypocrite. Shameless. Fan Tong could not help but rage. Fan Shicheng was about to defend himself when Dai Ai, who was sitting at the head of the table, interrupted him. Shut up. I didn't ask you anything. Who gave you permission to speak? Fan Tong shrunk his neck and obediently kept his mouth shut. Dai Ai looked at Fan Shicheng and asked, Fan Shicheng, I want to ask you. Did you know that Fan Tong colluded with the bandits to rob White Star Village? Fan Tong's face was pale. He looked at Fan Shicheng with anger and malice. Fan Shicheng's face was calm. Reporting to my lord, of course I knew. Old Master Fan sent me to contact the bandits. Dai Ai's eyes narrowed. Oh. Tell me the details. Yes, my lord. Fan Shicheng recalled for a moment, then began to speak. That year, Bai Xiaodia's case was exposed by the villagers of White Star Village. Although County Magistrate Shah forcefully suppressed the news, he was still very angry with Old Master Fan and blamed him more than once. Old Master Fan held a grudge and was worried that the villagers would cause trouble again. He ordered Shicheng to bring a box of golden leaves to Taihang Mountains and asked the 4 demons of Taibai to attack the villagers of White Star Village. As soon as he said this, there was an uproar in the hall. Fan Tong's crime of hiring bandits to kill the villagers was almost confirmed. Nonsense. My lord, I'm innocent. This Fan Shicheng is just holding a grudge against me and is purposely fabricating a crime. I hope my lord can understand. Fan Tong was anxious and hurriedly shouted. Shut up. This time, it was Li Zishuan who spoke. He coldly shouted, then looked at Fan Shicheng. You mentioned the 4 demons of Taibai. How do you know the 4 demons of Taibai? Fan Shicheng respectfully replied, replying to Lord Marquis, although the 4 ghosts of Taibai don't often leave the mountain, Lord Fan had asked them to do something a long time ago, and they have been in contact ever since. Li Zishuan nodded, a thoughtful look on his face. Seeing that Li Zishuan was silent, Dai Ai asked again, You have no proof. You have no proof. Do you have any evidence? I do. Fan Shicheng took out a piece of paper. Fan Tong was about to snatch it when Li Zishuan snorted coldly. His fingers moved slightly, and a pencil was stabbed viciously into Fan Tong's knee. Arg! Fan Tong let out a cry of pain and fell to the ground. Only then did the Yamen runners around them react and quickly went to take Fan Tong down. Fan Shicheng wiped his sweat with lingering fear and said, replying to my lord, when Master Fan asked Shicheng to contact the dead Taibai ghost, he wrote a letter. Shicheng only brought the message and kept the letter secretly, waiting for the day when I would expose Master Fan. Fan Tong's face was ashen, and there was no trace of life left. Beside him, Fan Jinxiang was so scared that he was in a daze. He didn't speak or move. Dai Ai ordered someone to present the evidence. After looking at it, he slammed the gavel on the table and shouted angrily. Humph. Now that we have evidence and witnesses, what else do you have to say, Fan Tong? Men, Fan Tong bullies the people, harms women, and disregards human life. He is guilty of the most heinous crimes. Throw him in jail. I will report this to His Majesty and execute him. Understood. The Yamen runners answered respectfully and quickly dragged Fan Tong away like a dead dog. Oh. That's great. Dai Ai is wise, Marquis is wise. This bully is finally gone from Lantian County. The villagers of White Star Village who died tragically can finally rest in peace. After Dai Ai's announcement, the people immediately cheered. They didn't know if it was an illusion, but when they looked up at the sky, they realized that the sky of Lantian County seemed to have become bluer and clearer. Chapter 1241. The public trial lasted until noon. The father and son of the Fan family were sent to prison to await Li Er's final verdict. The Tang dynasty implemented a death penalty review system. Other than the emperor, no official could casually sentence a person to death. The death penalty review system originated from the Han dynasty. It referred to the system of requesting the emperor to approve the execution of a death sentence. Since the Han dynasty, the emperor began to pay attention to the cases of officials who committed capital crimes. At that time, the death penalty cases of officials with annual salaries of more than 2,000 sher were reviewed. The death penalty cases of officials with annual salaries of less than 2,000 sher did not need to be reviewed by the emperor. During the Wei, Jin, and Northern and Southern dynasties, the death penalty review system was gradually established. The death penalty cases of local people, regardless of whether they were commoners or nobles, had to be reported to the central government for the emperor to personally approve. During the Sui dynasty, the death penalty would be decided after 3 petitions. This meant that only after 3 petitions could the emperor decide whether to give the death penalty. The Tang dynasty followed the old system. However, according to the normal historical trend, in the 5th year of Zhengguan, Li Er changed the 3 petitions before the execution to 5 petitions to avoid wrongful killings. 2 petitions the day before the execution, and 3 petitions the day before the execution. Therefore, in some TV series, local officials casually sentenced people to death and immediately executed them. This was not scientific. The ancient rulers had always been very cautious about the death penalty. This marquis has been in charge of Lantian County since the beginning of this year. Previously, due to many mundane matters, I had no time to care about the people's livelihood. Today, this marquis will use the case of the Fan father and son to make a promise to the people of Lantian County. That is, as long as this marquis is the owner of Lantian County, I will not allow evil tyrants like the Fan father and son to run amok. I will also not allow corrupt officials like the former Sha County magistrate to go unpunished. I will also not allow officials to deliberately oppress commoners and merchants for benefits. In a few days, a locked public opinion box will be built outside the county office. If you are bullied by large families or officials, you can write the truth on paper and put it into the public opinion box. Only this marquis has the key to the public opinion box. This marquis will regularly check the letters inside. As for the problems that the villagers have, this marquis will definitely send people to thoroughly investigate. Of course, if anyone deliberately reports false information and this marquis finds out, they will be severely punished. The public opinion box is a tool for the people of Lantian County to redress grievances. I hope you can cherish it and use it properly. As soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, Dai Ai, county magistrate he, as well as the people and merchants outside the court, all widened their eyes and looked at him in disbelief. It wasn't that they were making a fuss over nothing, but Li Zishuan's move could definitely be described as unprecedented and even shocking. Since ancient times, there had never been an official who was willing to use this kind of method to give the people the right to redress their grievances. Li Zishuan was really the only one. Marquis is wise. Marquis is mighty. Marquis is wise. Marquis is mighty. After the citizens recovered from their shock, they shouted in unison, their faces filled with excitement. Haha. County magistrate he, looks like it won't be easy for you to be the county magistrate of Lantian County in the future. Dai Ai stood up and said half-jokingly to county magistrate he. In fact, The reason why today's public hearing went so smoothly was inseparable from County Magistrate He's ample preparation. Especially Fan Shecheng, who was an extremely important witness. County Magistrate He had found him and directly sent Fan Shecheng to the 18th level of hell. Because of this, Dai Ai admired County Magistrate He's investigative abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so free as to chat with County Magistrate He. Haha. What are you saying, Dai Ai Xiaoqing? Marquis's move has saved the county magistrate a lot of effort in investigating the case. I'm afraid it'll be easier for me to be the county magistrate. County magistrate He chuckled. Dai Ai narrowed his eyes and whispered meaningfully, County magistrate He is quite open-minded, but I don't know if County magistrate He is interested in investigating the case at the Supreme Court. Perhaps I can make some arrangements for you. This fellow had the intention of cherishing talent. If it was someone else, he definitely wouldn't have done this. How sharp was Li Zishuan's hearing? Although Dai Ai deliberately lowered his voice, he still heard it. He glared at the two and interrupted their conversation. What is the meaning of this, Dai Ai Xiaoqing? You actually want to poach my people in front of me? Isn't that too unreasonable? Do you think I can't give you the same conditions as the Supreme Court? Dai Ai loved talent, so how could Li Zishuan not love talent? Logically speaking, what he lacked the most now was talent. After experiencing so many things, County Magistrate He's ability was beyond doubt. Li Zishuan planned to put County Magistrate He in an important position after this matter was over. He didn't expect Dai Ai to take the initiative to poach his people in his territory. This was really intolerable. Ahem. Marquis, I was just joking, just joking. With County Magistrate He's loyalty to you, Marquis, how could he follow me to the Supreme Court? Dai Ai knew he was in the wrong and quickly laughed dryly. It's getting late. Xiaoqing Dai must be in a hurry to report back to Chang'an, right? Then I won't keep you here for lunch. Let's meet again another day. Li Zishuan raised his chin, trying his best to hold back his laughter. Ah. Dai Ai was stunned. If he was a modern person, he would only want to say, is it so real? You won't even let me have lunch? Yamacho, my father agreed. He agreed to your suggestion, Yamacho. In the afternoon, Zhang Sun Chong came to Li Zishuan's office again and said. Li Zishuan was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Zhang Sun Wuji to agree so readily. At first, he thought he would have to waste a lot of time. Since that's the case, I'll personally visit your father and discuss the details in person. Xiaochong, you don't have to worry about these things. Studying is the most important thing. Yes. Yamacho. Zhang Sun Chong responded and left. Mo Zhong, call Pang Feiji over. In the office, Li Zishuan was first happy about the Yanhuang Bank's growth, then he shouted towards the door. Yes. Marquis. After about 15 minutes, Pang Feiji came in under Mo Zhong's lead. He bowed and said, Greetings, Marquis. Li Zishuan nodded and asked directly, Feiji, it's been so long. Have you found out the whereabouts of the other 3 Taibai ghosts? Ever since the Chui family fell, Li Zishuan had been secretly sending people to search for the Taibai ghosts. After all, there were 3 fish that escaped the net. If the 3 of them secretly took revenge, his family wouldn't be able to take it. Pang Feiji said with a guilty face, Marquis, I haven't found them yet. Chapter 1242. What's going on? There's no useful information at all? Yanhuang College, Yamacho's office. Li Zishuan frowned unhappily. It had been almost 4 months since the 4 demons of Taibai had infiltrated the right Marquis household to assassinate Wanjin gang. However, Pang Feiji hadn't even caught a single hair on them. This efficiency made him very unhappy. Seeing the dissatisfaction on Li Zishuan's face, Pang Feiji said bitterly, Marquis, after the Chui family fell, the remaining 3 of the 4 demons of Taibai seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. I've interrogated the Chui family servants, but they didn't know anything about the 4 demons of Taibai. This year, the Chui family's people in Chang and were all sent back to Jianghu. I have no way to investigate. Moreover, the Marquis household is lacking in manpower, especially those who can fight with the 4 demons of Tai Bai. Other than you, Marquis, there's almost no one else. Li Zishuan was silent after hearing this. Although Li Er had assigned Pang Feiji's group of Marquis to Li Zishuan as his personal guards, as Li Zishuan's businesses grew larger and larger, such as the workshop and Yanhuang College, these personal guards were inevitably sent to various places. As a result, the number of personal guards that listened to Li Zishuan at all times was even fewer. Recruit people. Recruit people everywhere. Recruit loyal people, recruit capable people. The Marquis household's personal guards need to be expanded to at least 100 people. Li Zishuan said to Pang Feiji after pondering for a moment. In the future, he would need more and more people by his side. It would be better to recruit a group of people first. Of course, to him, loyalty was the most important thing, and ability was the second. However, if he could recruit people with high loyalty and ability, that would be even better. Pang Feiji cupped his fists and said, "Yes. Marquis." "Oh right." While recruiting people, continue to track down the whereabouts of the 4 demons of Tai Bai and the guards in the Marquis household. You don't need to worry about my safety. You just need to take care of my family's safety. Li Zishuan felt that the 4 ghosts of Tai Bai wouldn't just vanish from the face of the earth. The 3 ghosts were probably hiding in the dark, preparing to ambush him. He had to be on guard. Yes. Marquis. Humph. Who would have thought that a small county could be so evil? If we don't kill, we won't be able to appease the anger of the people. If we don't kill, we won't be able to uphold the law. Li Er was also very concerned about the public trial in Lantian County. He was mainly worried that Li Zishuan would use the same method to destroy the Chui family to deal with the Fan family. The power of public opinion was too great, and he had to be careful. During the morning assembly the next day, he called Dai Ai out and asked her about the details of yesterday's public trial. In the end, he was furious and said coldly, "Your Majesty, the county magistrate of Lantian County inadvertently solved an unsolved case from the Wuda era. That year, in Baixing village, a few families suffered misfortune. Not long after, the county magistrate of Lantian County resigned due to old age, and the case became an unsolved case. The county magistrate who came later couldn't investigate it. I didn't expect the truth to be like this." Lu Dui, the Minister of Justice, stepped forward and cupped his hands. Li Er smiled and nodded. In this public trial, the county magistrate of Lantian County, He Lin Feng, painstakingly collected a large number of witnesses and evidence. The Fan father and son were unable to refute, and coincidentally solved the case. I have decided to bestow upon him the rank 6 Minister of Deliberation, 100 bolts of silk, and 30,000 yuan. Minister of Deliberation was a rank 6 civil position. It was just a title and didn't have any real power. However, compared to the rank 7 county magistrate, it was still a big promotion. Dai Zhou smiled and said, "Your Majesty is wise." The other ministers also said, "Your Majesty is wise." Li Er thought for a while and said, "The Fan father and son have committed many evil deeds and killed many people. 3 days later, they will be paraded through the streets and beheaded in public at noon." This was equivalent to giving the Fan father and son a death sentence. Dai Zhou and Lu Dui stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty obeys." In addition, order the Supreme Court to capture the 4 ghosts of Tai Bai with all their might. Capture these bandits at all costs. It wasn't only Li Zishuan who wanted to eliminate the 4 demons of Tai Bai. Li Er also wanted to do so. After all, the 4 of them had once robbed and slaughtered villages near Chang'an. It was fine if they didn't find out in the past, but now that they found out, if Li Er didn't capture them, where would he put his face? Lu Dui's face was solemn as he bowed and said, "Your Majesty obeys. I will do my best to apprehend the bandits." The news of the Fan father and son being punished by Li Er and being paraded through the streets 3 days later quickly spread to Lantian County. When the people heard it, they rushed to spread the news and rejoiced. As for the merchants, they were divided into two factions. One faction was the law-abiding faction. They had been suppressed by the Fan family and their superiors in Lantian County all these years, so their business wasn't going well. Now that Li Zishuan had banned the officials from eating, taking, and demanding from the merchants, and had even created a public opinion box, these law-abiding and honest merchants finally saw a glimmer of hope. The other faction was the merchants who had followed the Fan family and drank the soup to make a fortune. They had more or less done some dirty things in private, so how could they withstand an investigation? Now that the political environment in Lantian County had changed, they were caught off guard. Some of the more sensitive people had already started to move their businesses to other counties. At the same time, the dozens of shops that the Fan family had occupied in Lantian County were all cleared out and auctioned off in a public auction. It could be said that the Lantian County government had gained a considerable amount of income. Of course, these shops were all bought by a few big members of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce at a high price. Now, no one understood better than them the huge business opportunities in Lantian County. The shops that others thought were expensive were completely worth it in their eyes. 2 days later, in Lantian County, another 5 businessmen were arrested one after another. These people were all involved with the Fan family and had done things for the Fan family. What awaited them was a hefty fine and physical pain. Those unclean merchants of Lantian County, in an instant, all of them were in danger. Go, go, go. The Fan father and son are going to be beheaded. Go see. Go see. You won't be able to see it if you're late. Hey. Wait for me. I want to go see too. On the 3rd day, the Fan father and son were to be paraded through the streets of Chang'an City. Lantian County streets were empty. Early in the morning, the commoners all brought their families to Chang'an City to watch the show. Of course, the younger children were not allowed to go. After all, the scene was too bloody. Chapter 1243. It's time to eat. It's time to eat. Eat your fill. Don't look for us when you go to the underworld. In the Supreme Court, a prison guard opened the door of a cell with a lunchbox in his hand and spoke to the Fan father and son inside. Ah. Big brother officer? What do you mean? We're going to be beheaded? Fan Jinxiang was dressed in a prison uniform and his hair was disheveled. He was no longer as spirited as he used to be. Yes. Otherwise, do you think you'll be able to eat such good food today? Hey. Hurry up and eat. This drumstick is still warm. The prison guard looked at the fragrant chicken drumstick in the food box and couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he grumbled. Ah. So soon. Even if His Majesty wants to behead us, shouldn't he wait until after autumn? Fan Jinxiang was shocked. In ancient times, most of the criminals were executed in the autumn. Fan Jinxiang's desire to live was strong. He knew he would die sooner or later, but he was willing to live as long as he could. He was willing to pay any price other than his own life. At this time, he regretted chasing that peasant girl on the street. If he had stayed at home that day, he would not have been caught, interrogated, or sentenced to death. Pfft. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being too ruthless. His Majesty is furious, and you want to live until after autumn? What a joke. The prison guard looked at Fan Jinxiang mockingly and sneered. Fan Jinxiang suddenly froze, and then, this guy actually cried, "Official brother, I beg you to let me go. I don't want to die. Our Fan family still has a lot of money. If you let us go, all the money will be yours." The prison guard jumped far away and then said sternly, "Shut up. Hurry up and eat your last meal. Don't starve to death in the underworld." Although he liked money, some money could only be obtained with a life, but not with a life to spend it. After that, he led his men away without looking back, leaving Fan Jinxiang and Fan Tong alone in the cell. Eat. Eat until you're full. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame our family for meeting Li Zishuan. Fan Jinxiang was sobbing uncontrollably. After a while, Fan Tong stood up and walked towards the food box. He spoke to Fan Jinxiang with a weary expression. Beat him to death. Kill these two evildoers. Kill them. Hey. I hit him. Wow. I hit it too. At 5 in the morning, Fan Tong and Fan Jinxiang were stuffed into the prison wagon for the first and last time in their lives. Because their hands and feet were tied to the prison cart, the bailiffs of the Supreme Court were not afraid that they would escape. They all stayed far away from the prison cart because they were afraid of being caught in the crossfire. After all, not every commoner could throw so accurately. But the bailiffs were not idle either. Whenever they saw a commoner carrying something that was too excessive, they would immediately step forward to stop them. After all, those big bricks, stones, and the like could easily kill the Fan father and son if they were hit. Before long, Fan Tong and Fan Jinxiang's heads and bodies were covered with eggshells, rotten eggs, and mud. Of course, there were also some strange things like smelly shoes and the like. Fortunately, the bailiffs had run away in advance. Otherwise, they would have suffered a lot. The so-called parade did not mean that they would go around every civilian square. They just circled around the main road of Chang'an. The civilians knew the route and ambushed in advance on the road that the prisoners' wagon had to pass. They all presented the big gifts that they had carefully prepared for the Fan father and son. Fan Jinxiang was happily received by the commoners. Halfway through the parade, he fainted happily. When he woke up, he was already tied to the execution platform. Fan Tong, a merchant from Lantian County, is a heartless tyrant who oppresses commoners, rapes women, colludes with bandits, and disregards human life. His Majesty has decreed that he will be beheaded today. His son, Fan Jinxiang, has taken advantage of his position to rape many women and cause the deaths of 4. His Majesty has decreed that he will be beheaded. It is now 1:15. Men, carry out the execution. The executioner was Dai Zhou. After reading the imperial edict, he threw out the arrow with the word, behead, carved on it. Good. Kill Fan Tong. Kill Fan Jinxiang. The commoners were not afraid of the bloody scene that was about to happen. Instead, they cheered excitedly, especially the commoners from Lantian County. They had been waiting for this day for so long after being oppressed by the Fan father and son. Pfft. The executioners took a sip of wine, then sprayed it on their blades. Then, they raised their hands and cut down. Pfft. Fan Tong and Fan Jinxiang did not even have time to scream before the executioners ended their evil lives. Cloud Mountain. Although it was the day of Fan Tong and Fan Jinxiang's execution, Li Zixuan was not so bored as to watch the show. Cleaning up the Fan family was just a casual move to purify the environment of Lantian County. He did not take it to heart at all. At this moment, he was confirming the final construction plan of the dam with Mo Huai. I plan to divide the commoners into 3 teams. One team will be responsible for preparing, transporting materials, and stones. The other 2 teams will start construction from the south and north respectively. Of course, the most important thing is to build a drainage canal to temporarily divert the Ba River. If we can use the crane that Yamacho built before, it should be faster. Mo Huai pointed at the map and spoke with assurance. Li Zixuan nodded thoughtfully and said, no problem. I will modify the crane to be more suitable for the construction of the dam. Mr. Mo, if you need anything, just say the word. I will definitely solve it for you if I can. The dam was his top priority this year. Everything else had to be put aside. Mo Huai thought for a moment and stroked his beard. I have calculated before. If this dam is built according to Yamacho's requirements, it will cost at least 400,000 strings of cash. I don't know if Yamacho can bear such a huge price. Although he knew that Li Zixuan was rich, he definitely did not know how much money Li Zixuan had. Moreover, 400,000 strings of cash was not a small sum. It was equivalent to an entire year's revenue of the Tang dynasty's imperial court, 400,000 strings of cash. Yan Shaoning, Mo Lingwei, Mo Chui, and the others all gasped with their mouths agape. Although they had expected it, they were still shocked by the number. Li Zishuan didn't look surprised. He nodded and said indifferently, "Mr. Mo, you don't have to worry about money. Since I've already decided to build this dam, I naturally won't be stumped by money. I will prepare all 400,000 strings of cash before the start of construction." Chapter 1244. As the days passed, Lantian County began to change bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, it was the middle of February. Many citizens had noticed the recent changes in Lantian County. Strange Taste Pavilion is opening a branch in Lantian County. Really? Looks like Marquis is starting to take our county seriously. It's not just Strange Taste Pavilion. I heard that Drunken Immortal House, Quirky Culture, Skillful Craftsman House, Appraisal House, Elegant House, Jade Treasure Hall, Earth Treasure House, Wizong House, and Treasure House are all here to open branches. Is there really such a thing? Why didn't I know about it? Hey! How can it be fake? Yesterday, when it was almost dark, I saw a few shops over at the South Market with their signboards hanging up. I think they'll be officially opening in 2 days. China's market square system originated from the Western Zhou dynasty and gradually matured during the Sui and Tang dynasties. In the Tang system, 100 households is a li, 5 li is a village. Those who live in a state or county are called squares, those outside the state or county are called villages. Li, villages, and squares all have Xingzheng. Li Xingzheng is in charge of household registration, teaching farming and mulberry farming, inspecting violations, and urging people to pay taxes. Square Xingzheng is in charge of the gate key, inspecting traders. It was clear that there was a clear division in Tang dynasty's Li Fang. In the capital city of Chang'an, south of the imperial city, there are 10 squares from east to west and 9 squares from north to south. East and west of the imperial city, there are 12 squares each. As for Lantian County, although it was only 1/10 the size of Chang'an, the city still strictly adhered to the market square system of this era. It was divided into 10 residential squares and 1 market square. All the shops and restaurants were in the market square in the south of the city. Doesn't that mean that we don't have to travel all the way to Chang'an City in the future? Here in Lantian County, we can eat Chang'an City's delicacies and buy Chang'an City's goods. Hey! It's true. When Drunken Immortal opens, I'll go and try it. Let's see if it tastes the same as Drunken Immortal Restaurant in Chang'an City. Yo! Old Master Wu, only you can afford it. People like us, whether in Chang'an City or Lantian County, can't afford to eat by Drunken Immortal Restaurant's food. When the time comes, I'll go to Chitsu Culture to buy a book for my child. The books there are still very cheap. What a joke. You must be joking. The anticipation of the masses could only be described with these 4 words. After all, no one would be willing to travel all the way to Chang'an if there were good goods and delicious food nearby. Therefore, the people of Lantian County were looking forward to the opening of these shops that had moved over from Chang'an. Strange Interest Pavilion, Drunken Immortal House, and Strange Interest Culture are opening today with a 30% discount. Don't miss it. Look, it's written in the newspaper that Strange Interest Pavilion and Drunken Immortal Restaurant are opening for business today. The busy people who were preparing to go out in the morning came across a boy selling newspapers. They casually bought a newspaper and inadvertently saw the small advertisement in the middle of the newspaper. Instantly, they became excited. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and not long after, the entire Lantian County was in an uproar. 30% discount? This was too worth it. Today, I can finally afford to eat a meal at the Drunken Immortal Restaurant. I must go and have a taste. That's right. Let's go together. Oh, and I'm going to buy 2 books. Look, it's not just the Drunken Immortal Restaurant and Strange Interest Pavilion. Craftsman Pavilion, Treasure Pavilion, and Elegant Study are also opening for business today. And it's also a 30% discount. Then no matter what, this old man will go and buy a bicycle today. With a 30% discount and a membership card, this bicycle will only cost about 200 strings of coins. It's too cheap. Wow. It's true. Buy a bicycle. I must buy a bicycle today. If I can buy one, I'll make a profit. I wonder how many bicycles Craftsman Pavilion, Treasure Pavilion, and Elegant Study will have today. These things used to be priceless in the past. Dozens of shops were opening for business at the same time, and all the goods were at a 30% discount. Such a huge commotion caused this small county that had been peaceful for more than a decade to suddenly become lively. Even the people far away in Jianghu and the surrounding counties rushed to Lantian County after hearing the news from today's Datong Daily. If you can buy something, you'll make a profit. This saying was not wrong at all in today's situation. Especially when it came to bicycles. Although the workshop had supplied a large number of bicycles to Craftsman Pavilion, Treasure Pavilion, and Elegant Study in Jianghu and after the new year, it still could not meet the huge demand of the market. There were still many people who wanted to buy a bicycle. Line up. Line up. Today's bicycles are fully stocked at Elegant Study, so don't worry. Also, to save everyone's time, all the goods from Elegant Study can be traded with Tang Yuan. In the southern market square of Lantian County, the Lin family's housekeeper was shouting with all his might. There were simply too many people, so he had to come out to maintain order. Tang Yuan? What's Tang Yuan? The people who came to buy bicycles were puzzled when they heard that. The Lin family's housekeeper chuckled and said, "Dear customers, did you not read today's Datong Daily carefully? Today, other than the opening of our big shops, Yanhuang Bank in East Dao Yi Lane of Lantian County is also opening. Everyone can exchange their copper coins for Tang Yuan at the bank. Here, this is a Tang Yuan. A Tang Yuan is a fixed amount of money. If you use Tang Yuan to buy things, you can save a lot of time." Hearing the housekeeper's words, those who had newspapers on hand immediately flipped through the newspapers on the spot, looking for news about Tang Yuan. Hey! Datong Daily really wrote about it. This Yanhuang Bank was established by Marquis Zhao Guogong and 6 wealthy businessmen in the capital. They invested 580,000 copper coins as a guarantee to establish a bank to exchange Tang Yuan. Everyone can go to the bank to exchange their copper coins for Tang Yuan, or exchange Tang Yuan for copper coins. There's only a 1% fee in between. Soon, some people saw the news about Yanhuang Bank and Tang Yuan in the newspaper. Actually, they couldn't be blamed for not reading the newspaper carefully. It was just that when most people saw that the top shops in the capital, led by Strange Taste Pavilion, had opened branches in Lantian County and had a 30% discount on everything, their first reaction was to rush over as soon as possible to get a bargain. Why would they continue reading the newspaper? Oh. So it's Marquis who's personally vouching for it. What's there to worry about? And Tang Yuan is so much more convenient than copper coins. I have to exchange for some Tang Yuan. When the people heard that Li Zishuan was personally vouching for the bank, they didn't have much resistance in their hearts. But if I go to exchange for Tang Yuan, what if I run out of bicycles later? Someone said worriedly. Hee hee. Dear customers, don't worry. Our shop will only officially open at 9 in the morning. There's still more than an hour. Also, customers who want to use Tang Yuan to buy goods can queue up separately. It's a good opportunity for everyone to see how much faster it is to use Tang Yuan to buy things compared to copper coins. Chapter 1245. Although it was clearly stated in the newspaper that these shops would only officially open at 9 in the morning, the people were afraid that they would not be able to get what they wanted if they were late. Hence, they came early to line up. It was worth mentioning that, under Li Zishuan's promotion, Lantian County's South Market opened 3 hours earlier than Chang'an's East Market and West Market. Li Zishuan's next step was to completely abolish the system that required the market to be closed every day. As someone who had transmigrated from the modern world, he knew very well that if the market wanted to develop healthily, it had to be given the greatest freedom. The market system in China's ancient society was mainly established not for the convenience of the residents, but for the rulers to display their national prestige and to better achieve their goal of controlling the people. To a certain extent, the market system would hinder the development of the social economy and bring great inconvenience to the people's daily lives. Hence, in the middle and later stages of the Tang dynasty, the market system was relaxed and there were shops that the two markets could no longer accommodate. Hence, it began to expand to the nearby markets and other places. As a result, Chongren Market in the northwest of the East Market and Yanshou Market in the northeast of the West Market were more lively and prosperous than the East and West Market. In the end, there was even a night market. The development of business had to meet certain conditions, and an open market was one of the important conditions. The market opened in the middle of the day and closed at sunset. The strict opening and closing of the market caused the market to lose its freedom. Coupled with the night ban and strict control of the market, many rich and colorful public activities could not be carried out. Furthermore, the market implemented a strict opening and closing system. As a result, the people lost the right to exchange ideas and share entertainment, narrowing their physiological and psychological horizons. Since Li Zishuan wanted to turn Lantian County into a one-of-a-kind trading city, he had to reform the current market system. Today, the early opening of the market was just a small step for him to reform the system. In the South Market, the people who had come early to line up were somewhat moved after hearing the praises of the bank and the convenience of the Tang Yuan from the various shop managers. Especially those who were at the back of the line. When they heard that they could stand alone in a line with the Tang Yuan, they did not hesitate and immediately pushed their small carts full of copper coins to Yanhuang Bank. At 9 in the morning, all the new shops in Lantian County opened on time. The Zuaxian restaurant was full. The customers who came to eat were from Lantian County, Chang and City, and other states and counties. The restaurants in Lantian County, which used to have a bleak business, suddenly became popular because of the Zuaxian restaurant. Craftsman Pavilion, Jianbao Pavilion, and Elegant Pavilion also began to sell their goods. The customers who had gone to the bank to exchange for the Tang Yuan had finished their exchange and returned. The stewards kept their word and specially arranged a team for these people. Shopkeeper, I want 2 bicycles. Here, this is 560 Tang Yuan, please count it. Okay. 560 Tang Yuan, no more, no less. Zhang San quickly pushed 2 bicycles out for this customer. Both within and outside of everyone's expectations, the team that used Tang Yuan to buy things moved forward very quickly. Seeing that 5 people had already bought cars using Tang Yuan and had left while the first person in the copper coin team hadn't finished counting his copper coins, many people in the back instantly panicked. At first, they roughly understood that the Tang Yuan would be very convenient to use, but they did not expect the Tang Yuan to be so fast. Compared to using copper coins, the speed was definitely more than twice as fast. Some of the more decisive people immediately rushed to the bank to exchange for the Tang Yuan, while those who were hesitant were still wondering if they should exchange for the Tang Yuan. Under the publicity of these newly opened shops and Datong Daily, the first branch of Yanhuang Bank to serve the common people quickly became popular. The Tang Yuan, this new thing, also left a deep impression on many people. It was as if a seed had been planted in their hearts. As time passed, it would take root and sprout one day. Marquis, I finally don't have to worry about the county's trade. With these famous shops in Chang'an, the people in the eastern counties will not go to Chang'an to buy things. They will buy things in the nearby Lantian County. Our county is finally going to be lively. County Magistrate He, in his casual clothes, was accompanying Li Zishuan to the South Market Square to observe the people. Seeing that the square was filled with people and was in full swing, the degree of liveliness was comparable to the East and West Market of Chang'an. County Magistrate He stroked his beard and said with satisfaction. Li Zishuan laughed and said, Haha. County Magistrate He, you're only looking at the surface. Think deeper. If there are more shops in Lantian County and it becomes more prosperous, then it will correspondingly recruit more commoners to work as workers. In this way, other than relying on the land to make a living, the commoners in our county can also help out during their free time and earn an additional income, right? In modern terms, this was called increasing employment. Marquis is right. I am impressed. County magistrate, he sighed and then asked, Marquis, by introducing the bank in Tang Yuan, are you trying to let the people use Tang Yuan to replace the copper coins in the future? As a county magistrate, he definitely knew more about Tang Yuan than the ordinary people. He knew that Tang Yuan was convenient, safe, and difficult to imitate. He was in favor of Tang Yuan replacing the copper coins. Li Zishuan frowned and said in a deep voice, let's try it in Lantian County first. As for Chang'an or the other counties, let's not bother about it for now. If the people in Lantian County can eventually get used to Tang Yuan, then I will think of a way to promote Tang Yuan to other places. Currently, there were only 2 places where Tang Yuan could be used. One was Yanhuang College, and the other was Lantian County. These 2 places were basically Li Zishuan's private territory. He could do whatever he wanted there. However, it was different for other places. If he rashly promoted Tang Yuan to other places, he might be impeached. After all, he did not have the right to privately issue money. If Tang Yuan wanted to be promoted in the entire Tang dynasty, he would need Li Heir's approval. And if the Tang Bank wanted to be opened in all the counties in Tang dynasty, he would need the participation of the royal family. Otherwise, it would be difficult to do anything. Now, Li Zishuan was waiting. He was waiting for Li Heir to give Tang Yuan and the Yanhuang Bank a proper status. Marquis, you are worrying too much. This Tang Yuan is so exquisite and convenient to use. I feel that once the people get used to it, they will definitely not be able to leave it. Chapter 1246. County Magistrate He's analysis was reasonable, and things were slowly developing in the direction he expected. Craftsman Pavilion, Jianbao Pavilion, and Qingye Zhai also had ample stock of bicycles today. It took them an entire morning before they ran out of stock. An interesting phenomenon was that in the entire morning, the number of people who bought bicycles with Tang Yuan was 10 times more than the number of people who bought bicycles with copper coins. In other words, Tang Yuan's settlement speed was 10 times faster than copper coins. At the beginning of the morning, those customers who were hesitant and didn't exchange their coins for Tang Yuan's bicycles were envious and regretful when they saw that Tang Yuan's procession moving forward. If they hadn't hesitated, wouldn't they have been able to buy a bicycle? Therefore, after leaving the shops such as Skillful Craftsman Pavilion, Jianbao Pavilion, and Qingye Zhai, many people went to the bank to exchange all their money for the bicycles for Tang Yuan. Since they had to buy bicycles sooner or later, it would take a lot of effort for them to carry the carts of copper coins back, so it was more convenient to exchange them for Tang Yuan. Manager, give me a pot of wenru, a serving of meatballs, and a serving of dongpa pork. At noon, those who came from other counties to Lantian County to buy bicycles went to Drunken Immortal Restaurant for lunch. Logically speaking, those who could afford bicycles were all rich people. Of course, they would choose a good place like Drunken Immortal Restaurant for lunch. Okay. Please wait a moment, the dishes will be served immediately. The innkeeper responded and instructed the waiter to inform the chef to prepare the dishes. After a while, the dishes were served. It's the same taste. Could it be that the chefs of Drunken Immortal Restaurant in Chang'an are all here too? The customers who came from Chang'an could not help but praise after tasting the dishes of Drunken Immortal Restaurant in Lantian County. Ha! You must be joking, sir. This is a business, and so is Chang'an. If all the chefs are here, the customers in Chang'an will definitely be unhappy. The chefs of our Lantian County branch are all trained. I guarantee that the dishes they make will taste the same as the dishes of Drunken Immortal Restaurant in Chang'an. The waiter smiled warmly. Haha. Marquis is so thoughtful. The diner laughed and then began to eat heartily. A quarter of an hour later, all the plates were cleared. The diner wiped his mouth with satisfaction and said, "Waiter, the bill." "All right. Dear guest. A total of 4 strings of cash. If you have Tang Yuan, you can pay with Tang Yuan." "Yo. I almost forgot that your shop can use Tang Yuan. Wait a moment. I'll look for it for you." The diner was a little surprised. He took out 4 1 Tang Yuan notes from his sleeve and said, "Haha." Here you go. Not to mention, with Tang Yuan around, it's much more convenient to eat. How could this be inconvenient? In the past, when he went to the Drunken Immortal restaurant to eat, he had to carry a dozen or so pounds of copper coins. But now, a few Tang Yuan was enough. The waiter took the Tang Yuan and said with a smile, "Sir, the Tang Yuan is not only convenient for eating, it's also convenient for you to buy other things." Today, our Lantian County's newly opened stores are selling food, drinks, clothes, and other necessities. You can use Tang Yuan to buy them all. And according to this trend, I reckon that in a while, all the stores in our Lantian County will be able to use Tang Yuan to buy things. The waiter was advertising Tang Yuan for free. The diner said with a yearning look, when that time comes, it will be too convenient. It's a pity that my home is not in Lantian County. I wonder if Chang and City will be the same as here, using Tang Yuan all the time." This diner was not an exception. Those who had experienced the convenience of Tang Yuan were basically fans of Tang Yuan. If they were to use copper coins again, they would feel uncomfortable. For example, a certain restaurant in Lantian County. "What? You can't use Tang Yuan here?" This Tang Yuan was made by the Marquis of Yong'an. "You guys are doing business in Lantian County, and you don't even trust the Marquis of Yong'an?" A diner finished his meal and took out 2 Tang Yuan when he paid the bill. In the end, the diner's manager did not recognize this thing. The diner was instantly enraged. It was impossible for him not to be enraged. The copper coins he brought in the morning were all changed to Tang Yuan. Although a meal in this restaurant was not expensive, it still cost a few hundred copper coins. Where was he going to find a few hundred copper coins now? "Customer, please calm down. It's not that this old man does not trust the Marquis of Yong'an, but this old man has never heard of any Tang Yuan or Tang Jiao, much less seen one." The manager frowned and said gloomily. If it weren't for the fact that this diner was dressed luxuriously and had expensive accessories on him, he would have already arrested this person as a freeloader and brought him to the authorities. If you haven't heard of it, go out and ask around. If you haven't seen it, then it's even easier. You can just go to the Yanhuang Bank in Dao Yi Lane and take a good look. Really, do you think I will lie to you? The Drunken Immortal restaurant next door can use Tang Yuan to pay the bill today. Why can't you guys do the same? If not for the Drunken Immortal restaurant being full today, I wouldn't even be willing to eat here. The diner got angrier as he spoke. After all, he was from a well-to-do family. Now that he had been tricked into not having money to pay the bill, it would be strange if he was not angry. This brother is right. If other places can use Tang Yuan, why can't you guys do the same? Isn't your restaurant too backward? In his eyes, a place that could not use Tang Yuan was a place that was backward. Yes. Even Tang Yuan can't be used. Then we won't come here to eat in the future. As soon as this was said, many diners from other places immediately responded. The manager of the restaurant was sweating profusely. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Everyone, please calm down. Calm down. This old man will send someone to the Drunken Immortal restaurant next door to ask." Wait a moment, wait a moment. Those who liked Tang Yuan were not only the people who bought things. Many of the people who sold things also liked him. Qing Yizhai. "Master, in just one morning, we have sold all of the 100 over bicycles. The speed is more than twice as fast as before," Madame Li said with a face full of joy. Lin Wenyuan stroked his beard and said excitedly, "Hee hee. This is all thanks to Tang Yuan. Madam, you also saw it this morning. Using Tang Yuan to buy things, the speed is at least several times faster than before." Madame Jean nodded and said, "Yes, yes. Marquis things are really useful most of the time. This Tang Yuan, if all the customers in Chang and can use it, that would be great." Lin Wenyuan looked in the direction of Chang and said thoughtfully, "Whether Tang Yuan can gain everyone's approval or not, it still depends on His Majesty's attitude. Obviously, he, who had been doing business all his life, also saw the biggest hurdle that Tang Yuan was currently facing. Chapter 1247. In the next few days, restaurants and shops such as Strange Taste Pavilion, Skillful Craftsman Pavilion, Inspection Treasure Pavilion, and Elegant Restaurant held several big promotions, causing the flow of people in Lantian County to reach a peak. The local citizens of Lantian County had never seen the county so lively. With the increase in the flow of people, the local restaurants and shops also benefited from it, and their business was booming. On the other hand, the business of Yanhuang Bank was also constantly rising. On the first day after the branch was established, they exchanged 100,000 Tang Yuan, and on the second day, 120,000 Tang Yuan. Now, they could make around 200,000 Tang Yuan in a day. But on the other hand, the retention rate of Tang Yuan was frighteningly low. Many merchants were forced to allow customers to use Tang Yuan for transactions, but after they received the Tang Yuan, they would almost always bring the Tang Yuan to the bank and exchange it for copper coins on the same day or the next day. There were only two reasons for this phenomenon. First, many people had dealt with copper coins their whole lives. They would only feel at ease when they received the copper coins, and would feel unsure when they received the Tang Yuan. Second, when they went to other places to buy goods, under normal circumstances, the other party would not recognize the Tang Yuan, and they would still need the copper coins. Ultimately, it was because the Tang Yuan did not have a legitimate copper coin, and could not be recognized by everyone in the world. Now, most people only treated the Tang Yuan as a proof of copper coins, a medium, and not as a currency. This was what Li Zishuan did not want to see. If the Tang Yuan could only be used as proof, and not as a currency, then all the effort he had put in to design and print the Tang Yuan, as well as the establishment of the Yanhuang Bank, would be meaningless. Only when the Tang Yuan became a trustworthy currency that everyone believed, and could be directly circulated in the market, would the existence of the Yanhuang Bank have meaning and value. Otherwise, the current phenomenon of immediately exchanging Tang Yuan for copper coins upon receiving the Tang Yuan was no different from some countries going bankrupt, and their currency being run by the people in the country. What he wanted was a modern bank, and not a simple proof of concept institution. However, there was a good thing now, and that was that the Tang Yuan's influence was growing. The number of people who knew about the Tang Yuan was also increasing. As long as he could become famous, then the rest would be easy. That day, morning court, Taiji Palace. Your Majesty, a few days ago, something called Tang Yuan appeared on Cloud Mountain. It can be used as copper coins to buy food and clothing. Recently, Tang Yuan has spread to Lantian County. It can be said that it is extremely popular. It is said that all the shops, restaurants, and inns in Lantian County can now use Tang Yuan to pay their bills. I personally went to the Yanhuang Bank in Lantian County to exchange for a few Tang Yuan notes. I realized that they are very exquisite and are easier to carry around than copper coins. It will save a lot of time and effort when used for daily transactions. This old subject believes that Tang Yuan has a lot of merits. Perhaps the imperial court can also use Tang Yuan to replace the copper coins. Within the Taiji Palace, the Minister of Revenue, Xiao Yu, actually mentioned Tang Yuan of the Yanhuang Bank during the morning court assembly. As soon as he finished speaking, the rest of the officials in the court began to whisper among themselves. Obviously, they had more or less heard some news about Tang Yuan these days. Zhang Sun Wuji's closed eyes suddenly opened. He looked at Xiao Yu with some surprise. He was thinking about how to tell the heir about the Yanhuang Bank and Tang Yuan. After all, he had shares of the Yanhuang Bank. He did not expect Xiao Yu to be one step ahead of him and mention this issue. This had unknowingly helped Zhang Sun Wuji a lot. Li Er, who was sitting at the head of the table, was silent for a moment before he said, I already know about the Tang Yuan and the Yanhuang Bank. However, when it comes to the Tang dynasty's currency, the decision must be made carefully. As for using Tang Yuan to replace the copper coins, what do all of you think? Your Majesty. This old subject objects. Fang Xianling stepped out from the crowd and clasped his hands. Just as Your Majesty said, when it comes to the Tang dynasty's currency, it is definitely not a small matter. Firstly, the right to make the coins must be in the hands of the imperial court. According to what this subject knows, Tang Yuan was printed by the Marquis of Yong, and using a special paper and a special printing method. If the imperial court wants to make Tang Yuan to replace the copper coins, it will not be easy. On the other hand, even if the imperial court has the method of printing Tang Yuan, since the method came from the Marquis of Yong, and then the Marquis of Yong, and will always use this method. When the time comes, it will inevitably cause criticism. Logically speaking, Fang Xianling did not have any enmity with Li Zishuan. The reason why he jumped out to object now was because he did not want Li Zishuan to be attacked and criticized by the officials in the court. Zhang Sun Wuji frowned. Although he had the intention to use Tang Yuan in more places, he had to admit that Fang Xuanling's words made sense. Li Er frowned and did not speak. At this moment, Qing Yaojin jumped out and said, "Your Majesty, although Xuanling's words make sense, what is the saying again? Oh, you can't not eat because you are afraid of choking, right? Since Tang Yuan is more convenient than copper coins, then let's use it. If there is a problem, then let's think of a way to solve it. Although I, old Sheng, am a boor, I understand that we should use whatever is convenient." Hearing the first half of his sentence, the crowd could not help but want to laugh. However, after listening to the rest, most of the officials could not help but ponder. Li Er's eyes lit up as he nodded and praised, "Your words are crude but not crude. I will carefully consider the matter of Tang Yuan. There is no need to discuss it today. Your Majesty, go and summon Li Zishuan to see me." After lunch, Li Er returned to Ganlu Hall to review the memorials. Just as he picked up his pen, he suddenly ordered Zhao Song, who was behind him. "Understood." Zhao Song's heart skipped a beat as he cupped his hands and replied. More than half an hour later, Yunshan, Yanhuang College. After hearing Zhao Song's order to summon him, Li Zishuan hurriedly returned to the courtyard to change his clothes. He rode a fast horse and rushed to Cheng and with Zhao Song. He was secretly delighted. Old Li finally could not hold back. Looks like Tang Yuan and the bank are finally going to cross that hurdle. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong and is here. Summon. In Taiji Palace, Li Zishuan heard the summons and walked in from outside the palace. After a round of greetings, Li Er went straight to the point and asked, "Marquis Yong and, what do you think of Tang Yuan? What do you think of Yanhuang Bank?" When Li Zishuan heard this, he almost vomited blood. If this became Li Er's catchphrase, then there would be no more, "What do you think of Yuan Fang?" It would be replaced by, "What do you think of Marquis Yong and?" When he thought of this, Li Zishuan could not help but shudder. "Old Li, please don't do this." Chapter 1248. I know that your Majesty is worried, but the appearance of Yanhuang Bank in Tang Yuan will definitely bring more benefits than harm to Tang. Your Majesty, please consider this carefully. Li Zishuan bowed and said in the Sweet Dew Hall. The bank in Tang Yuan, which had been around for more than half a month, were finally going to face the super test that they had to go through. If they passed, they would live. If they failed, they would die. Li Er asked calmly, "Oh? Then tell me, what benefits can this bank in Tang Yuan bring to Tang?" Li Zishuan organized the words in his mind and slowly said, "Your Majesty, first of all, Tang Yuan is lighter than copper coins. It is more convenient for merchants and commoners to trade, especially for large transactions. For example, buying a horse carriage. Nowadays, horse carriages are mostly priced at a few hundred strings of coins. A few hundred strings of coins would weigh at least 1,000 caddies. It would take at least 2 to 3 ox carts. If we use Tang Yuan to pay, we only need a few hundred Tang Yuan notes to easily complete the transaction. Regardless of whether it is the buyer or the seller, it saves a lot of time." As he spoke, Li Zishuan took out a 100 Tang Yuan banknote. Li Er had Zhao Song present the banknote to him, and after examining it carefully, he said, "Just as Xianling said, your Tang Yuan is very exquisite. We already have some understanding of what you just said, but we can't abandon copper coins and use Tang Yuan just because it's more convenient than copper coins. If it causes unrest in the country, you will not be able to bear the responsibility, and neither can I. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty is right. This Tang Yuan can indeed cause unrest in the country. It is definitely right to be cautious. Li Er frowned and said unhappily, You were just saying how good Tang Yuan is. Why are you saying this now? Your Majesty, the reason why Tang Yuan can cause unrest in the country is because it is too easy to use and has too many advantages. If you want to talk about Tang Yuan's disadvantages, you have to start from its advantages. Li Zishuan smiled and continued, Apart from what I said just now, the second advantage of Tang Yuan is that it is extremely safe to carry around and can make up for the lack of money. Our Tang Empire currently produces about 3 million caddies of copper annually. Even if we use all of it to make copper coins, we can only make about 600,000 strings of coins. Ever since His Majesty ascended the throne, he had cooperated with the civil and military officials to vigorously develop the people's livelihood. The 600,000 strings of coins per year might have been enough a few years ago, but since last year, the people's copper coins had been stretched to the limit. And as time went on, with the development of production in the provinces and counties of the Tang Empire and the acceleration of the circulation of goods, the speed of copper coins casting would gradually fall behind the people's needs for copper coins. When that time comes, there will be a shortage of money coins. How will the imperial court deal with it? Must we restrict the production? Of course not, it will hinder the Tang. If there is a bank in Tang Yuan, and the imperial court enforces a rule that Tang Yuan can completely replace the copper coins, then there will be no shortage of money. Li Zishuan's words had indeed poked at a sore spot in his heart. He knew his own situation. The Tang Empire's annual coinage was actually less than the 600,000 strings of coins mentioned by Li Zishuan. Furthermore, it was undeniable that ever since the world was at peace, the people's agricultural production had recovered very quickly. The speed at which the Tang Empire's copper coins were increasing could not keep up with the people's demand for copper coins. If this continued, the imperial court would really have no way to deal with it. When that time came, could the imperial court suppress the value of all commodities? For example, if a bushel of rice was suppressed to 2 copper coins, the people's demand for copper coins would naturally decrease. But how could that be possible? At this time, commodities were already very, very cheap. They could not be suppressed any further. You mean that after Tang Yuan replaces the copper coins, we can use Tang Yuan to alleviate the shortage of money? Li Er frowned and asked. There was indeed a problem with the Tang Empire's current currency system, but he always felt that Tang Yuan would have hidden dangers and would not be reliable when using it. Li Zishuan quickly shook his head and said, Your Majesty, this is one of the disadvantages of Tang Yuan, and also where the hidden danger lies. Tang Yuan can solve the shortage of money and can quickly generate a large amount of wealth for the imperial court, but there is a huge risk behind it. Your Majesty is wise and has outstanding self-control, but can you guarantee that the future emperors will be like you? What if there are emperors in the future who are greedy for temporary profits and use Tang Yuan to deal with the imperial court's financial difficulties, causing the Tang Yuan flowing to the people to be much higher than what the people need? The people will feel that Tang Yuan is worthless and will frantically try to exchange Tang Yuan for copper coins. At that time, the new currency system established using Tang Yuan will quickly collapse. Furthermore, if it is not handled properly, the country will also collapse. Li Er was suddenly enlightened and finally understood what the problem in his heart was. He asked, Then what is the basis for the distribution of Tang Yuan? Li Zishuan replied, Currently, it is based on the amount of copper coins prepared by the bank. During the initial stages of the distribution of Tang Yuan, the bank must provide 100% or at least 80% of the reserves for the Tang Yuan. In other words, if the bank wants to issue 100,000 Tang Yuan, it must have a reserve of at least 80,000 strings of cash for the commoners and merchants to exchange for. To put it bluntly, Tang Yuan is just a proof of trust. Only when everyone believes that Tang Yuan can be exchanged for copper coins will they feel at ease using Tang Yuan. Furthermore, as the commoners and merchants' trust in Tang Yuan increases, the number of times they exchange for copper coins will obviously decrease. At that time, the reserve that the bank needs to provide can be reduced to 40 to 60%. At that time, although the Tang Empire can only produce 600,000 strings of cash every year, it can issue at least 1,000,000 Tang yuan. Li Er's eyes lit up. He finally smiled and said, "That's not a bad idea. But from what we heard, in the future, won't the Tang yuan issue be based on the amount of copper coins prepared by the bank?" Li Zishuan replied, "Of course not. This method of using copper coins as a guarantee to issue Tang yuan is just the most basic method of the bank. When Tang yuan is accepted by the majority, there will be no need to use copper coins as a guarantee. At that time, it will be using the reputation of the imperial court as a guarantee. The amount of Tang yuan issued will be based on the value created by everyone in the Tang Empire every year. Thus, the bank must be in the hands of the imperial court. In modern society, there are three basic stages of currency issuance. First, gold and silver reserve system. Under the metal currency system, it was stipulated that the banknotes issued by the central bank must have 100% reserve, because the banknotes could be exchanged for gold and silver freely. Second, guarantee reserve system. After the non-cash credit currency system replaced the metal currency system, the central bank's currency issuance was guaranteed by securities, foreign exchange, and even other assets. This was also one of the reasons why the country placed great importance on foreign exchange reserves. Third, managed currency system. To prevent the central bank from issuing excessive banknotes, many countries used to issue a maximum amount of banknotes. In Li Zishuan's plan, Tang yuan had to develop from the initial exchange currency to the credit currency system, and finally develop into an official currency issued by the country, completely replacing copper coins. After all, from his point of view, other than being used to make money, copper was still very useful in other aspects. Chapter 1249. Oh. You intend to hand over Tang yuan and the bank to the imperial court? In the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Zishuan's financial wisdom made Li Er's eyes light up. However, Li Zishuan's last sentence shocked Li Er the most. He did not expect Li Zishuan to hand over the bank and Tang yuan that he had painstakingly set up to the imperial court. Li Zishuan smiled and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, the bank has the right to issue Tang yuan. If it is not in the hands of the imperial court, how would it look? Although I can be a little reckless at times, I still know what is right and what is wrong." Li Er was stunned. Then, he smiled faintly and said, "Ha! You have worked so hard for so long. I even heard that the bank has 100,000 strings of copper coins. Now, you are so generous that you are willing to hand over the bank to me?" Based on his understanding of Li Zishuan's character of never taking losses, he didn't believe that Li Zishuan would hand over Tang yuan and the bank for free. Cough cough. "Your Majesty. To be honest, the bank only has 60% of the shares that can be given to the imperial court. The rest has already been given out." Li Zishuan coughed dryly and said with an embarrassed face, "Oh. I knew that you would not be taken advantage of, right? Then tell me, who did you give the remaining 40% of shares to?" Li Er narrowed his eyes and said with an indifferent expression. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and replied, "Your Majesty, 5% of the shares were given to Duke Xiao. He gave 100,000 strings of copper coins to the bank as a deposit. 9% of the shares were given to a few wealthy merchants from the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce. They gave a total of 380,000 strings of copper coins and are willing to help the bank promote Tang yuan in the various provinces and counties. I also intend to give Uncle Qin, Uncle Cheng, Uncle Niu, and Uncle Yuqi 8% of the shares. They will also contribute money and effort in the future. Although these people owned shares in the bank, they did not participate in the management of the bank. They only participated in the dividends. This subject would like to own 18% of the free shares of the bank. In the early stages, when everyone is unfamiliar with the operations of the bank in Tang yuan, this subject can provide suggestions for the development of the bank and formulate the corresponding rules and regulations so that the bank can better serve the court and truly become the sharp sword of a strong country. In the future, when the bank has matured and there is a suitable person to replace me, I will take the initiative to withdraw from the management position of the bank." In fact, this private bank was basically equivalent to the central bank in his previous life. Li Zishuan had never thought of taking it for himself. He knew himself well enough to know that this thing was a hot potato. He couldn't take it, let alone eat it. The one who had absolute control over the bank had to be the royal family. As for him, he would be satisfied as long as he could follow behind them and get some scraps. Furthermore, he did not lack money nor status. The creation of the bank in Tangyuan was more for the sake of the common good and not for personal gain. Using copper coins as currency was not conducive to circulation and would greatly affect the economic development of the Tang Empire. As a modern person, if he wanted the Tang Empire to become stronger in terms of economy, he had to promote the creation of paper money. In fact, if a transmigrator like him did not appear, according to official history, flying money would appear during the Tang Xianzong and Yuanhe years. Some merchants set up associations in the main cities of the country and used flying money to replace copper coins as a tool of exchange. This reduced the demand for copper coins. Flying money was made of paper. Not only was it convenient to carry around, it was also safe. Other than being used by merchants, it was also approved by the government. The new Tang book recorded, Emperor Xianzong banned the use of copper coins. At that time, merchants came to the capital and entrusted the various Taoists with money to submit memorials to the court, as well as the various armies and envoys from the rich families. Using light clothing, they were accepted. When Li Er heard that Zhang Sun Wuji, Qin Xiong and the rest also had shares in the bank, his expression did not change much. However, when he heard about the shares held by the merchants of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce and Li Zishuan, he instantly frowned and could not help but say, "Those merchants in your Chamber of Commerce, no matter how much they invest, you can only give them 5% of the shares at most. And you?" At this point, Li Er paused and said, "I know that in terms of the management of the bank and the distribution of Tang Yuan, no one knows more than you. I am also not a stingy person. As long as you can really get the bank on the right track and allow Tang Yuan to replace copper coins within the borders of the Tang Empire and completely solve the problem of lack of money without creating chaos for the imperial court, I will grant you 25% of the shares." Li Zishuan's face lit up with joy and said in surprise, "So, Your Majesty agrees to use the name of the imperial court to distribute Tang Yuan?" Li Er said in a deep voice, "Yes. The problem of lack of money that you mentioned previously does exist. And the bank and Tang Yuan are indeed a good way to solve the problem of lack of money. I wish to put the Yan Huang Bank under the Ministry of Revenue and let you have full authority to manage it. Strive to get the bank on the right track as soon as possible. Your Majesty is wise," Li Zishuan said excitedly. In this way, the Yan Huang Bank and Tang Yuan were finally in the right. In these 2 days, you will draw up a detailed report on the internal system and development plans of the Yan Huang Bank. When the time comes, I will discuss it with Fu Ji, Xian Ling, Xiao Yu and the rest. Li Er thought for a while and instructed. Changing the currency system of the Tang Empire was a big matter. No matter what, he had to discuss it with the important officials of the imperial court beforehand. Great, this was going to be a treasure again. When Li Zishuan heard this, he felt bitter in his heart. However, he replied, "As you wish." After leaving the palace, Li Zishuan directly returned to Yanhuang College. When Ma Zhou heard that he had returned, he hurried to his office. "Marquis. This year's Tang Empire FIFA ranking competition is about to begin. Now, many teams from the state and county have already arrived in Chang'an. How and where should we compete? We have to have a plan in advance," Ma Zhou said as he entered Li Zishuan's office. Li Zishuan was stunned when he heard this. At this moment, he recalled that when football was first introduced last year, he had mentioned on Datong Daily that each state and county would select the 3 strongest teams to participate in the ranking competition in Chang'an in March this year. According to the results of the competition, a batch of League A and League B teams would be determined. From the end of August to May of the following year, each team would participate in the corresponding league according to their level. Counting the days, it would be March in another 10 days. No wonder he often saw many unfamiliar faces when he went to Chang'an recently. "I almost forgot about this. Brother Ma, let me think about it carefully. I have been too busy recently." Li Zishuan patted his head and said with a vexed expression. Speaking of which, he had been busy with the national affairs of the Yen Huang Bank and Tang Yuan recently. How could he have the time to think about this? However, since he had already bragged about it back then, he had to make sure that he got back at them. The ranking competition was a must. Chapter 1250. So far, how many teams have reported to the FIFA? Yanhuang College, Yamacho's office. Li Zishuan recalled the plan he made when the Tang Empire's FIFA was first established. For the past half a year, he had many things to do. The FIFA was completely managed by Ma Zhou and the bearded guest. He didn't ask about the details, so he could only ask Ma Zhou. Fortunately, Ma Zhou's temper was not bad. He smiled and replied, "Master Ho, last year, there were more than 100 states and counties, and more than 600 of them, that had reported to the FIFA. Our FIFA personnel have already been assigned to these states and counties. The remaining states and counties are expected to be fully staffed this year. This year, there will be more than 300 teams coming to Chang and to participate in the ranking tournament. Even if there are 10 matches a day, it will take a month for all 300 teams to compete. So, Marquis, we have to prepare early." Li Zishuan was shocked when he heard that there were so many teams coming. In his previous life, he had never heard of so many teams in the country. However, he quickly recovered from his shock. In his previous life, football was the pain of all the people. But now, he was in the prosperous Tang Empire. Football for the descendants of the Yellow Emperor would be the first to start in the entire world. Furthermore, with his own leadership and arrangements, he did not believe that the Tang Empire would still be a weak country in football. He did not believe that the Han people's football would still be squashed on the ground by teams from small countries like South Korea and Japan. The glory of the Han people's football would be led and protected by him. He wanted to cultivate China into a big football country from now on and form a football culture from top to bottom. More than 1,000 years later, no matter how disappointing his descendants were, they would not be humiliated by teams from small countries like Japan. Inwardly encouraging himself, Li Zishuan suddenly felt that there was an additional responsibility on his shoulders. Initially, he had invented football to develop a sport for the students of the academy. However, now that he had made a big deal out of it, he might as well give the Chinese football a helping hand. After all, in his previous life, he was also infuriated by the national football team's incompetence. "Brother Ma, first of all, we have to solve the problem of the competition venue. The academy's football field is definitely not enough. The ranking competition will be held on the 8th day of the 3rd month. There are still 20 or so days until now. In these 20 or so days, I plan to build 2 more soccer fields. One will be in Lantian County, and the other will be by the Ba River in Plum Village. I will get Xiaoning to push this matter as soon as possible. As for the schedule of the ranking tournament, it would use a single-round system. Through drawing lots, the 300-plus teams would be divided into 10 groups, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, S, F, and X. Within each group, each team would challenge the other teams in turn. If they won a match, they would get 3 points. If they drew a match, they would get 1 point. If they lost a match, they would get no points. After all the group matches were over, the top 5 teams in each group would enter the knockout stage. During the knockout stage, the 50 teams would be divided into 5 groups, A, B, C, D, and E, with 10 teams in each group. During the knockout stage, the champions and runners-up of each group would not meet, and teams from the same state or county would not fight against each other. The top 4 teams in each group would be directly promoted to the first division teams, and the rest would be promoted to the second division teams. Due to the special circumstances this year, the 21st Division teams would need to complete the First Division League in the next few months. The First Division League would use a home and away system, with a total of 38 rounds. Similarly, a win would get 3 points, a draw would get 1 point, and a loss would get no points. Only the top 10 teams in the First Division League would be eligible to participate in the Champions League at the end of July and compete for the prize money. According to the original plans set by the FIFA, the First Division League would be held between August and May of the following year. The top 10 teams in the First Division League would be able to participate in the Champions League. The Champions League would be held at the end of July. However, since this was the first year of the official introduction of the Football League, there would need to be a ranking tournament first to determine the level of all the teams. Therefore, Li Zixuan planned to use 3 months to directly let the 21st Division teams play in Chang'an and remove them from the Champions League. After listening to Li Zixuan's explanation, Ma Zhou was a little confused by the detailed and complete plan of the competition system. He knew that Li Zixuan was smarter than him, but how could Li Zixuan come up with such a complete, strict, and detailed set of rules in such a short time for something as unorthodox as football? After pondering carefully in his mind for a long time, Ma Zhou asked, "Marquis, what are the home and away games?" Li Zixuan frowned and replied, "The general idea is that 2 teams have to play 2 games against each other. For example, the 2 teams of Qinzhou and Bingzhou need to play 1 game in Qinzhou and 1 game in Bingzhou respectively. This is the home and away games. However, time is short this year, so these 21st Division teams will stay in Chang'an to determine the winner. The home and away games are just a formality." Ma Zhou nodded and asked again, "Marquis, if 2 teams have the same number of points in the league, how will the ranking be determined?" Li Zixuan secretly praised Ma Zhou in his heart. This Ma Zhou's thoughts were very meticulous. No wonder he could become the prime minister that Li Zixuan used the most in the future. In the home and away games in the league, if 2 teams have the same number of points, the ranking will be determined according to the goal difference between the 2 teams, which is the number of goals scored minus the number of goals conceded. If they are still the same, the ranking will be determined according to the total goal difference in the league. If they are still the same, the ranking will be determined according to the number of goals scored. In the single-round system, the teams with the same number of points will enter a playoff. Li Zixuan looked at Ma Zhou and replied with a face full of praise. Ma Zhou nodded repeatedly as he listened. In the end, he cupped his hands and said, "Haha. In this way, there are almost no loopholes in the competition system. Marquis strategizing, I admire you, admire you." This was not a deliberate flattery or flattery. Ma Zhou asked himself honestly. If he were in Ma Zhou's shoes, it would be impossible for him to come up with such an efficient and flawless competition system in such a short period of time. Li Zixuan waved his hand. He knew himself best. He had only borrowed from the football competition system in his previous life. There was nothing to brag about. "Brother Ma, since you understand the competition system of the league-level league and the league-level league, then I'll have to trouble you to get up as soon as possible in the next few days and come up with a detailed competition system so that the teams coming to Chang'an can prepare as soon as possible. I'll ask Shaoning to build the other 2 football stadiums as soon as possible." These 2 days, he still had to make a treasure for Li Zixuan and the big shots in the imperial court. The matter of Yanhuang Bank and Tangyuan could not be delayed. He could use this opportunity to hold a football competition in Chang'an and to let the people in other provinces and counties know about Tangyuan in advance. "Good. I'll draft the competition system by tomorrow." Ma Zhou responded, and then took his leave. Chapter 1251. Compared to Li Zixuan's slow reaction, the people of Chang'an city were more aware of the upcoming football league. 2 days ago, the people had noticed that there were obviously more foreigners in Chang'an than before. After a little inquiry, they knew the purpose of these people coming to Chang'an. Naturally, they thought of the league system announced to the public when the Tang Football Association was just established last year. Thus, countless football enthusiasts were boiling with excitement. Yes, football enthusiasts. In the past half a year since the introduction of football, its unique viewing value and unparalleled passion made every small-scale football game attract many people to watch. Moreover, in a football game, the teamwork between the teams, the tacit understanding between the players, the battle tactics between the 2 teams, the dazzling passing of the ball, and the fatal shots at crucial moments, all made people tighten their toes and feel their blood boil. Those who had personally watched a football game, regardless of the scale, as long as they were at the scene and felt the intense atmosphere, they would never forget it. The most exciting moment was of course the moment when the goal was scored. The cheers of the whole stadium, the state of the protagonist. At that moment, the whole stadium treated him as the focus, and he was the hero on the field. Cheers for the hero, pride for the hero. Salutations for the hero. The hero was the focus of the whole stadium. The excitement that the heroes could bring to people was more attractive than a football game. Because of this, although football had only appeared in Tang Empire for half a year, it had already attracted a large number of people who liked to play or watch football games. This was the charm of the number one sport in modern times. Gold would shine no matter where it was, and something with charm would attract people regardless of the era. Therefore, when the people knew that a series of top football games would be held in Jianghu city from next month onwards, they cheered loudly and spread the news. At this moment, they were only waiting for the Tang Empire Football Association to announce the specific date and schedule of the games. At this moment, the people realized that the Tang Empire Football Association was also such an important department. It was not insignificant. 2 days later, the Tang Empire Football Association's notice about the league in March finally appeared on Datong Daily. The originally lively Jianghu city was completely boiling. Wow! According to the newspaper, doesn't that mean that we can watch football games for the next 3 to 4 months? Haha. That's great. We won't be bored for the next few months. In ancient times where entertainment was lacking, once football became popular, it was undoubtedly the best way to relieve boredom for those who were bored out of their minds. That's right. Let's hope that there are a few strong teams among them. That will be more exciting. There's nothing to say. If there really is a good team, this young master will buy it. Damn it, I formed a team last year, but they couldn't even enter the top 3 in Jianghu city. Then, they wouldn't even be qualified to participate in the ranking competition next month. What bad luck. Ha ha ha. Young Master Chow, with those weak little bastards that you found, do you really think they can enter the top 3? I think they can't even beat my team. Scram. Let's see which team is the better team. Ha. Let's compete. Who's afraid of who? Last year, when football was just on the rise, many rich young masters in Jianghu city and other provinces and counties had formed teams. It was not that they wanted to form teams to participate in the competition and win the prize money of the league. Most of them formed teams just for fun, or to compete with their friends on a daily basis. That was all. Compared to the people of modern times, the Tang people's passion for football was still quite high. At the very least, at this time, there were many more civilian teams than in modern times. Although the quality was still unknown, with a good start, after years of training and competition, there was naturally no need to worry too much about the overall football skills. Today, I've gathered all of you here because I have a very important matter to inform you. In a room in the workshop, Li Zishuan looked at the 6 members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce and said in a deep voice. Originally, there were 8 members, but as the Crown Prince, Li Qingxian must have been listening to politics in the morning. How would he have the time to come? As for Wang Renbiao, he was now the provincial governor of Qizhou, ruling over a region. Of course, Li Zishuan still left some shares for Wang Renbiao in the Flaming Yellow Bank this time. When he met Wang Renbiao in the future, he would give a portion of his shares to Wang Renbiao. Strictly speaking, Wang Renbiao was a friend worth making, and the Wang family led by Wang Yu was also a good power to make friends with. Marquis, please speak. We're all ears. Chao Wendong and the rest clasped their hands together. Li Zishuan nodded and said, 2 days ago, His Majesty summoned me to the palace to talk about the Flaming Yellow Bank and the Tang Yuan. During this time, I've already convinced His Majesty to issue the Tang Yuan in the name of the Imperial Court and use the Tang Yuan to gradually replace the copper coins. When everyone heard this, they looked at each other and were overjoyed. This was because they all had shares in the Flaming Yellow Bank. If the Tang Yuan could be given credibility to the Imperial Court, then wouldn't it be just a matter of time before the Tang Yuan became the mainstream currency in the Tang dynasty? At that time, wouldn't they, the original shareholders of the Flaming Yellow Bank, be lying on the ground and counting money? Furthermore, if the Flaming Yellow Bank became a national bank, their social status would also rise along with it. Thank you, Marquis, for your grace. After the excitement, Chao Wendong and the rest clasped their hands together to express their gratitude. Li Zishuan waved his hands and interrupted, "Don't celebrate too early." His Majesty said that the Flaming Yellow Bank controls the economic lifeline of the Tang dynasty. This is a serious matter, so the Flaming Yellow Bank must be controlled by the imperial court in the future. Outsiders are not allowed to interfere too much. The 9% shares that I promised you at the beginning will definitely not be given to you. Hearing this, the faces of the few people darkened. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. There was indeed no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Marquis, if the imperial court is in charge of issuing the Tang Yuan in the future, the Flaming Yellow Bank will indeed be a national treasure. The few of us are just merchants and have no right to participate in it. I understand Marquis's difficulties. After a moment of silence, Feng Zhihua stood up and clasped his hands together. The rest also hurriedly expressed their understanding. Li Zishuan nodded in satisfaction and then said, "Haha. I can't give you the 9% shares, but His Majesty is still willing to give you 5% shares on account of your huge investment in the Flaming Yellow Bank. When the time comes, you can divide this 5% shares according to the amount of copper coins that each of you has contributed. However, there is one point. You will only have the right to dividends and cannot interfere with the operations and management of the bank." Swoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, all 12 pairs of eyes turned to Li Zishuan in unison. Everyone's breathing quickened, and all of them were so agitated that their necks turned red. After all, they had thought that they had nothing to do with the bank anymore. Li Zishuan's words had undoubtedly brought them back from the brink of death. Although the shares that each of them received had decreased, with the imperial court's participation, the quality of the shares had increased. Even if they were only given 1%, they would definitely earn more than before, let alone 5%. Thank you, Marquis, for putting in a good word for us in front of His Majesty. We will definitely be at Marquis's beck and call in the future and serve him faithfully. Chapter 1252. Under the push of Li Zishuan, Yanhuang Bank started to gradually implement public ownership. This was a process that Yanhuang Bank had to go through if it wanted to survive in Tang Dynasty for a long time. Although the first batch of people who invested in Yanhuang Bank received less shares, their benefits were not reduced at all. In these 2 days, other than being busy writing the development plan of the bank, Li Zishuan also took the time to make a trip to Chang'an City to meet Zhangsun Wuji. The old cunning fox had obviously guessed that the Yanhuang Bank would eventually belong to the imperial court. He wasn't surprised at all when he heard the news from Li Zishuan. The old fox was very loyal this time. He promised to help promote Yanhuang Bank to establish itself in Tang Dynasty. This was not only for Li Zishuan, but also for the benefit of the Zhangsun family. Other than Zhangsun Wuji's family, Li Zishuan also went to Qing Yaojin, Qin Xiong, Yuqi Jingda, and Niu Jinda's families. Each family gave 2% of Yanhuang Bank's shares. Of course, the 4 families added together gave a total of 200,000 strings of cash to expand Yanhuang Bank's capital. The reason why he did not give it to Li Zishuan was because the current Tang Dynasty's war god was so low-key that he wanted everyone to forget about him. Even if Li Zishuan gave him shares of Yanhuang Bank, why would he want it? Therefore, the Yanhuang Bank was now a true superpower, with assets reaching nearly 700,000 strings of cash. It basically had the appearance of Tang Dynasty's biggest bank. Marquis. I heard that there will be a top-level football tournament on the 8th of March. I wonder if it is possible to advertise on the field like in the newspaper. Yanhuang College, Yamacho's office. After knowing that the Yanhuang Bank was about to become a state-owned bank, everyone excitedly expressed their loyalty. Lin Wenyuan then thought of the football match next month and suddenly had an idea and asked, "What's the matter?" After working with Li Zishuan for so long, these members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce already knew that the slogans in the newspaper for other shops were advertisements. Hearing his words, the rest of the people's eyes lit up, and they all looked eagerly at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan did not expect that someone would think of this. He could not help but look at Lin Wenyuan with admiration. "Boss Lin, you have good taste." He actually saw a business opportunity in football. In fact, this football competition was an excellent opportunity for businessmen or shops who wanted to make a name for themselves. Our football field is very big, so we can put up advertisements for many shops around it. If the businessmen want their shops to be seen by everyone on the football field, they have to pay a sum of money. I call this money advertising fee. The advertising fees can be used to support the continuation of this kind of high bounty competition. Chao Wendong cupped his fists and smiled. Marquis is wise. How much would the advertising fee be? This Chao wishes to make use of the opportunity of this ranking tournament to introduce the Chao clan's appraisal hall to our friends in the various provinces and counties. This way, when this Chao opens branches in other provinces and counties in the future, it will save us a lot of trouble. Yeah. Marquis. This Lin also wishes to let Qinya Zhai show its face in next month's ranking tournament. As soon as Chao Wendong finished speaking, everyone rushed to chime in. Li Zishuan tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table for a moment, then said, as the earliest followers of this marquis, you will naturally be given preferential treatment in this aspect. How about this? Each of you will pay 1,000 strings of cash, and for the next month, there will be advertisements for your shops on the football field. In a few days, I will inform all the wealthy businessmen in Chang'an City to come to the workshop to participate in the bidding for advertising spots in the ranking tournament. The starting bid will be 2,000 strings of cash, and there will only be 15 spots in total. Based on this calculation, just the advertising fee alone would allow them to earn more than 30,000 strings of cash in a single ranking tournament. In addition to the admission fee, they would basically not lose money. In the future, they would be able to turn football into an industry. Although he was rich and wanted to develop football, he would not foolishly use his own money to organize a free football match. Any sport that relied solely on interests and hobbies would never be able to become big and strong. Only industrialization could form a virtuous cycle. Thank you very much, Marquis. Everyone stood up happily and cupped their hands. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, you don't have to thank me. Go back and find someone to make the promotional banner, then go directly to the Football Association to pay the money. Li Zishuan was thinking of ways to attract investment and get sponsorship for the Football Association. On the other hand, Yan Xiaoning was leading the craftsmen and workers to build the football field. Speaking of which, every time Li Zishuan assigned him a task, it was always the kind of work that was tight on time and heavy with tasks. It was the same for the construction of Yanhuang College. It was the same for the construction of the football field this time. In just over 20 days, they had to build 2 big football fields. If it were not for the recent construction of the dam and Faubert's hiring of many workers and craftsmen, Yan Xiaoning even wanted to quit directly. Tell everyone to hurry up. Before dark, all the bricks, stones, and cement must be in place. Yan Xiaoning had been at the construction site since yesterday. At this moment, he had his hands behind his back and urged the supervisor beside him. Yes. Commander Yan. In the construction team this time, many people had participated in the construction of Yanhuang College. The supervisor beside Yan Xiaoning was also one of them. That was why he called Yan Xiaoning Commander Yan, because he was the chief commander of the entire construction team back then. Yan Xiaoning nodded. In his mind, he was calculating whether there was enough time. In general, although the time this time was much shorter than the previous time, the amount of work would also be much smaller. The main core of the 2 football fields was a big lawn. There was nothing to fiddle with. They just needed to get people to mow the lawn. The real trouble was the terrace stands around the lawn. That was the main work of the construction team. The only thing that made him happy was that the terrace stands were not like the internal building of Yanhuang College. They did not need to dig a very deep foundation, which could save a lot of time. Moreover, many people in the construction team had participated in the construction of Yanhuang College. They were very experienced in building cement walls, which could save a lot of time. Therefore, in total, it was not impossible to finish in 20 days. As long as there were enough people and materials, there was still a chance. F***CK. Xiao Xian tricked me again this time. I'm going to have a hard time from now on. This guy really does do whatever he wants. I have to ask him for compensation later. After pondering for a long time, Yan Xiaoning shook his head bitterly and muttered to himself unhappily. He was really unlucky to have made such a bad friend. Chapter 1253. Due to the hurried construction of the football stadium, the construction of the dam on the Ba River had to be put on hold for more than 10 days. After all, the football stadium was under construction at the same time. If they were to build the dam at this time, there would be a serious shortage of manpower. Fortunately, even if it was delayed for 10 days, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. The next morning, before the sun rose, Li Zishuan took a carriage and headed towards Chang'an City. In the carriage, there was also a stack of plans for the future development of Yanhuang Bank that Li Zishuan had written over the past few days. Although Li Er had verbally agreed to the bank to issue Tang Yuan and replace the copper coins, changing the currency of Tang dynasty was a huge matter. No matter what, he had to obtain the consent of the majority of the officials. Therefore, he was here for the morning court. Yanhuang Bank was going to be tested by the civil and military officials in the morning court. Whether he could achieve great things depended on this. Speaking of which, in his previous life, he was only an engineering student. Although he would occasionally pay attention to the country's economic policies, or speculate in stocks, in terms of economic understanding, he could only be considered as a beginner. Fortunately, in this life, he had a strong mental strength and superhuman memory. Through these few days of bitter recollections, coupled with the current situation of Tang dynasty, he finally completed a huge work on the development of an ancient bank. In the eyes of economists, his plan might have been weak, but in this era, it was absolutely epoch-making. If these plans could be carried out, the Great Tang would probably become an economic powerhouse in just a few years. When it came to small countries, one didn't even need to use force to conquer them. One only needed economic sanctions. After waiting outside Taiji Palace for a while, an attendant walked out and announced the start of the morning court. The civil and military officials entered the palace in order. Zhang Sun Wuji took a break from his busy schedule and nodded at Li Zishuan, indicating for him to rest assured. This old fellow, when it concerns his own interests, he is more concerned than anyone else. Li Zishuan criticized in his heart. Towards Zhang Sun Wuji, he had always held an attitude of not taking the initiative to get close to him, but also trying his best not to offend him. In his previous life, he had watched countless television dramas and transmigration novels from the Sui and Tang dynasty. He could only respect and distance himself from Zhang Sun Wuji. This was because the old fox's scheming characteristics had left a deep impression on him. After entering Taiji Palace and exchanging greetings, the morning court session officially began. The ministers began to report some trivial matters in Li Zishuan's eyes. Sometimes, he felt quite tired for Li Erxin. He had to manage such a big country and had to take care of everything and make decisions. He was like a nanny or a stay-at-home dad who had to take care of the country's daily needs at all times. If Li Zishuan was in his shoes, he would not be willing to be such an emperor. It was too tiring. He would rather be a carefree marquis. However, Fang Xuanling's report attracted Li Zishuan's attention. Your Majesty, the spring plowing of the provinces and counties has begun. However, this year's drought is worse than last year's. It will be very difficult for the people to farm, especially the provinces and counties in the northeast. The people there need the curved plows and cattle. I hope that Your Majesty can order the Ministry of Works to build more curved plows and distribute them along with the cattle. This will not affect the people's spring plowing. Last year, not only did Chang'an have little rain and snow, but other places also had little rain and snow. Due to the climate in the south, the land was still moist. However, the entire north had been dry for several months. Fang Xianling said that the drought was worse than last year's, and that was not an exaggeration at all. Li Er's face darkened. Xianling is right. Official Yan, the Ministry of Works should hurry up and build the curved plows for the provinces and counties. If the production capacity is not enough, we will borrow Marquis Yong An's workshop. Today, Li Zishuan's new workshop's production capacity had already surpassed that of the Ministry of Works. Sometimes, even Li Er had to rely on this workshop. Yen Lide stepped forward and bowed. This old subject obeys the decree. Li Er then looked at Li Zishuan and asked, Marquis Yong'an, do you have any objections? Li Zishuan also stepped forward and bowed. This subject naturally has no objections. The people's spring plowing affects the livelihood of millions of families. No matter how busy this subject's workshop is, it will definitely cooperate with the Ministry of Works to build the curved plows. Li Er nodded in satisfaction. Then, he looked at Li Zishuan's bulging sleeves and said loudly, I heard that Marquis Yong and has something important to report to me today? Quickly say it. Li Zishuan's mouth twitched. What do you mean by I have something important to report to you? You were the one who urged me to come, all right? At such a crucial moment, you actually pretended that it was none of your business. Aren't you ashamed? Although he cursed in his heart, Li Zishuan still took this opportunity and bowed. This subject does indeed have something important to report to your majesty. Say it. Li Er replied with a Li Zishuan clasped his hands and took out a thick document from his sleeves. Raising it above his head, he said, this subject wishes to hand the Yan Huang Bank over to the imperial court to manage. I hope that your majesty can give the Yan Huang Bank the right to issue Tangyuan and use Tangyuan to gradually replace copper coins. This will completely solve the problem of the Great Tang's lack of money. This is the initial development plan for the Yan Huang Bank that this subject has drafted recently. Your Majesty, please take a look. The moment he said that, the entire hall fell silent. Although the officials did not know how much money the Yan Huang Bank had, they knew that the Yan Huang Bank definitely had a lot of money. Thus, when they heard that Li Zishuan wanted to hand the Yan Huang Bank over to the imperial court, the officials were first shocked. Then, they all looked at Li Zishuan. Oh, more accurately, they were looking at Li Zishuan who was standing in front of him. They wanted to know what decision Li Er would make. This subject will take a look first. All of you can also give your opinions. Since the Marquis of Yong'an is here today, we can reply in person. Zhao Song stepped forward and took the book from Li Zishuan's hands and handed it to Li Er. Li Er lowered his head and said softly. Li Zishuan was stunned. He secretly scolded Old Li for not being loyal. Did he want him to debate with the scholars alone? I can't do it. Furthermore, this wasn't how the script was written. Fang Xianling did not care what Li Zishuan was thinking. He was just stating the facts. He stepped forward and clasped his hands. Your Majesty, this old subject has said before that the right to coin must be in the hands of the imperial court. Since the Marquis of Yong'an has handed the bank over to the imperial court, then the imperial court can use it to issue Tangyuan and replace copper coins. However, since the Marquis of Yong'an has handed over the bank, the imperial court must compensate him accordingly. Fang Xianling did not have any prejudice against Tangyuan. In the past, he only felt that the place of issuance should not be decided by the bank, but by the imperial court. Now that the Yan Huang Bank had become the asset of the imperial court, he naturally would not have any objections. Chapter 1254. We second the motion. Morning Court, Taiji Palace. After Fang Xianling took the lead to express his support for Tang Yuan and Yanhuang Bank, several other ministers followed suit, especially the generals led by Qin Xiong and Qing Yaojin. For them, whether Tang used copper coins or Tang Yuan in the future, it didn't seem to have much impact. If Tang Yuan replaced copper coins, they would even find it more convenient. Every time the Tang army went on an expedition, although they brought most of their food and fodder, they would also bring some copper coins. On one hand, they might need to replenish supplies in the nearby counties on the way. On the other hand, it was to give food or rewards to the soldiers. If the scale of the expedition was relatively large, they would bring a lot of copper coins. Even if they used ox carts, they would have to pull many carts. Therefore, if Tang Yuan could become a recognized currency everywhere, it would be much easier for the army to carry the cart when they went to war. In addition to these, Qing Yaojin, Qin Xiong, Yuqi Jingda, Niu Jinda, and the others were now shareholders of Yanhuang Bank. It was also very beneficial for them to promote the public of the bank and the monetization of Tang Yuan. Your Majesty, I think this matter shouldn't be rushed. Just when the discussion was one-sided, Du Ruhui stood up and bowed to Li Er. With a serious face, he said, Your Majesty, since the Qin and Han dynasties, all the dynasties have used copper coins. If the imperial court rashly uses Tang Yuan to replace copper coins, I'm afraid the people won't believe it. Because copper mines are hard to find and difficult to mine, our Tang Empire is currently facing a shortage of money. But it is precisely because of this shortage of money that our Tang Empire's food, cloth, and other things are so cheap. This Tang Yuan is printed on paper, so it is naturally not limited like copper coins. This is a scourge locked in a cage. If one day the printing of Tang Yuan is released, the price of food and cloth in our Tang Empire will soar rapidly. At that time, the people will not be able to eat and wear clothes. This is a sign of chaos. Your Majesty, please think twice before you act and be extremely cautious. While Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui were scheming, Du Ruhui was decisive. But in terms of foresight, Du Ruhui's level of thinking and depth was something that few people in the court could match. As someone from the ancient era, he was actually able to predict that an overshoot of the currency would bring inflation to the Great Tang. Even Li Zishuan couldn't help but admire his foresight. As soon as Du Ruhui finished speaking, many of the officials in the civil officials' camp seemed to have woken up from a dream. Their faces were solemn. Obviously, they also felt that Du Ruhui's words were reasonable. Your Majesty, Lai Gong is right. We must be cautious about the matter between Tang Yuan and the bank. Although it is difficult for ordinary people to imitate Tang Yuan, if a skilled craftsman were to be able to do so, the imperial court would suffer a huge loss. Du Ruhui's title was Duke Lai. A middle-aged official wearing a blue court robe walked out from the group of civil officials and cupped his fists. Who is this person? Why do you look so unfamiliar? Li Zishuan muttered in his heart. Yes. Li Zishuan, do you agree with Du Ruhui's and Physician Yan's opinions? Li Er raised his head and asked Li Zishuan. Physician Yan. Old Li probably knew that Li Zishuan didn't recognize this middle-aged official and purposely mentioned his surname and official position. Speaking of which, if not for Du Ruhui personally leading the way, Li Er would still be immersed in Li Zishuan's development plan for the Yanhuang Bank. It wasn't that the plan was brilliant, but that many of the ideas in it were very attractive. If not for the fact that this wasn't the right place, Old Li would have already slapped the table and cheered. Li Zishuan bowed slightly and cupped his fists. Your Majesty, Lai Gong's words just now can be said to be farsighted. This subject is truly impressed. However, Lai Gong's and Physician Yan's worries aren't without a solution. First, regarding Lai Gong's worry that the bank will print too many Tang Yuan, there is no need for any of you to worry about this. This is because for now, every Tang Yuan printed by the Yanhuang Bank will be matched with a copper coin of the corresponding value. There will definitely not be any more than that. Secondly, in the future, when Tang Yuan completely replaces the copper coins, the amount of money that the bank needs to print will be determined by how much money Tang needs. When that time comes, the bank will set up a statistical department to calculate the number of Tang Yuan that needs to be printed every year. The results will be personally decided by His Majesty. As for the problem that Physician Yan mentioned about Tang Yuan being copied, there is no need to worry about that. Firstly, the printing of Tang Yuan uses many anti-counterfeiting methods. The paper, patterns, serial numbers, seals, hidden lines, etc. These are all unique. Secondly, Physician Yan said that Tang Yuan can be copied, but is it impossible for copper coins to be copied? The middle-aged official glared at him and said, Who dares? The design of the copper coins was personally decided by the Emperor Emeritus. If anyone were to copy them, they would undoubtedly die. Li Zishuan smiled and said, That's right. However, has Physician Yan ever considered that when Tang Yuan becomes the currency of His Majesty, if anyone were to copy it, they would also die? That middle-aged official was stunned. Obviously, he had neglected this extremely important point. Upon seeing this, Li Zishuan clasped his hands towards Li Er and continued, "If His Majesty decides to use Tang Yuan as the currency, then I suggest that His Majesty devise torture methods to severely punish those who copy Tang Yuan. At the same time, the paper used to print Tang Yuan must be strictly prohibited from being sold privately by commoners and merchants. Violators will also be severely punished. With so many factors, I believe that the difficulty of copying Tang Yuan will definitely be much higher than copying copper coins." Li Er nodded and said, "Marquis Yong An's words are not without reason. Does anyone have any objections?" Du Ruhui shook his head and retreated. Zhang Sun Wuji finally came forward and gave the final word. "Yanhuang Bank and Tang Yuan are definitely beneficial to the country and the people. Although there are some flaws, the flaws do not obscure the jade. I believe that the promotion of Tang Yuan is imperative." As the head of the civil officials, Zhang Sun Wuji's words carried a lot of weight. After hearing what he said, no one else stood out to object. "I agree." Upon seeing this, Li Zishuan could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Things were progressing smoothly. Speaking of which, he had prepared a lot of lines that he had yet to say. With the situation settled, Li Er raised his head and said in a deep voice, "Since no one has any objections, then from today onwards, Yanhuang Bank will belong to the Imperial Court and will be under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Revenue. Starting from Chang'an, all merchants, restaurants, tea houses and other places that have transactions are not allowed to refuse to use Tang Yuan as payment. Violators will be severely punished. Yanhuang Bank's official office will be located at Vermilion Bird Avenue. Marquis Yong and will temporarily be in charge of all matters of the bank. Those who have previously invested money in Yanhuang Bank will be able to obtain a certain percentage of the bank's dividends every year as compensation.